Hey everyone, welcome back to another cool project in React Native. So in this project, we'll be building a full stack e-commerce application in React Native using the Expo framework. And if you find this interesting, please smash the like button and also subscribe for more such content. So let's get started. So the first thing we'll be looking into is the demo part of the application. So over here towards my right, we have the first screen that is being shown. That is the home screen, which has a basic search bar at the top. And below the search bar, we have the current address that is selected at that particular time. So if you press on this, we are going to see a modal opening up just like this. And here we can see a horizontal list of addresses that is being added by this particular user. Okay, we can even add another address over here by pressing on this. So as you can see, we are coming to the next screen, which are showing all of the addresses that are previously added. And with the help of this button, that is add a new address, we can add a new address over here. And the same thing will be reflected over here in this screen, as well as in our bottom modal whenever we press on this part. And after that, we have a horizontal list of categories that are scrollable. And after that, we have a basic image carousel that is automatic. So after the image carousel, we have all of the products showing up over here. So the first thing is we have the trending deals of the week. And after that, we have something known as today's deals, which are horizontally scrollable with the offer given at the bottom. And after that, we have the products being shown, and over here we can shop based on, let's say, the category. So currently jewelry is selected. So if I press on the drop down, you can select different categories over here. Let's say I press on electronics. So as you can see, we are able to see all of the electronic items over here. And we have an efficient cart system that is being handled by Redux. So let's go and add an item into the cart. So I'm going to go over here into today's deals. And we come into the product info screen where we can see different kinds of information regarding this particular product. And this also is horizontally scrollable as well. And over here we have the offer being shown along with these two buttons. All right, so over here we have two buttons, that is add to cart and buy now. So I'm going to press on add to cart. So as you can see, this particular item has been added to the cart. So this is efficiently managed by Redux on the other side. So as you can see over here, at the bottom tab navigator, we have one item in the cart. So let's go check that out. And as you can see, this particular item is there inside the cart, and over here the quantity of this particular item is set to be 1. So we can increase the quantity and decrease the quantity as well. And if at all the quantity becomes 1, we are showing the delete button over here and over here as well. So if I press on delete, automatically this item gets deleted out of this particular cart. All right, so over here now I'm going to press on proceed to buy. So here we have a set of steps to be completed. Firstly, we need to choose any particular addresses from this particular app, right? So I'm going to choose the first address, that is this one, and I'm going to say deliver to this address. We come to the second step, and I'm going to choose over here, continue. So we have two options, that is for the payment method, that is cash on delivery or the credit or debit card or the UPI. So if the user presses on this, automatically after selecting the modal, after selecting a alert box, that is if it is a yes or no, we are going to initialize the Razor payment gateway. And if at all it is a cash on delivery, we go into the next screen and we're going to show all of the details of this particular product. All right, so I've chosen cash on delivery option. So over here we have shipping to the user's name, and we have pretty much the items and the order total. So I'm going to press and place your order. It goes into the placed order screen with a unique animation, and it comes back to the home screen. And automatically after the order has been placed, our cart gets cleared out, right? So currently there are 0 items in the cart. So now the next thing we'll be looking into is the profile part, where we can see all of our orders. Okay, so these are all of the previous orders of this particular user, as you can see, and this is the latest order which we have done. All right, and over here we can go to the next orders. We're going to design that in the project while we are building it, and we have even the option of logging out. So let's press on log out. We automatically come to the login screen. So this is a login screen, and we have a screen for registering as well. So we're going to implement this much in this project. So if you find this interesting, please smash the like button, and let's get started with the project right away. So now the first step is to create an Expo Manage project. So let's go do that. So firstly, inside my terminal, I'm going to go into my build folder. And over here inside my build folder, I'm going to say Expo init, the project name. So in my case, I'm going to say e-commerce project, and I'm going to press on enter. You can give any project name you want. And here it's going to ask us to choose a template. We're going to choose the default one, that is a blank template, and press on enter. So this should create all the JavaScript dependencies, and it should create as a project structure, that is basically a project folder with the name as e-commerce project. And after that, we're going to go into that particular project. So let's wait for some time. Okay guys, so as you can see, our project is ready. So the next step is we're going to go into that project folder and see what exactly they have given, right? So firstly, I'm going to say file and open folder, go into my build folder and select the e-commerce project. Okay, so this is basically the boilerplate code that Expo has given us when we initialize a new Expo project. Alright, so currently I have opened up my app.js file, and over here we simply have a return block which contains a view and which in turn contains a basic text which says open up app.js to start working on your app. So this is basically the starting point of our application. So from here we'll be building our application from scratch, right? So the next step is we're going to firstly run the app. So to do that, I'm going to say terminal, new terminal, and we are currently inside of the e-commerce project. So here I'm going to say expo start and then press on enter. Okay, started Metro bundler. So over here we have 5 options to view the app. Okay, that is on Android or on iOS simulator, or if you press on W, it's going to open up on the web. Over here we have 2 more options, that is to reload the app, and we have the toggle menu as well. So in my case, I have the iOS simulator, so I'm going to press on I. For Android users, you need to press on A. So this is going to take some time to install the app, and pretty much it should show us this basic text which says open up app.js to start working on your app, because that's what is there inside of the app.js. So I guess it's almost done, it's loading. And as you can see, we are able to see the text at the center part of the screen. Okay, so it is currently in the center part because of the default styling that they've given. That is because of align items of center and justify content of center. All right, so now if I remove that, it's automatically going to go to the top of the screen, just like that over here. Okay, so the next step is we're going to create some folders inside of a file tree. So I'm going to say new folder. One is for the screens, one is for the components. Okay, so for the backend part, we'll be making use of MongoDB. So for that also, we're going to create a new folder, let's say API, just like this. So the next step is we're going to initialize our backend first. So let's go over to Chrome over here, and I'm going to search for mongodb.com. So we're going to firstly sign in with Google. Okay, so let's press on sign in and sign in with Google over here. Okay, I've already been logged in. So over here we are able to see the previously used project, that is e-commerce. So now we're going to create a new project. So pretty much press on the drop down over here, scroll down and press on new project, and over here we're going to give the project name. So in my case, I'm going to say e-commerce project. So I'm going to press on next now. So over here I'm going to leave this as default because I myself am the project owner. So I'm going to press on create project. So the next step is we're going to press on build a database. All right, so here make sure you select the free version over here, that is M0. Okay, and then the other details we're going to leave it as default for now, and I'm going to press in create. So this is going to take in a couple of seconds, and after that we're going to choose the username and password. So my username is going to be this one, and the password I'm going to give my name itself, just like this. All right, and after that I'm going to press in create user. So now we need to add our IP address. I'm gonna write 0.0.0.0/0, so it's accessible from anywhere, and I'm gonna press on add entry. So after doing that, so the next step is I'm gonna press on finish and close over here, and press on go to databases. So this is going to take in a couple of moments. Okay. And after that, we're going to see, after that, we're going to connect the app to the MongoDB backend. So before that, let's create some files inside of our API folder. So firstly, open up a new terminal over here. And here I'm going to say cd API. Firstly, come into the API folder. So the first step is I'm going to create my package.json file. So to do that, just write npm init and press on enter. So it's going to ask us a bunch of questions. Okay, so package name is going to be API. So press on enter. Version is going to be that one, enter. Description, you can give it anything. I'm going to give it as backend. And entry point index.js. Okay. Test command, git repository, keywords, author, and all other things, press on enter. And finally enter. So if you check out our API file, API folder, you can see that the package.json has been created over here. So the next step is we're going to add some dependencies into this so that we can use it inside of the main backend code. So before that, we're going to create the index.js file where all of the backend code goes over here. So now inside the API folder itself, I want you to add a bunch of dependencies. So I'm going to say yarn add. Firstly, body parser. We need access to Express and we need access to Mongoose as well. So that one. And we need JSON web token as well. So I'm going to say JSON web token. And after that, we need access to node mailer. All right. We need access to node mon as well. So these are some of the dependencies we would need to build this project. I think we need even access to CORS as well. We have Express, body parser, Mongoose, JSON web token, node mailer, node mon, and CORS. So let's press on enter. So all of this gets installed into the API folder. So as you can see, everything has been installed. So let's check that out inside of the package.json. So as you can see, everything has been installed into the dependencies over here. So now the next step is we're going to start importing the things that we require inside of the index.js file. So firstly, I'm going to say const express equals to require of express, just like this. And I'm going to initialize my next one, that is body parser. So const body parser equals to require body parser. And we're going to initialize our mongoose. So I'm going to say const mongoose equals to require mongoose. And I'm going to initialize one more thing that we require further. So I'm going to say const crypto equals to require of crypto. And finally, we have the node mailer so that we can send mails to the user. So I'm going to say const node mailer equals to require node mailer. And now I'm going to create an instance over here for the app. So I'm going to say const app equals to express. And I'm going to choose a specific port. You can choose any port. In my case, I'm going to choose 8000. And I'm going to initialize my CORS as well. So const CORS equals to require of CORS. And I'm going to say app.use of the CORS. All right, we're going to write some more middlewares over here. That is app.use of the body parser dot URL encoded. I'm going to say extended, set it to be false. The next thing I'm going to say is app.use the body parser dot JSON. And over here, we're going to initialize our JWT as well. So I'm going to say const JWT equals to require of the JSON web token that we just installed. So I'm going to say JSON web token, just like this. So save the file. So these are some of the import statements that are required. All right. So now the next step is we're going to connect this app to the MongoDB backend. So let's go over to Chrome over here. So as you can see, our database has been initialized. So let's press on the connect button. And over here, we're going to use the third option, that is MongoDB for VS Code. So just make sure you copy down this URL. That's important. And you can pretty much paste it somewhere over here. All right. So the next step is we're going to make use of the mongoose.connect method to connect to the MongoDB backend. So I'm going to say mongoose.connect. So this in turn is going to take in the URL. That's going to be this itself. All right. So paste that URL over here, and instead of instead of this password, you need to write your password. So my password is going to be my name itself, that is this one. So make sure you make that change. And after that over here, I'm going to provide in some options. So I'm going to say use new URL parser, and I'm going to set it to be true. And I'm going to say use unified topology, and I'm going to set it to be true as well. So these are some of the options. So after that, after this has been completed, that is mongoose.connect, I'm going to apply the .then method, which in turn is going to take in a function. And I'm going to say if everything worked out correctly, I'm going to say console.log connected to MongoDB. Alright, and if at all there is any error while implementing this, I want to see whatever that error is. So pretty much I'm going to say catch that error and show me that in the console. So I'm going to say console.log error error connecting to MongoDB, just like this. And I'm going to say just say whatever that particular error is. Alright, so here format once. So the next thing is we're gonna make use of course the app.listen method, right? So here after connecting, I'm gonna say app.listen of whatever the port you have chosen. In my case it's 8000, and over here taking a function, and we're gonna say console.log server is running on port 8000. We can just hard code the value over here, just like this. So the next and final step is we're going to initialize a start method inside of the scripts that is present inside of the package.json file over here. So it requires a start method. So over here I'm going to say start, and I'm going to say nodemon index.js, just like this. Save the file. And inside the index.js, if everything is worked out correctly, we should be seeing this message saying connected to MongoDB. So we are currently inside of the API folder. So inside the API folder, I'm going to say yarn start to start the server. So let's press on enter. Okay, server is running on port 8000, and there you go, connected to MongoDB. So that means this particular app has been connected to the MongoDB backend, that is this one. All right, so now we can start initializing our endpoints, and everything should work perfectly fine. Okay, so the first step has been done, that is connecting our app to the MongoDB backend. So the next step is we're going to initialize the login screens as well as the register screens. Firstly, we're going to design that, right? So firstly, let's come into the app.js file. Not over here. Firstly, create two screens inside of the screens folder. So let's do that real quick. So I'm going to say login screen.js rnfes to get the short and snippet. All right, and over here I'm going to say one more screen, that is a register screen.js. So rnfes to get the short and snippet. So to get the short and snippet, you need to have installed ES7 inside your system. So if you go over here to the extensions tab over here, so that's going to be this one. So this is the dependency you need to install, that is ES7 React, Redux, React Native snippets. Okay, so other than that, you can look into other dependencies I've installed. Okay, so now let's come back over here. And before designing the login screens as well as the register screens, we're going to initialize the React navigation, because we need to switch between the login screen as well as the register screen. So firstly, let's go over here and install the dependencies for React navigation. Now I'm going to go over to Chrome, that is basically to React navigation. So search for reactnavigation.org, and let's press on read docs. And firstly, we need to install this one, that is React navigation /native. So with the help of yarn, so I'm going to copy this out, and make sure you install this inside of e-commerce project and not inside of the APIs folder. Okay, so press on enter, and after that we're going to install this one, that is into an expo manage project. So because we're using expo, we're going to copy this piece of code and we're going to paste it over here. And apart from that, let's next move to hello React navigation, and over here we're going to install the React navigation / native stack. So copy that piece of code and paste it over here. So we also need access to the React Native bottom tabs to design the home screen. So let's search for that. So I'm going to say React Native bottom tabs. All right, so let's go to the first link and we're going to install React navigation / bottom tabs. So copy that piece of code and paste it over here. So we have basically installed all of the dependencies required for React navigation. So the next step is I'm going to initialize my navigation folder firstly over here. I'm going to create a new folder named as navigation. Inside this, I'm going to create my stack navigator. So I'm going to say stack navigator.js. All right, so RNFES to get the short and snippet. All right, so firstly over here, we're just going to make it a normal stack navigator that is including two screens. One is the login screen as well as the register screen. So once this part is completed, then we're going to initialize the bottom tab navigator. So firstly, inside the stack navigator, we're going to make use of this one. Okay, so import the navigation container firstly. So copy that out and instead of the normal view, paste this one. And let's import navigation container just like this. And the next step is we're going to initialize our create native stack navigator. So we're going to paste that over here. So format once and let's import this as well. So defaultly they've given the component as home screen, whereas in our case we are wanting the login screen. That's what we want. So over here the component is going to be login screen. Let's import it from the screens folder just like this. And the second thing we want is stack.screen. So the name is going to be register and the component is going to be register screen. So let's import register screen from the screens folder just like this. So save the file. So the next step is we're going to include this stack navigator inside of the main app.js. And since this is our first screen, that is the login screen, so we should be seeing the login screen in the simulator, right? So let's come to the app.js. Let's remove everything, initialize a fragment, and here I'm going to say import my stack navigator from the navigation folder just like this and save the file. So let's wait for it. Okay, we are getting this error. So after refreshing this one, this error should be gone. So let's go over here and let's press on e-commerce project. Okay, so as you can see, we are able to see the first screen, that is a login screen, because that's the first screen that we've given inside of the stack navigator, right? So the next step is we're going to design these two screens. So this is the login screen and this is the register screen. All right, so we do not want the header to be seen right over here in the login screen. So we need to remove that. So over here inside the stack.screen, I'm going to provide some options. So I'm going to say options, and here I'm going to say header shown, and I'm going to set it to be false. So the same thing I'm going to give for the register screen as well. And just like that, the header is gone. So now let's start designing our login screen first. So to do that, let's head over to loginscreen.js. And firstly, instead of a normal view, I'm going to make use of a safe area view because the text is almost touching the top status bar, right? So copy this out and use this instead of a normal view. So firstly, let's give some styling for the safe area view. So I'm going to say style. I'm going to give it a flex of 1 and a background color of white. So background color of white, and I'm going to give it a flex of, flex is given. We need to give it align items of center. So the first thing inside the login screen is to display the image. So over here, firstly, let's remove the text and initialize my view. So let me get the code for the image. Okay, so I've just pasted the code for the image. You can pretty much copy that out, or I'll be sending the image link in the description as well. And the next step is we're going to import the image tag from React Native as such over here. Alright, and we have given the style, that is the width of 150 and a height of 100, right? So save the file. So as you can see, that's looking better. So now after this view, I'm going to initialize my keyboard avoiding view. So make sure to import that from React Native, and over here I'm going to initialize my view, and this view is going to contain the text, that is this one, log into your account. So I'm going to say text, so it's going to say log into your account. Save the file. So I'm going to give the styling for the text over here. We're going to give a font size of 17 and a font weight of bold. So font weight of bold, and I'm going to give it a margin top of, let's say, 12, and I'm going to give it a specific color that is going to be 041 E42. Okay, I think that's looking fine. So now the next step is we're going to give the styling for the view, that is basically align items of center. All right, so after that we're going to start designing our input fields where we can write the email as well as the password. So to do that, that's going to come after this view. So I'm going to say view. So to this view, I'm going to give a specific spacing on the top, let's say a margin top of 70 or 60. So I'm going to say margin top of 70, and after that I'm going to initialize my view. So this view is going to contain the icon first, and along with that is going to contain the text input. So firstly, let's get the icon. Let's search for expo.icons.fii, the first link. Let's search for email, and let us use it from let's say the material icons. We're going to use this one, I guess, which is that, okay, it needs to be in the form of a message, right? Yeah, we're going to use this one. So first step is to import the icon family. So we're going to do that over here, and after that we're going to copy the render component code, and we're going to paste it over here just like this. And after that we're going to import our text input. So I'm going to say text input, import that from React Native. So text input, of course, is going to have the placeholder. It's going to be enter your email. All right, so format once, save the file. So as you can see, we are able to see the icon as well as the text input. So now we're going to give the style for the outer view that contains the icon as well as the text input. So here I'm going to say style. So this is going to have, of course, the flex direction of row, align items of center, and it's going to have a gap of 5. We're going to give it a specific background color of this color code, D0, 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 and we're going to give it some padding vertical, let's say 5, and a slight border radius of 5 as well, and I'm going to give it a margin top. So I'm going to say a margin top of 30. So save the file. So as you can see, that's looking okay. So the next step is we're going to pretty much style out the text input as well. So here I'm going to say style. So firstly, it's going to have a color of gray, and we're going to give it a margin vertical of 10 and a width of 300. Okay, just like that. That's looking okay. So the next step is we're going to give some styling for the icon. So style, we're going to give basically a margin left because it's almost touching the left part of the input. So I'm going to say margin left of 8. Okay, and we're going to change the color of the icon to be gray. And now it's looking perfect, right? Okay, so after that, we're going to initialize our second input field, that is for the password. So we're pretty much going to copy that out. So over here, after this view, okay, we're going to initialize one more view, and this is going to have a margin top of 30. So here I'm going to say style margin top of 30, and over here I'm just going to copy the same view and make the changes. Save the file. Okay, I think 30 is too much, so let's give it to be 10. Okay, I think 10 is looking better. So now after that, we're going to change, of course, the icons. So for this one, it's going to be the lock icon, that is for the password. So let's search for lock. So let's use it from and design. Firstly, import the icon family like this, and we're going to copy the render component code, and we're going to paste it in place of the material icons over here. So this one is going to have again the color of gray, and it's going to have the same piece of styling, that is margin left of 8. Make sure you make that change, and instead of enter your email, it's going to be enter your password. All right, yep, I think that's looking better. Okay, so the next step is we're going to handle the state, that is we need to store whatever the user is typing in both of the fields, that is the email as well as the password. So to do that, I'm going to initialize my state right at the top. So firstly, I'm going to say const email comma set email equals to use state, and initially it's going to be an empty string, and let's import a use state from React. And after that, I'm going to say const password comma set password equals to use state. Again, it's going to be an empty string. So now let's come to the text input over here. For the email, it's going to take in the prop known as the value. So I'm going to say value. So it's going to be whatever is stored inside of the email, right? And the next step is we're going to have a on change of text. So whenever the user is typing a text, we're going to update the state. So we're going to say set the email to be whatever the user is typing, that is basically of that particular text. All right, so over here we're going to say increase the font size. So if at all we have the email, then I want it to be 18, else also I want it to be 18 itself. So this font size gets increased just like that. Okay, or let's keep it to be 16 or 17. Yep, I think that's looking better. So over here, now let's come to the next one, that is the text input for the password. We're going to say value. So it's going to be, of course, the password itself, and we're going to write the on change text here also. So whatever the user is typing in the password field, I want you to set the password that particular text, whatever the user is typing. All right, and we have to write the secure text entry is going to be true because this is the password field. And over here also, I'm going to say font size. If at all we have the password, then I want it to be 16, or else also I want it to be 16, and just like this. So format once and save the file. Yep, that's looking better. So now after that, we're going to design these two things, that is keep me logged in and forgot password. All right, so that's going to happen after this view. So I'm going to say view, and it's going to have a text over here which says keep me logged in, and this is going to have the second text which says forgot password, just like that. So save the file. So now let's give some styling to the view over here. I'm going to give a style. I'm going to give it some margin top of, let's say, 12. All right, and I'm going to give it a flex direction of row and align items of center and justify content of space between. All right, so now we're going to give the styling for the forgot password. It's going to have a different color. So I'm going to give style. It's going to have color of this color code, that is 007 FFF, and it's going to have a font weight of 500. Okay, I think that's looking better. So now after that, we're going to style out a login button firstly. So over here, I'm going to initialize a self and closing view and give it some specific height. We can just give a height of 50 or a margin top of something like that. Margin top of 50. Save the file. So now we're going to design the login button. So for that, I'm going to initialize my pressable. So import pressable from React Native as such, and this is going to have a text field which is going to say login. All right, and we're going to give the style for the pressable over here. So I'm going to say style. It's going to have a specific width of 200, and it's going to have that yellowish or orangish background color, that is FEB 1E10, and it's going to have a slight border radius as well of, let's say, 6, and we're going to give it a margin left of auto and margin right of auto as well. Okay, and we're going to give it some internal spacing, that is a padding of 15 over here. So save the file. So as you can see, that's looking better. So let us give the style to the text. So I'm going to say style over here. Firstly, we're going to give it a text align of center, so it comes to the center part of the container. I'm going to give it a color of white as well. So color of white and a font size of 16, and I'm going to give it a font weight of bold. All right, so let's increase the margin top to be 70 instead of 50. Okay, that's looking fine. Or over here, I think it has got more space, so let's keep it to be 80. Yep, I think that's looking fine. So after that, below the login button, we're going to have a text that is which says don't have an account and then sign up. Right, that's going to happen right after the pressable. So I'm going to say pressable. We're going to initialize a text which says don't have an account, then sign up. So here for the pressable or for the text, I'm going to say style. It's going to have a text align of center. So we're going to give the style for the pressable, that is some basic margin top. So I'm going to say margin top of 15, and we're going to give the style for the text over here. So it's going to have a color of gray and a font size of 16, and save the file. All right, our login screen is complete. Okay, the design part is complete. So if at all the user presses on this, we need to be navigated to the register screen. So to do that, firstly, let's initialize our navigation over here. So I'm going to say const navigation equals to use navigation, import use navigation from React navigation /native, and we're going to initialize the on press event on this particular button, that is don't have an account. So here I'm going to say on press, initialize a function, and here I'm going to say navigation dot navigate to the name of the screen we want to navigate to. So inside the stack navigator, the name of the screen we gave to the register screen was register, right? So I'm just going to say navigation dot navigate to the register screen, just like this. So save the file and let's press over here. So as you can see, we are coming exactly to the register screen, right? So we're pretty much going to copy the login screen and then design the register screen. It's going to be super similar. So we're going to copy the entire safe area view from the login screen. All right, and then paste it over here in the register screen, and firstly import the necessary things. Firstly, safe area view, we need access to pressable image, and then we also need access to the keyboard avoiding view, and then we need access to the text input. All right, and then let's check if we have missed out anything. Yes, of course, we need access to the icons as well. So let's get that from the register screen over here. And we also need access to the state, right? So import all the three, copy all the three, and we're going to paste it over here, and make sure to import use state as well. So over here, instead of login to your account, it's going to say register to your account. So register to your account. And yep, let's save the file. Okay, use navigation does not exist, so import that out. So let's press over here. Yeah, we are coming exactly to the register screen. Okay, so for the register screen, we have enter your name, enter your email, and then enter your password. Right, so firstly, let's initialize a state to hold the name. So I'm going to say const name, comma set name equals to use state. It's going to be an empty string again at the initial state. All right, so firstly, instead of enter your email, it's going to be enter your name, right? So feel free to copy this view. Okay, and we're going to paste it over here, I guess. And this one, that is the email one, we're going to paste it over here. Okay, so I think we can remove this out, and this also. Save the file. Okay, I think we missed one thing out, right? I think, yeah, let's just copy that once more, never mind. So just copy this out. We can copy anything and then let's make the change, right? So here, yeah, so for the first one, it's going to be enter your name. So we're going to change over here. So this is going to be enter your name, and let's remove the secure text entry to be true. Okay, and the value is going to be name instead of password, and on change text instead of set password is going to be set name. All right, so yep, the next thing is we're going to make changes for the next part, that is this one. So instead of password, it's going to be email, and it's going to be set email over here. So enter your email instead of enter your password. Okay, and for the last one, it's going to be enter your password. So here secure text entry is going to be true, and value is going to be password, and set the password to be of the text. Save the file. Okay, I think that there is a bit more space over here as compared to here. So let's make that change. Let's remove this out once and see how it's looking. Yep, I think now it's looking better. Okay, so yep, the next thing is we're gonna make the change for the icon. So I think for name, it's gonna be this one, that is a profile icon or the person icon. So let's search for person, and we're going to use, let's say, this one from iron icons. So copy the icon family first, import it first over here, and yeah, copy that into component code, and we're going to paste it for the first one, that is over here. So it's going to be gray, and it's going to have a margin left of 8. All right, so that's looking fine. So enter your name, enter your email, and final one, it's going to be enter your password. Okay, I think the icons have been switched, right? So just a sec. So this is going to be enter your password. All right, and yeah, we need to change the icons as well. So email is going to come over here, and the log icon is going to come at the last instead of the email. Yep, that's looking fine. So over here, if at all, okay, we need to change this also. So it's going to say already have an account and then sign up. Not sign up, sign in, I guess, right? Sign in. Okay, so this is going to be navigation dot, go back to the previous screen to log in. All right, so let's press over here. So as you can see, we are able to switch between the login screen as well as the register screen. So once let's check if the state has been correctly mapped to the text input. So firstly, we have email, password, and name. So for the first one, the values name on chain set name is being done correctly. And over here we have the problem. So instead of password, we need to write it as name. All right, and the next thing is we're gonna look into the second one, that is email, values email, on change text we are setting the email, that's correct. And let's remove secure text entry to be true. And finally we have the password, right? So values password secure text entry equals to true. All right, and on change we are setting the password. Yep, I think everything is looking fine, right? So the next step is we're going to define some endpoints inside of our index.js file, okay, so that we can log in as well as register to this particular app. Okay, so over here we're going to say firstly endpoint to register in the app. And before we design the endpoint or write the endpoint, we have to initialize our models that are being present in this particular app. So now I'm going to create a new folder inside of my file tree that's going to be inside of the API folder. So I'm going to say models, and over here I'm going to initialize a new file that's going to be user.js. okay, so here we're going to define the structure of our user model. So to do that, firstly I need access to my mongoose. So I'm going to say const mongoose equals to require mongoose, and here I'm going to say const user schema equals to new mongoose dot schema. It's going to take in an object. So here firstly I'm going to define my first attribute, that is going to be name. So this is going to be a type of string, and it's going to have a required as true. After that we have access to the email. So email, over here we're going to have a type of string, and it's going to be required as true, and unique also is going to be true. All right, and after the name and email we have the next one, that is the password. So here it's going to have a type of string, and it's going to have a required as true. And after that we have another attribute that is known as verified, because as soon as the user registers from this app, you're going to send a verification email to that particular user. All right, so I'm going to say verified. It's going to be a type of verified, type of boolean, and default it's going to be false. Whenever the user presses on the link that we have sent it to the email of that particular user, then we're going to make this verified to be true. All right, and after the verified we're going to say a verification token it's gonna be string. And after that, I'm gonna have my addresses array. So addresses can have any number of arrays, as we saw in the initial part of the video. So over here I'm gonna define it. So it's gonna have a name, that's gonna be a type of string. Mobile number is gonna be string. House number is gonna be string as well. Street is gonna be string. Landmark is gonna be string. City is gonna be string. And after the city, we're gonna have the country. That's gonna be string. And after the country, we have the postal code. Okay, so this also is going to be string. Okay, so this is it about the addresses part. So the next thing we're going to look into is the orders, right? So I'm going to say orders. So this orders is going to contain all of the order IDs that particular user has ordered. Okay, so it's going to have basically an object. It's going to be type, that is mongoose dot schema dot types dot object ID, just like this. And reference is going to be of type order. Okay, so that's it about the orders. And the next thing we're going to look into is the created at attribute. That's the final one. So I'm going to say user created at. So it's going to have a type of date, and default it's going to be date.nav. Okay, format ones. So these are the required attributes for the user schema: name, email, password, verified, verification token, addresses, orders, and then created at. So now we're going to export this over here. So I'm going to say const user equals to mongoose.model of user, and over here I'm going to pass in my user schema that I've just defined, that is this one. All right, and after that I'm going to say module dot exports equals to user. So this was it about the user schema. So save the file. Okay, so the next thing is we're going to define the next model that we have in the app, that is the order schema. So come over here and create a new file inside of our models folder, that is order.js. So here let's start defining over here. So I'm going to say const mongoose equals to require mongoose, and I'm going to say const order schema equals to new mongoose dot schema. So the first one is going to be user. It's going to have a type, that is mongoose dot schema dot types dot object ID. And after this it's going to have a reference. Of course, it's going to be to the user, and required should be true. And after we have written this, we're going to of course show all of the products, right? That is basically storing it in the backend. So we can have many products at a time, so it's going to contain an array. So here we're going to define the type of the product. So it's going to contain the name. So here it's going to have a type of string, and it's going to have a required attribute as true. And after the name, we're going to have the next one, that is the quantity of the product. So it's going to have a type of number, and it's going to have a required of true. And after quantity, we're going to have of course the price of that particular item. So it's gonna have a type of number again, and required is gonna be true. So after the price, we're gonna have the image as well. So it's gonna have a type of string this time, and required is gonna be true. So that was it about the products, right? So the next thing is, after the products, we're gonna have the total price of that particular order that has been placed. So total price, type is gonna be number, required is gonna be true, just like this. So after the total price, we're gonna have the shipping address. So I'm gonna say shipping address. So it's gonna take in a bunch of attributes, that is the name. So the type is gonna be of string, and we're gonna say required to be true, and we're gonna have the mobile number. So mobile number is gonna be again a type of string, and required is gonna be true. And after mobile number, we have the house number, type is gonna be string, and required is gonna be true. And after house number, we're gonna have the street. So street over here. So again over here, we're gonna have a type of string, and we're gonna say required to be true, just like this. And after the street, we have of course the landmark. I'm gonna say landmark, the type is gonna be string, and required is gonna be true. So after landmark, we have of course the postal code. So I'm gonna say postal code. So type is gonna be string, and we're gonna give a required attribute, it's gonna be true. Okay, so that's it about the shipping address. So after the shipping address, we have the payment method, that's gonna come over here. So I'm gonna say payment method. So payment method over here, it's either gonna be cash or a debit card, something like that, right? So here I'm gonna say type string, and required is gonna be true. And after that, over here, we're gonna have the final one, that is created at. So when was the order created, right? So for that, I'm gonna say type, it's gonna be type of date, and default is gonna be date.now. Alright, so these are the required things for our order schema. That is basically the user information, the product information that has been ordered, and the total price of the order, the shipping address, and of course the payment method, as well as created at. Okay, so save the file, and over here we're going to export it. So I'm going to say const order equals to mongoose.model order. We're going to pass in the user schema to this. That is, I mean, not the user schema, my bad. It's going to be the order schema. That is this one, right? So after that, we're going to say module.exports equals to order. So save the file. So that's it. So we have defined two of the models, that is the user model, that is this one, as well as the order model, that is this one. So the next step is, firstly we're going to firstly we're going to import this into our index.js file, and then we can start writing our endpoints over here. So firstly, I'm going to say I'm going to make use of the post method, and it's going to be /register. Alright, so this is going to be a async function. So I'm going to say async, and of course it's going to take in both the request as well as the response in the callback. And here I'm going to initialize my try catch block firstly. So I'm going to say try catch. Firstly, let's define the catch block. So I'm going to say catch of error, and firstly I'm going to say console.log error registering user, and just show me whatever that error is. And I'm going to send result.status, of 500 dot JSON with this message such as registration failed. Okay, just like this. And over here, let's start defining our try block. So firstly, to register a user, I need access to three things, right? Okay, I think we have forgotten to make this change as well. So let's do that first. So instead of login, it needs to be register inside of the register screen. Just like this. So let's come back to the index.js file. So as you can see over here, we need access to the name, email, and the password. So the same thing I'm going to write over here. So I'm going to say const name, email, password equals to the request.body. Okay, so firstly, I'm going to check if an email is already registered. So I'm going to say check if the email is already registered. So to do that, I'm going to say const existing user equals to await. I'm going to make use of my user model. So firstly, let's import that out over here. So I'm going to say const user equals to require. Firstly, go into the the models folder, and then it's going to be user. Let's also define let's also import the your order. I'm going to say const order equals to require. Firstly, go into the models folder and then access the order. All right, so over here I'm going to say await user dot find one. I'm going to make use of the find one method, and here I'm going to pass in find based on, of course, whatever the email is. And if at all we have an existing user, so if existing user is present, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say return result dot status of 400 dot JSON with this message saying email already registered. Just like this. All right, so if at all there is no existing user, then that means we need to create a new user, right? So I'm going to say create a new user. So here I'm going to write const new user equals to new, access the user model just like this, and over here I'm passing my name, email, as well as my password. Alright, so after we create a new user, firstly I'm going to generate and store the verification token. Here I'm going to say generate and store the verification token. So here firstly we have access to, if you check out a user.js, we have access to this thing, right? Verification token. So here what I'm going to do is I'm going to say new user dot verification token equals to, so we have already imported the crypto, right? So with the help of this, we're going to create a random string. So here I'm going to say crypto dot random bytes of, let's say, 20 dot toString, and over here I'm going to pass in hex. So this is going to give us a random string of, let's say, 20 characters, and that will be useful to us. So after doing this, I'm going to say await, or firstly I'm going to write save the user to the database, and here I'm going to say await new user dot save. Alright, so after that, after we have saved the user, we need to send a verification email to that particular user, right? So I'm going to say send verification email to the user. just like this. And here I'm going to define the function for that. I'm going to say send verification email to which email? That's going to be new user.email and new user dot verification token. So that's going to be the parameters over here. So I'm going to say new user dot email comma new user dot verification token. So this is going to come over here from here, and this new user dot verification token we have already generated over here. Okay, so the next step is we're going to define the function for the send verification email. So let's do that over here. So here I'm going to say function to send verification email to the user. So here I'm going to say const send verification email. It's going to be a async one. So this is going to take in two parameters, of course, that is the email and the verification token, this one and this one. So here I'm going to say email, and here I'm going to say verification token, just like this. So here what we need to do is firstly we need to create a node mailer transport. So for that reason we have imported and installed node mailer, right? So here I'm going to say create a node mailer transport. So firstly we're going to do that. I'm going to say const transporter equals to node mailer dot create transport. We have that method, so I'm going to say create transport. It's going to take in an object over here. Firstly we need to configure the email service, right? So I'm going to say configure the email service, and here I'm going to write the service. So in my case I'm going to use Gmail, so I'm going to say service as Gmail, right? And next is auth. So this is going to contain the email from which we are sending it to the registered user. So I'm going to say user, and I'm going to write in my original email, that is this one. All right, and the next thing is, so we need to write the passcode over here. So my email has the two-factor authentication enabled. So to get the passcode over here, firstly you need to head over to Chrome, select your Google account and press on manage activity. And after coming over here, firstly you need to press on your security, or I think we can actually search directly over here. Make sure you search for app passwords. Okay, let's press over here. So here we are going to get a 16-digit character, right? So in place of select app, you're going to press on mail, and in place of select device you're going to press on custom and enter a name for the custom device. So in my case you're going to enter it as node mailer. Just make sure you enter it as node mailer, just like this, in the place of your custom device name. So again, once more, for select app you need to press on mail, and for select device you need to press on other custom name, and you're going to get a blank for custom name. Over there you need to enter node mailer, that is this one. Okay, so after pressing on that, just click on generate. You're going to get a 16 character string, something like that, and the same thing you're going to paste it over here. Okay, so I've already generated it, so I'm going to paste it over here, and after doing that I'm just gonna comment this down. So after doing that, the next thing is we need to compose the email message, right? So I'm going to say compose the email message. So firstly I'm going to say const initialize my mail options. All right, so I'm going to say from, you can give it anything, let's say amazon.com, something like this, and we're going to say send the email to, so this is going to be to email itself. So that means we are sending the email to that particular user, right? So I'm going to say to is going to be email, subject is going to be email verification, So email verification, and we're gonna pass in whatever the text is. So here I'm gonna say, I'm gonna make use of backtext first. I'm gonna say, please click the following link to verify your email. Okay, and that link is gonna be http localhost 8000 / verify, and then / your verification token, whatever we have got from the crypto, that is this one, right? So I'm gonna say just import the verification token over here. Verification token, that's gonna come from the parameter. So I think, yeah, you can save the file. All right, save the file, and after doing that, we're gonna say send the email. So here I'm going to initialize my try catch block firstly. So catch of error, I'm going to say console.log error sending verification email, and just give me whatever that particular error is. And inside the try block, we have the method that is await transporter dot send mail, await transporter, right? Yeah, await transporter dot send mail, and this is going to take in, of course, the mail options. So just pass in the mail options just like this. Okay, so we can save the file. I think the system is super slow. So let's wait for a couple of seconds. All right, so the next step is we're gonna define the endpoint for verifying that particular token, right? So we're gonna do that right over here. So I'm gonna say endpoint to verify the email. So it's gonna be app.get method. So it's gonna be / verify and / token. Okay, just like this, and it's gonna be async function, and of course it's gonna have the request and the response in the callback. And firstly, I'm gonna initialize my try catch block. So I'm gonna say try and catch of error. So if at all there is any error, I'm gonna say result.status of 500.json. The message is gonna be email verification failed, just like this. And inside the try block, firstly I'm going to say access my token. So const token equals to request.params.token. all right, and after that, firstly I'm going to say find the user with the given verification token. Okay, so I'm going to say const user equals to await user access that user model dot find one method. So find one, and over here we're going to say verification token equals to the token itself. Okay, that is coming from the request.params.token. So after finding that particular token, firstly we're going to check if at all there is no user. So if there is no user, I'm going to say return the result.status of 404.json. The message is going to be invalid verification token. So if at all we have the user that matches with this verification token, that's this one, then we're going to say we're going to mark the user as verified. So mark the user as verified. So to do that, I'm going to say just user dot verified equals to true. So if you would remember, initially we had given verified as false, right? So when the user presses on that particular link, that means if the verification token is matching with this one, then in that case only we're gonna implement the steps, that is user.verified equals to true, and then we're gonna say user.verification token equals to undefined. All right, so after doing this, I'm gonna say await the user, we're gonna save it just like that, and over here I'm gonna send result.status of 200 dot json with this message, that is email verified successfully. Okay, so I think that's it about verifying that particular link that is sent to the user. So the next step you're going to do is we're going to write the onPress function on the register button in the front end part. So let's head over to register screen over here, and I'm going to create an onPress event on the register button. So I'm going to say onPress equals to handle register. So let's define this function right at the top over here. So I'm going to say const handle register equals to a normal arrow function. So firstly, to register a user, I need access to three things, that is the name, email, and the password. So let's define that. So I'm going to say const user equals to name, that's going to be name, which is stored inside of state. We need access to the email, that also stored inside of state, and password, that also stored inside of state. All right, so we have initialized our user, and over here next thing is we're going to say send a post request to the backend. All right, so here I'm going to say firstly let's check if you have installed Axios. Nope, it's not installed, so let's install that first. So come over here and just say yarn add Axios. Okay, so after installing this one, we're going to make use of Axios. So here I'm going to say Axios, import Axios from Axios, just like this, and I'm going to say Axios dot post method. The URL is going to be http localhost 8000 / register, and this of course is going to take in the user. Okay, so dot then of response, you can pretty much console.log response if you want to, and if at all everything worked out correctly, I'm going to say alert registration successful, and we're going to pass in the second message. We're going to say you have registered successfully, just like this, and let's also import our alert from React Native. All right, and after doing that, I'm going to say set the name field to be empty over here, and I'm going to say set the password field to be empty, and set the email field also to be empty. And if at all there is any error, we're going to catch it over here. I'm going to say dot catch of error, and firstly I'm going to say give the alert box, that is alert.alert registration error. Okay, we're going to pass in one more message which says an error occurred during registration, and after the alert box, I'm just gonna say console.log registration failed registration failed, and just give me whatever that error is. Just like this, we have completed the handle register function. So hopefully we have done everything right. We should be seeing the correct output. Okay, so let's give that a try. Save the file once. Let's check if we have done everything correctly. We have the register endpoint. Okay, we have defined the send verification function over here with the transporter, and this is the endpoint to verify over here. For that is this link, and we have defined endpoint to verify the email as well. So let's see if this works out, and inside the front end part we have done this right. So now let's give this a try. So I'm gonna write in my name over here, and I'm gonna paste in my email over here, and after the email I'm gonna enter my password. So if everything we have done is right, that means we need to see the verification email coming to my email. Okay, so let's press on register. So as you can see, registration is successful. Okay, so now let's go check out our MongoDB once over here. I'm going to refresh over here, and as you can see, we have our first user being created. So this is the name, this is my email, this is the unique ID generated. So this is my password. So verified is currently false by default, and this is the verification token generated. So I'm gonna go to my mail and check if at all the mail has come to me, right? So over here, I'm gonna go to my mail. This is my email verification. Okay, so please click on the following link to verify your email. So I'm gonna press on this. We're gonna go into that particular endpoint, and as you can see, email verified successfully. So now if I come to my backend over here in the MongoDB, and if I refresh over here, verified should be set to be true, and this should be gone because we are setting it to be undefined, right? So refresh once. So as you can see, verified is true and the verification token is gone. All right, so that's the registration part. Okay, so if you get stuck in any part of the implementations while doing this, you can comment down below, or you can pretty much text me. Links are in the description. All right, so the next step after doing this is we're gonna include the endpoint for logging in, right? So to do that, let's come over to our index.js file that is over here. After we have verified the user, I'm gonna say endpoint to log in the user. Now I'm going to say app.post, so it's going to be /login, and it's going to be an async method. So I'm going to say async, and of course we're going to take in the request and the response in the callback. And firstly, we're going to initialize our try catch block. So I'm going to say try and then catch of error. So firstly, I'm going to say result.status of 500.json with the message saying login failed. Okay, so firstly, inside the try block, firstly we need access to two things to login, that is our email as well as the password, right? So firstly, let's access that. So I'm going to say const email comma password equals to the request.body. All right, and firstly we're going to check if at all if the user exists, right? So to do that, I'm going to say const user equals to await user dot find one with the help of the email, whatever the user has written, right? So if at all there is no user, I'm going to say return a result.status of 401.json with the message being invalid email or password. Okay, and the next step is we're going to check if at all the password is right or not. So to do that, I'm going to check if the user dot password, okay, is not equal to the password that user has written over here. Then in that case, we're going to say so here I'm going to say return result.status of 401.json with the message being invalid password. Alright, so if at all the username is right, that is if the email is right, and if the password is right for that particular email, then we're going to create a token, right? So I'm going to say generate a token. So to do that, I'm going to say const token equals to JWT. We have already initialized that during the start, that is this one. Okay, so I'm going to say const token equals to JWT dot sign. So this in turn is going to take in, I'm going to write my user ID. It's going to be user dot underscore ID, and along with this I'm going to pass in the secret key, right? So that's going to happen over here, secret key. So now we're going to define our secret key. We are pretty much going to follow the same piece of method over here, right? So that we followed over here in the registration process, right? So I'm going to say over here const secret key equals to generate secret key. We're going to define that function. So firstly, let's say const generate secret key equals to a normal arrow function. Here I'm going to say const secret key equals to, make use of crypto, so crypto dot random bytes of 32 dot toString, and it's going to be of hex. Okay, and after that I'm going to say return that particular secret key. Okay, so let's see what the error is. Declarations, const declarations must be initialized. Yep, I think that's gone. Okay, so let's save the file. So whatever characters are obtained over here, that's going to be stored inside of this value, that is secret key, because we are initializing it to a function, and the same thing will be accessed over here, that is inside in secret key. So after doing that, we're going to send a result.status. So I'm going to say result.status of, let's say, 200.json of that particular token, whatever we have generated it, along with the user ID and the secret key, right? So save the file, and the next step is we are going to go into the front end and initialize a on-press event on the login button. So to do that, let's head over to login screen, and over here where we have login, I'm going to say on-press handle login. Okay, so let's define the function right at the top. So I'm going to say const handle login equals to a normal arrow function. So for logging in, we need access to two things, that is the email of the user and the password of the user. So I'm going to say const user equals to, email is going to be email and password is going to be password. Both of them are stored in states, that is this one and this one, right? So after initializing that, I'm going to say Axios, import Axios from Axios. I'm going to make use of the post method, and this is going to be my logging. This is going to be my URL, that is http localhost 8000 and then /login, and it's going to take in the user. So after doing that, I'm going to apply the then method, which is going to give us whatever the response is. So if you want, you can just console.log the response. Alright, and over here, after doing that, I'm going to say const token equals to response.data.token to access whatever token is coming, right? So the next step is we're going to store this token inside of async storage. So we're going to import, firstly we're going to install async storage into our system. So over here, I'm going to say async storage expo. Okay, so go to the first link and install with the help of this code. Okay, just paste that out over here. So after installing this, we're gonna pretty much store it inside of async storage. So I'm gonna say async storage. So import async storage correctly from this dependency. And we have two methods. Firstly, we need to set the item. So I'm gonna make use of set item. And we're gonna set the item with the help of a particular key. So this works basically in the form of key value pairs, right? So the key I'm gonna give is auth token. And over here, the token is gonna be this itself that we have initialized. All right, so after setting the auth token, I'm gonna say navigation.replace to the home screen for now, right? So firstly, let's create a basic home screen over here. So I'm gonna say home screen .js rnfes. Okay, so let's come back to the stack navigator. So just for this purpose, we're just going to initialize the home screen. After doing this, we're going to start designing the bottom tab navigator, and then we need to make changes to the stack navigator as well. So I'm going to say home. So component is going to be home screen over here. Home screen. All right, let's import home screen from the screens folder, just like this. Save the file. And let's come back to the login screen. So after we do this, that is after setting into the async storage, I'm going to say navigation dot replace to the home screen. All right, so that's it. And if at all there is any error while implementing this, we're going to catch that. So here I'm going to say dot catch of error, whatever that error is. Here I'm going to say alert dot alert login error and invalid email. And after that, just console.log whatever that error is. Okay, that's it. So save the file and let's give this a try. So I'm going to enter my email over here, and I'm going to enter my password as well, and I'm going to press on login. So as you can see, we are exactly coming into the home screen. So if you check out our response, so this is our token. This is our response, right? And over here we have the token. So with the help of that, we are storing that inside of async storage, and we are coming correctly to the home screen. Okay, so as you can see, this is the data object where we have the token. So for that reason, I've written response.data.token, right? So that's it. So the next step we're going to do is we're going to start styling our bottom tab navigator, and we're going to make some changes over here in the stack navigator. Okay. So firstly, I'm going to initialize my create bottom tab navigator. So to do that, I'm going to say const tab equals to create bottom tab navigator. Import that as well, just like this. Okay. And after that, firstly, we're going to make use of a function over here. I'm going to say function bottom tabs, something like this. And over here, I'm going to say return the tab dot navigator. So this is going to have the first tab. So we're going to say tab dot screen. So over here for the name, I'm going to say home. So component is going to be home screen. And let's import home screen. It's already imported. Okay. So after that, we're going to provide some options to this particular tab. Okay. So options, we're going to say tab bar label. So tab bar label is going to be home itself. And after that, we're going to say tab bar label style. We're going to give it a specific color of this color code. Okay. And after that, we're going to give the header shown as false for this particular screen. All right. So the next thing we'll be looking into is the icon part. So here I'm going to say tab bar icon. So this is going to take in further a prop that is focused or not. So if at all the icon is focused, we're going to show different icon. If at all it is not focused, we're going to show again another icon. So I'm going to say focused, then show icon, else we're going to show something else. So for the home thing, let's firstly go to the icons over here. That is expo.icons.fii, the first link, and let us search for home. So if it is not focused, if it is focused, we're going to use this one. So we're going to firstly import the icon family over here. And next we're going to copy this code, that is render component code, and we're going to paste it over here if it is focused, just right here. And if it is not focused also, we're going to make use of this one, let's say from and design. So firstly import the icon family over here, and the next thing is we're going to copy the render component code and paste it over here. Okay, so format once and we could save the file. So this is our first tab. So similarly, I'm going to copy this a couple of times to have three icons. Two more. That is one for the profile and one for the cart. All right. So just copy this out and let's make the changes. So for the second one, we're going to name it as profile first instead of home. So that's going to happen over here. So I'm going to say profile, and we're going to make the changes for the icon as well. And we should make changes here also. So profile. All right, and let us search for the person icon. So I'm going to say person over here. So if it is focused, we're going to use this one. All right, so firstly import the icon family. Okay, so we're going to paste that over here, and we can copy the render component code next, and we're going to paste it over here. That is, if at all it is focused, it's going to be this one. And if it's not focused, we're going to make use of the outlined version of this icon. That's going to be this one. Icons is already imported, so just copy the render component code and paste it out over here. All right, so the next thing is we have for the cart. So here I'm going to search, I'm going to write cart, and tab bar label also is going to be cart, just like this. And the next thing we'll be looking into is, of course, the icons. So let us search for shopping cart over here. So I'm going to say shopping cart. So we're going to make use of, let's say, and design this one itself. So I think and design is already imported. Just copy the render component code. Okay, and if it is focused, we're going to choose this one. And if it is not focused, also we're going to choose the same one. Okay, but with a different color. So if it is not focused, it's going to be in black color, and if it's focused, it's going to be the same color as this one that we gave to the tab bar label style, that is the bluish kind of color, right? So let's make the change for each of the icon. So over here, instead of black, it's going to be this one. Same thing goes over here if it is focused, and over here as well, just like this. So we're going to save the file. So we have initiated the bottom tabs function. So the next step is we're going to include that into our stack.navigator so that we can see the bottom tab navigator being seen on the screen. Okay, so over here, firstly, I'm going to say instead of name equals to home, I'm going to say name equals to main, and component is going to be the bottom tabs itself. So I'm going to say bottom tabs, just like this. And firstly, let's go into the login screen and make the change. That is, if at all the user logs in, we're going to say navigation.replace to the main. All right, so we're going to save the file once, and over here as well, save the file. Okay, so we need to log in again. So pretty much I'm going to copy the email over here. Now I'm going to enter my password, and I'm going to press on login. Okay, so as you can see, we are coming exactly to the home screen with the bottom tab navigator being initialized. All right, so that's looking better. So the next step is we're going to start designing the home screen over here. And before that, we're going to check if at all the user is logged in or not inside of the login screen. So to do that, firstly, I'm going to initialize my use effect, and inside of that, I'm going to initialize a function and check the login status. All right, so here I'm going to say use effect, just like this. And over here, we're going to make it run exactly once. So firstly, I'm going to initialize a function. Let's say const check login status equals to a basic async function. All right, so firstly, we need access to the token that we have stored while logging in, right? So before that, let's initialize our try catch block. So try catch, firstly catch block. So firstly get the error. I'm going to say console.log error message with that particular error. Alright, so inside the try block, what we're going to do is firstly get access to the token. So I'm going to say const token equals to await async storage. So make sure you import async storage. It's already imported. So to get the item, we have the get item method. Okay, so I'm going to say dot get item, and we need to provide the same key with which we set it. So the key was auth token, right? So make sure you write the same spelling. There is auth token. So over here I'm applying the condition, that is if at all the token is present, then navigate to the main screen. So here I'm going to say navigation dot replace to the main screen. All right, just like this. Else we're going to say pretty much it's going to show up this screen itself, that is the login screen. Okay, so format it once, and we're going to call this function over here, that is check login status. All right, so save the file. Okay, so now we can continue building up the home screen. So the first thing inside of the home screen is the status bar, which is present, right? So first let's go into home screen, and firstly I'm going to initialize my safe area view over here. So I'm going to say safe area view. So copy that out, and we're going to use it instead of the normal view, and we're going to provide some styles to the safe area view over here. So I'm going to say style. So firstly I'm going to give it some padding top. So I'm going to say padding top. So over here I'm going to make use of the platform.os. So import platform from React Native. We're going to check if the platform.os equals to Android, then give a space of 40. Else if it is iOS, then it's going to be 0 itself. All right, so along with this we're going to give a background color of white and a flex of 1 to the safe area view. So I'm going to give a background color. So here I'm going to say background color of white. So as you can see, that has been applied. So the next step is we're going to start designing the search bar. So firstly I'm going to initialize my scroll view over here, because we need scroll functionality inside of our home screen. So import scroll view from React Native. Okay, not sure why that did not import. So scroll view. So over here inside of the scroll view, I'm going to initialize my first view. So inside this view, we're going to have a pressable, which is going to contain, of course, the text input, this icon, and towards the right, we have the mic icon. So firstly, inside of the pressable, I'm going to get my search icon. So let's get that. So search icon, let's get it from &design. Import &design first into the home screen over here, and copy out the render component code, and we're going to paste it right here. And after that we're going to say text input. Okay, so over here we're going to give some placeholder to this. So I'm going to say placeholder. We're going to say search amazon.in, something like that. And now we're going to start styling out the auto pressable over here. So firstly I'm going to say style, give it a flex direction of row, and then align items of center. Okay, and then we're going to give it some margin horizontal as well. So margin horizontal of 7, some gap between the two, let's say gap of 10. I wanted to have a background color of white. Okay, and a slight border radius of, let's say, 3, and I'm going to give it a specific height of 38, and give me a flex of 1, because we have the icon, and this one should take up the maximum space. That is, this white color part should take up the maximum space and push the icon towards the rightmost part. All right, so now we have just styled the inner part. We need to style this blue color part that is there outside of the container. So to style that, we're going to give the style for this particular view. So I'm going to say style. So it's going to have a different background color. So I'm going to say background color of this color code, that is 00CED1, and we're going to give it some internal spacing, that is padding of 10, and I'm going to say flex direction of row and align items of center. Alright, so we can save the file. So as you can see, that's looking better. So now we're going to give some piece of styling for the search icon, I guess, right? It is in black, but we need to provide some spacing towards the left. So here I'm going to say style, and I'm going to say padding left of 10. Okay, and let us decrease the size of the icon to 22. Yep, that's looking better. So now after the pressable, we're going to initialize the mic icon because we've given flex direction of row and align items of center, right? So this is the first child, and the second one is going to be, of course, the icon. So let us search for the mic icon. So we're going to use that from, let's say, ntypo or this one feather. So let's import the icon first over here, and let's copy the render component code, and we're going to paste it right after the pressable. So it automatically comes in the row because we have given flex direction of row and line items of center. All right, so that part is done. So the next step is we're going to style the next part, which contains the address. All right, so for that we're going to initialize one more view that's going to come after this particular view. So I'm going to say view. So this is going to have basically the icon, that's the first thing, and towards the icon it's going to have the address. So firstly, let's get the location icon from expo icons. So we can choose this one. So import icons first over here, and then copy the render component code, and we're going to paste it inside the view. That's the first thing. Okay, so currently we're just going to hard code the address, and when we make it dynamic, we're going to write the conditions and do that part. So firstly, initialize a pressable because we need to press on this, and initialize a text field. So here I'm going to say deliver to whatever name you want to add with a small bit of address, something like this. Okay, so now save the file. As you can see, that's looking better. So now we're going to style out the outer view, which contains the icon as well as this pressable. So I'm going to say style. Firstly, I'm going to give it a flex direction of row, align items of center, and we're going to give it a gap of 5 between these two children, and I'm going to give it some internal spacing, that is padding of 10, and a background color as well of this color code, that is AF EEEE. Okay, yes, I think that's looking fine. So the next step is we're going to style out the text over here. So here I'm going to say style. Firstly, we're going to give it a text align of center. I think that's not required. Let's give it a font size of 15. Is it 15, or I think it's a bit less. Let's give it 12 or 13. Yeah, 13 looks okay. And we're going to give it some font weight as well of 500, and save the file. All right, so after that we have one more icon, that is the drop down icon. So that's going to come right after the pressable. Okay, so that's going to be basically the arrow icon. So we're going to search for keyboard arrow down from material icons. So let's import the icon family first, and we're going to paste it over here. Copy the render component code. You're going to paste that right after the icon. So automatically it comes into the row because of the styling we have given to the parent. So save the file. As you can see, that's looking better. So the next thing is we're going to style out this horizontal list of categories, right? So for that, firstly, I'm going to copy the data into my home screen. Okay guys, I've just copied down the data required to style the categories over here. So basically it is a list array, as you can see, and it has an array of objects, and each object has a unique ID, a unique image, and the name of that particular category. So with the help of this information, we're going to style out this horizontal list of categories. All right, so let us make this small. And firstly, after the view, after this one, I'm going to initialize my scroll view right over here. And for the scroll view, firstly, I'm going to give it as horizontal because we need to scroll it horizontally. And I'm going to say show horizontal scroll indicator, and I'm going to set it to be false. So firstly, inside the scroll view, we have access to the list array. So I'm going to map over it. So I'm going to say list.map. So for every item and index, I want you to return a pressable. So pressable. Okay. And the first thing inside the pressable is we're going to show up the image. So I'm going to import the image tag from React Native, and we're going to write the source for this, which in turn is going to take in the URI. It's going to be item.image. You can check out the data. To access the image, it's going to be item.image, and to access the name, it's going to be item.name. All right, so now let's give the style for the image so that we can see that on the screen. So we're going to say style. It's going to have a width of 50 and a height of 50, and it's going to have a resize mode of contain, just like this. So save the file. So as you can see, we're able to see all of the products that are present inside of the list array. So after that, we're going to give the text attribute, which is going to contain the name of the category. So to access the name, as I told, it's going to be item.name. So here, let's give the style for the text. We're going to give it a text align of center. So text align of center and a font size of, let's say, 12. And we're going to give it a font weight of 500 and a margin top of 5, and save the file. As you can see, that's looking better. So now, as you can see, all of the products are stacked along one another, right? So we need to give it some proper spacing. So to do that, let's head over to the pressable and give the style for it. So firstly, I'm going to say key equals to index, and style is going to be this one. Firstly, we're going to give it some external spacing, that is margin of 10, and I'm going to say justify content of center, so it gets aligned with the text, and align items of center. Save the file. So as you can see, now it's looking proper, right? So the next step we'll be looking into is we're going to initialize a slider box where we can show the image carousel. Okay, so to do that, firstly, we're going to install a dependency over here inside our terminal. So I'm going to write yarn add React Native image slider box. Okay, so let's press on enter. So after installing this, we're going to start defining this after the scroll view, that is this one. So I'm going to say slider box. All right, so let's import slider box from this dependency. So we're going to import it manually. So I'm going to say import slider box from React Native image slider box. So this slider box is going to take in the images over here. So first, let me get the images data. Okay guys, I've just pasted the code for the image data. So it is again an array. Okay, so here we have a bunch of images. I'll be sending all of this data, even the list one, in the description below. You can check that out. Okay, so with the help of this images, we're going to style out the slider box. So here, it's going to take in, of course, the images. I'm going to say images is equals to the images that is there inside of the array. And I want it to autoplay. So I'm going to say autoplay. And we're going to give circle loop. And we're going to give it a dot color of, let's say, this color code. Okay, that is 13274F, and we're going to give the inactive dot color as well. So inactive dot color equals to 90A4AE, and we're going to give the image component style, that is basically a width of 100%. Alright, so these are some of the options that are required for the slider box. Okay, so let's pretty much save the file. And as you can see, we are able to see the slider box correctly on the screen. Okay, we can scroll it properly from the first image to the third image, and it is automatically scrollable as well. All right, so that part is done. So the next step is we're gonna start designing our trending deals of the week. So that's gonna come right after the slider box. So here I'm gonna say text, which is gonna say trending deals of the week. So we're going to give some styling for the text. I'm going to give it some internal spacing, that is padding of 10, and we're going to give it a font size of 18, and we're going to give it a font weight of bold. Okay, so save the file. As you can see, that's looking better. So the next thing is we're going to initialize a view. Okay, so now we need access to this particular data, right? So let's go get that data. I'll just copy down that data. Okay guys, I've just pasted the code for all of the deals. Okay, again, it is an array of objects. So each object inside the deals array has a unique ID, has a title. It's going to contain the old price, the new price, and the image, and the carousel images. It's going to contain the color as well as the size. All right, so now with the help of this array, we're going to style out the trending deals of the week. Okay, so here I'm going to say deals.map. So for every item and index, return a pressable, just like this, and pressable is already imported. Okay, so the first thing inside the pressable is the image. So to access the image, it's going to be item.image. So firstly, we're going to initialize the source, which in turn is going to take in the URI. It's going to be item.image. So let's give the style for the image so that we can see it on the screen. So I'm going to give it a specific width of 200 and a height of 200, and we're going to give it a resize mode of contain. And yeah, we can save the file. So as you can see, we are able to see 4 images. Okay, but over here we want it to come in 2 columns, right? So we have the view over here. We're going to give the style to that. So firstly, I'm going to say style equals to flex direction of row and align items of center. And if at all the space completes over here, then come to the next line and take up the remaining space. So to do that part, we're going to write flex wrap of wrap. So let us save the file. Okay, that didn't work. Okay, so even though we have given flex wrap of wrap, and since the width is 200, it's taking up the entire space. So let's decrease the width so that it takes up exactly 2 columns. So here I'm going to say 180 and height also 180. So it comes in 2 columns. As you can see, that's looking better. All right, so the next thing is we're going to look into the styling of the pressable. So over here I'm going to say style. So firstly, we're going to give it some margin vertical, some vertical spacing. So margin vertical of 10, and we're going to give a flex direction of row and align items of center, and save the file. Yep, I think that's looking better. So here for the scroll view, we can later remove that show vertical scroll indicator. All right, I think this part is done. So the next thing we'll be looking into is the trending deals. That's going to come just below this. Okay, so firstly, we're going to have a border that comes below this. So that's going to happen right after the view. So let's format once, and over here I'm going to say text. This is for the border, so it's a self-enclosing tag. I'm going to give style. It's going to have a height of 1 and a border color of this color code, D0 D0 D0, and it's going to have a border width of 2. Okay, so as you can see, that's looking better. So let's give it some margin top for this one. I'm going to say margin top of 12. or 15. Okay, yes, I think that's looking fine. So after that, we're going to have the second piece of text that's going to come over here. So I'm going to say text. This is going to say today's deals. All right, so we're going to give the style for this. I'm going to say style, padding of 10, font size of 18, and then font weight of bold. So save the file. As you can see, that's looking better. So now if I need access to the offers that are going to come right over here, so let me get the code for all of the offers. Okay, so I've just pasted the code for all of the offers. Again, this is an array of objects, and each of the object is going to have a unique ID, a title, a offer tag, and the old price, the new price, the image for that particular product, and the carousel images, and the color, as well as the size. So we're going to make use of this data, and then we're going to style this out. So that's going to happen right after the text. So firstly, I'm going to make use of my scroll view, because this also is horizontally scrollable. So scroll view, here I'm firstly going to say horizontal, and I'm going to say show horizontal scroll indicator, and I'm going to set it to be false. So the first thing inside the scroll view is I'm going to make use of the offers array. I'm going to map over it, firstly access the item and the index, and over here I'm going to return a pressable. So for the pressable, the first thing is we're going to show the image, right? So we're going to say image. It's going to take in the source, which in turn is going to take in the URI. That's going to be item.image. So we're going to give the style to the image so that we can see it on the screen. So I'm going to say style. I'm going to give it a width of 150 and a height of 150 as well. And let's save the file. So as you can see, we are able to see all of the images that are present inside of the deals. So along with this, I'm going to give a resize mode of contain. So the image looks better with this particular width that we have given. Okay, so as you can see, that's looking fine. So the next step is we're going to give the style for the outermost pressable. Here I'm going to say style. So give it some margin vertical of, let's say, 10, and along with it give it some align items of center and justify content of center. Save the file. So that's looking fine. So below this we're going to have the offer tag. So to initialize that, I'm going to initialize my view, which is going to have a text. Okay, so to access the amount of offer, it's going to be item.offer. So we're going to style out the view and give it a specific background color, that is the red background color that we saw in the initial part. So we're going to give it a background color of this color code, that's going to be E31 and then 837. Okay, so we're going to give it some padding vertical. So I'm going to say padding vertical of 5, and I'm going to give it a width of 130, and I'm going to give it a justify content of center and align items of center. And along with this, I'm also going to give a margin top and border radius. So here I'm going to say margin top of 10 and a border radius to give that round structure. So border radius of, let's say, 4, and save the file. So as you can see, that's looking better. So after initializing the offer, I also want this hard-coded value, that is off, just like this. Okay, oh, I think that's already present, is it? Okay, I think that's already present inside the string. So let's remove that, and we're going to give up to. Yeah, I think that's looking better. So now we're going to give the styling for our text. So here I'm going to say style. So here I'm going to give a text align of center. So text align center, and we're going to give a color of white, and we're going to give it some font size of 13 and font weight of bold. Okay. Yep, I think that's looking better, right? Yeah, that's looking nice. So after that, we're gonna have again the border. So let's copy that out and paste it over here. Okay, so as you can see, okay, not this one. Yeah, this one, this border line. So copy that and paste it over here. All right, yeah, I think that's looking fine. So now after this, we're gonna make use of an API, that is the fake store API, and get the products, and that's gonna come over here. That is after the today's deals, and here we're gonna shop based on the category. Okay, so firstly, let's head over to Chrome, and then head over to fake store API. I think this link. Press on read docs over here. Okay, so we are gonna fetch all of the products. So let's go over here and press on get all products. So as you can see, with the help of this code, we can get all of the products that this API provides us. All right, so let's go back to our code, and we're gonna initialize a use effect and fetch all of the products. So before that, let's initialize our state to hold the products. So I'm gonna say const products, comma set products equals to use state, and it's going to be an empty array at the initial state. Okay, so make sure you import use state from React just like this, and we're going to initialize a use effect over here, which is going to contain a function. So I'm going to say use effect. It's going to run only one, so I'm just going to provide an empty dependency array, and let's also import a use effect from React. So I'm going to say use effect. All right, so inside my use effect, firstly, I'm going to initialize my function, that is fetch data equals to async function. So here I'm going to firstly initialize my try catch block. So I'm going to say console.log of error message and show me whatever that error is. All right, so inside my try block, I'm going to say const response equals to await. I'm going to make use of Axios. So make sure you import Axios from Axios like this, and with the help of get method, and this is going to be the URL that they've given. That is this one. So copy that out, and we're going to paste it over here. And after doing that, I'm just going to say set the products to be response.data, and that's it. So with the help of this, we can access the products. So let's call the function, that is fetch data. Okay, so now let us console.log whatever is there inside of the products array. So products, we're gonna say products. So let's check out our console over here, save the file, and as you can see, we are getting all of the data, right? So over here we can see a bunch of information that we are getting from this particular fake store API. Okay, so currently they are based on categories. So for the first time, we're going to display all of the products, and after that we're going to initialize a drop down button so that we can shop based on the categories. All right, so let's scroll to the bottom part and initialize a view. Okay, so that's going to happen over here. So here I'm going to say access the products array. Okay, so products.map for every item and index. Okay, return a new component, right? So firstly, go into the file tree, into the components folder, new component. I'm going to say product item.js. Okay, RNFES to get the shorthand snippet, and then save the file. So let's import our product component over here. So product item, not product component. Import it from the components folder, just like this. Okay, so yeah, let's come back over here. And for the product item itself, I'm going to pass in some information. That's going to be the item itself. So item is going to be item and the key is going to be index. So let me save the file. Okay, wrong spelling of item. Okay, so now over here, as you can see, there are a bunch of items. So how many ever items is there inside of the products array? That many times this particular component is rendered. As you can see, product item is rendered. So the next step is we're going to style and design out the product item, right? So let's head over to the product item component, and firstly, let's destructure the props, that is item. And the first thing over here inside is we're going to initialize the pressable. So make use of a pressable, import that from React Native, and instead of the normal view, I want it to be a pressable. Alright, so the first thing I want here is the image. So I'm going to say image. So let us import that as well from React Native. Alright, so for the pressable, for the image, let's give the source. So source, and then URI, it's going to be item.image. You can pretty much check out the console.log and look into this. So firstly, let's provide the style to the image. I'm going to give it a width of 150 and a height of 150 and save the file. So as you can see, we are able to see all of the images. Okay, but here I want it to be in 2 columns. Okay, so to do that, let's come back to our home screen over here. Let's come to the view. I'm going to say style, flex direction of row, align items of center, and I'm going to say flex wrap of wrap. That means as soon as this space finishes up, then take on to the next line and take the remaining space. So I'm going to say flex wrap of wrap and save the file. So as you can see, now it is in 2 columns. Alright, so now let's come back to the product item and give some styling to the outer view, that is pressable. So here I'm going to say give some margin horizontal of 20 and a bit of margin vertical as well of, let's say, 25. Okay, I think that's looking fine. So now for the image, let's also give resize mode of contain. So resize mode of contain. Alright, I think that's looking even more better now, right? So now after the image tag, we're going to show the title. So it's going to have a text attribute where we're going to initialize our title. I'm going to say item.title. As you can see, that's looking better. So we're going to give a specific width to the title so that we do not see only one image in that particular row, right? So firstly over here, I'm going to say style, give it a width of 150 and a bit of margin top, that is 10. And along with this, I'm going to say number of lines is going to be 1. Okay, width is 150. Yeah, I think that's looking fine. So after that, we're going to have basically the ratings and the price tags. So initialize a view for that. So it's going to have a text attribute, and we're going to firstly show the item.price. And after that, we're going to say one more text attribute. It's going to say item dot. So to access the rating, to access the rate, it's going to be item dot rating dot rate, right? So I'm going to say item dot rating dot rate. We're going to say ratings. Save the file. As you can see, that's looking fine. So we're gonna give the style for the outer view over here. That is a margin top of 5, a flex direction of row, align items of center, and justify content of space between. All right, so now we're going to give the style for the text attributes. So firstly over here, I'm going to say style, a font size of 15 and a font weight of bold. And for the next one, I'm going to say style. Okay, style. Color is going to be this color code, that is FFC72C, and it's going to have a font weight of 500. Okay, as you can see, that's looking okay. Let's give it bold instead of 500. Okay, so after that, we're going to show the button to add this item to the cart. That's going to happen after the view. So I'm going to say pressable, and we're going to have a text attribute which says add to cart. All right, so firstly, let's give the style for the pressable with a different background color. So here I'm going to say background color of the same color code that we gave to the ratings. So just copy that out and paste it over here, and give some internal spacing, that is a padding of 10, and give it a border radius of 20. All right, and I'm going to say justify content of center and align items of center. We're going to give it some margin horizontal as well, and some spacing towards the top, that is margin top. All right, so save the file. As you can see, that's looking fine. Okay, I think let the color be black itself for the text. Okay, never mind. Yeah, so the next step we'll be looking into is we're going to initialize a drop down over here where we can select the type of categories. Okay, so for that, I think we need to install another dependency. So let's go do that. So here I'm going to say yarn add React Native drop down picker, and then press on enter. Okay, so after installing this, I'm just going to paste the code over here, that is just above where we initialize all of the products, right? That's going to happen inside of a home screen, that is over here. All right, so make sure you initialize this view and then initialize the drop down picker. So import drop down picker from React Native drop down picker, and we have to initialize all of the states. Okay, so over here, firstly, let's go at the top and initialize some states, and make sure you import it like this. So here I'm going to say const open comma set open equals to use state, and initially it's going to be false. All right, and then const category comma set category equals to use state, and here let's keep it to be as jewelry. All right, okay, so the next thing is I'm just going to copy down all of the categories that we have in the products screen. Okay guys, I've just pasted the code for all of the categories that is there inside of the items. Okay, so we basically have men's clothing, jewelry, the electronics, as well as the women's clothing, and this is going to be the default value in our categories. Okay, so jewelry, and now we need to define one more function over here, that is on open equals to on gender open. So we're going to define this right at the top over here. So you can pretty much copy this out and make sure you import use callback from React. Okay, so here I'm going to say use callback. You can look into this one more time, and this as well. Okay, so basically we have a view with this particular styling, and this is the required items, required options for the drop down picker. So I'm going to save the file, and let's go check out if exactly we're able to see. As you can see, that's looking fine. Okay, so here let's give some margin top to this. So I'm going to give a margin top, let's say 20. Okay, I think that's looking fine. So currently jewelry is selected, right? So let's select any other ones. Let's say electronics. Okay, that's being correctly selected. So now as soon as I change over here, the same set of products should come over here on the screen. Okay, so to make that change, firstly let's come to the map function that is over here. So firstly here I'm going to say products dot firstly filter for every item, give me only that products which match this condition, that is the item dot category should be equals to the category. So this category is from the state. All right, and after that we're going to say dot map. So it's pretty much going to be this thing itself. Let's copy that piece of code and remove all of this, and we're going to paste it over here just like that and save the file. So currently men's clothing is selected, so as soon as I save the file, hopefully we should be seeing only the men's clothing, right? So let's go down once more. Okay, so currently as you can see jewelry is selected, so let's select for men's clothing. So as you can see only the men's clothing is there over here. So let's select, let's say electronics. So now only the electronics products are there over here. Okay, so I think that's fine. So the next step we'll be looking into is we're going to style out the product info screen. Okay, so I think before that we can add the rupee symbol over here, and that is next to the price tag. So I'm going to say rupee symbol. So you can pretty much copy that out, and inside of the product item we can add that over here. Yeah, I think that's looking good. So now let's come back to our I guess to the home screen. Yes, and if at all I press on any of this product or this product, we need to be navigated to the product info screen. So firstly let's create a new screen over here. I'm going to say product info screen .js rnfes together shorthand snippet. Save the file. So we're going to include this screen into our stack navigator. So we're going to do that over here. So I'm going to say stack.screen. The name is going to be info. All right, and the component is going to be product info screen. So product info screen, let's import that from the screens folder, and over here also header shown should be false. So let's write that out and save the file. So after that, if at all we press on any one of the product, we are going to go into the product info screen. So firstly, let's initialize the on press event on that. So firstly let's head over to the home screen and let's go where we have initialized this. Okay, yeah, that is basically over here. So I'm going to say on press. I'm going to say navigation.navigate to the name of the screen we want to navigate to. So the name of the screen is info. That's what we gave in the stack navigator. And over here I'm going to provide in a bunch of options, so we can pretty much copy them. Okay, so firstly I'm passing the ID, the title, the price, the carousel images, the color, the size, the old price, and the item. So pretty much whatever is there inside of that particular object, I'm just passing that. All right, so with the help of this information we're going to style out the product info screen. So firstly let's save the file once. And let's press on any one of the product over here. Okay, navigation does not exist, so let us initialize our navigation over here. So const navigation equals to use navigation, and let's also import use navigation just like this and save the file. So now let's press on the first icon, the first product, this one. So as you can see we are coming exactly to the product info screen. So the next step is we're going to start designing our product info screen. So firstly here I need access to my scroll view. So I'm going to say scroll view. So let's make use of that over here instead of the normal view. And we're going to give it some default styling. Firstly we're going to say show vertical scroll indicator, and we're going to set it to be false. and after that we're going to give it some styling over here. So I'm going to say style, give it some margin top of 45 and a flex of 1 with a background color of white. So I'm going to say background color of white and save the file. As you can see, that's being applied. Let's give it to be 55. Alright, so now the first thing inside this screen is I want the header to be seen. So I'm just gonna import my header component, or if the header component is not there, we're just gonna copy whatever is there inside the header that is present inside the home screen. That is basically the search bar and the other stuff, right? So you can copy this view out and then we're gonna paste it inside of the product info screen that is here, and make sure you import the required things, that is pressable and the and design icons, right? So you can copy that from here and paste it over here. Okay, and yeah, text input also is required. So here let's import text input from React Native. So text input just like this, and after that I guess we also need access to the, yeah, I think that's not required, right? So we can pretty much save the file. Okay, feather icon does not exist, so let's import that as well over here. We're gonna go down and we're gonna press over here, and as you can see, that's looking better. So after this we're gonna show up all of the images, right? So to do that, firstly I'm going to initialize my scroll view. So that's going to happen right after the view. So here I'm going to say scroll view. So this one is going to be in horizontal because we need to scroll the images if at all there are any more images, right? So here I'm going to say horizontal and show horizontal scroll indicator, and I'm going to set it to be false. Okay, so let's format once. And here we anyhow have the access to the carousel images, right, that we passed from the previous screen. So that is this one. So if we scroll down a bit, that is, yeah, as you can see, carousel images. With the help of this images, we're going to start designing the first part of the product info screen. So here I'm going to say, firstly, to access that I need access to my route, right? So here let's define that. So I'm going to say const route equals to use route. Make sure you import that as well from React Navigation /native. And firstly here I'm going to say root.params. So to access the images, it's going to be carousel images. Copy that out. It's going to be root.params carousel images. And since this is an array, we can map over it, right? So here I'm going to say dot map for every item and then index. What I'm going to do is I'm going to return a image background. So I'm going to say image background. Make sure you import that from React Native. Alright, that has been imported. So firstly, let's give the key. In this case, it's going to be the index. And inside the image background, firstly, I'm going to initialize my view. So before that, let's check if the image is present or not. So for that, I'm going to give the source over here. So source is going to be basically URI and then the item itself. Because if you check out the data over here in the deals over here, is it the deals or the offers? Yeah, it's the deals. Okay, so here as you can see, it's just the item itself. There is nothing known as dot image or dot URL, something like that. Okay, so for that reason we're just writing item over here, that is the URI. So we're going to also provide some style to this over here. So I'm going to say style equals to width and then height. I'm just going to define this in just a bit, and then margin top of 25 and then resize mode of contain. All right. Yeah, so let's define this, the width and the height right at the top. You can pretty much copy that out. All right. So firstly, import dimensions from React Native. Okay. And this is the initialization of the width as well as the height. So I think we can pretty much save the file. So as you can see, we are able to see all of the images and we're able to scroll through it as well. Okay, so the next thing we're going to look into is styling on the image background. So to do that, firstly, I've initialized my view. So this in turn is going to have another view where we're going to write the offer. So it's going to have a text. So currently I'm just going to hard code it. Let's see if there is any offer prop that we have sent to the next screen. Okay, so now I'm just going to hard code any offer. I'm just going to say 20% offer, something like this, and we're going to style this out. So firstly I'm going to say style width of 40, a height of 40, and a border radius of, let's say, 20, and we're going to give it a background color of this color code, that is C6 0 C30. Okay, and we're going to give a justify content of center and align items of center as well, align items of center. Okay, we're going to give a flex direction of row as well, so that's going to happen over here, and we're going to save the file. So now we're going to give the styling for this particular text. So here I'm going to say style. We're going to give it firstly a color of white, so I'm going to say color of white, and then text align of center, and we're going to give it a font weight of 600. Okay, and we're going to give it a lesser font size of, let's say, 12. So here I'm going to say font size of 12. Okay, yep, I think that's looking fine. So the next step we'll be looking into is we're going to style out the top view that contains this one. Okay, so here I'm going to give style, give some internal spacing, that is a padding of 10. So here I'm going to say padding of 10 and a flex direction of row, align items of center, and then justify content of space between over here, space between, and save the file. So as you can see, that's looking fine. Okay, so the next step we'll be looking into is we're going to style out the remaining parts of the design on the image itself. So we're going to have the next thing that's going to be the share icon that's going to come right after this view, I guess. So I'm going to say view. So firstly, let's get access to the share icon. So we're going to go into expo icons over here, and we're going to search for share, and we're going to use, let's say, I think the name is share variant. Okay, yeah, this one from material community icons. So let's import the icon family first over here, and we're going to also copy the render component code, and we're going to paste it inside of the view that is over here. All right, so I think we can give the same piece of styling that we gave to the outer view, that is with the same width and height, and let's see how exactly it's looking. And anyhow, we have given flex direction of row and justify kind of space between, so it should automatically come somewhere over here, right? So save the file. So that's looking okay. All right, so let's give it a different color, I guess. For this one, let's give it a gray, that is the background color. We're going to give E0 E0 E0. Okay, and after that what we're going to do is we're going to have finally the heart icon that's going to come below this particular view. All right, so we're going to say view, let's get the heart icon. So let's search for heart. Okay, from and design, let's copy the import statement, and design is already present, so just copy render component code, and we're going to paste it right over here, and we're going to copy the same piece of styling over here as well, and we're going to make some changes. All right, so again, yeah, the background color is going to be that itself, and we're going to give a margin top of auto. So I'm going to say margin top of auto, and we're going to give it some margin left as well, margin left of 10, and a bit of spacing from the bottom, margin bottom of 20. And as you can see, that's looking fine. I think it is not correctly aligned because it is coming towards the different side. Okay, so Let's increase the margin left, I guess. Let's keep it to be 20. Yep, I think now it's looking better. So now after the image carousel thing, we're going to look into the remaining design styles that provide the information of the product. So firstly, I'm going to initialize my view over here, and firstly let's give the style to this. I'm going to say style. We're going to give it some internal spacing, that is padding of 10, and firstly initialize the first piece of text which is going to contain the name. So to access the name, it's going to be root dot params dot title. Okay, as you can see, that's looking fine. So format once, and we're going to give the styling for the text. I'm going to say style, a font size of 15 and a font weight of 500. Okay, yes, that's looking good. So after the name, we're going to show the price. So let's initialize a second piece of text over here. So to access the price, it's going to be root.params dot price. So I'm going to say price. That's looking good. So let's import the that rupee symbol. Copy that piece of text, and we're going to come over here, paste it here, and we're going to give the styling for the text. So style, font size of 18, font weight of 600, and we're going to give it a slight margin top because it's almost touching the top text. So margin top of 6. Yes, that's looking okay. So after that, I want to give a border kind of design. So to do that, let's initialize an empty text, that is a self-enclosing tag. We're going to give a style to this. So here I'm going to say height of 1 and a bit of border color for this. So border color of this color code D0 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 and a border width of 1, and we're going to save the file. So let's give I think let's put this at the bottom because the padding is included and we are able to see the space on the left part as well as the right part. So let's put that towards the bottom so it covers the full width, just like that. And after that, we're going to initialize a second piece of view over here. So I'm going to say view. So firstly, let's show the color over here. So here I'm going to say text. Color is going to be one more piece of text. Here we're going to say root dot params dot color. Okay, save the file. Yes, that's looking fine. So now we're going to give the styling for this view. So I'm going to say style, a flex direction of row. Okay, align items of center. Align items of center, and then we're going to give justify content. I don't think that's required. I guess we can give a padding, that is some internal spacing, so it gets aligned with the top portion of the design. So now we're going to give the design for the text. Okay, so here I'm going to say style. Firstly, a font size of 15 and a font weight of bold. Okay, as you can see, that's looking fine. So now I'm just going to copy this one more time and then make the changes. Okay, so instead of color, it's going to be size. So it's going to be root.params.size. Okay, so now after that, again I'm gonna import this, copy that out and paste it over here. After that, we're gonna show the total price. So initialize one more view, and over here firstly give some styling, that is basically some internal spacing, that is padding of 10, and over here initialize a text attribute, firstly saying the total price is gonna be root dot params dot price. Okay, all right. And after that, we're gonna give one more piece of text just below this, saying free delivery tomorrow by 3 p.m. Okay, so order within some timings. Okay, you can just hard code this value, and we're going to give the style for the text over here. It's going to have a font size of 15 and a font weight of bold, and it's going to have some margin vertical spacing, so margin vertical of 5, and we're going to give this a specific color. So here I'm going to say color of this color code, that is OOCET1. Okay, so as you can see, that's looking fine. So now after that, we're going to initialize a second piece of view over here, which is going to contain some more design styles. Firstly, it's going to have the location icon. So let's import location icon from the in icons if we have it. So location, or we can use it from, let's say, this one. Import the icon family and copy that into component code, and we're going to paste it over here inside the view. Okay, and currently I'm just going to hard code the value over here. So it's going to be deliver. Anyhow, at the end part, we're going to make it dynamic. That is whatever address the user selects, that is going to be selected as the final one. Okay, so we're going to give the styling for this. Save the file. So let's give the style for the view first. I'm going to say style. It's going to have basically a flex direction of row, a bit of margin top, a margin vertical of 5, and align items of center. And it's going to have basically a gap between the two, that is 5. So firstly, that's looking okay. So to this, I'm going to say style, font size of 15, and a font weight of 500. All right, that part is done. So after that, we're going to initialize one more piece of text that's going to say in stock. Okay, so here I'm going to say text, it says in stock. Okay, so let's give the styling for this. So I'm going to say style. It's going to have a color of green. It's going to have some margin horizontal of 10 and a font weight of 500. Okay, that's looking fine. So after that, we're going to have the buttons, that is to add to cart and then buy now. So I'm going to say pressable. It's going to have a text which says add to cart. Alright, so just copy that once more. So this is going to say add to cart, and this is going to say buy now. So let's design the add to cart over here. So I'm going to say style. So it's going to have a background color, that is the yellow one. So that is FFC72C, and it's going to have some internal spacing, that is a padding of 10, and we're going to have some slide border radius for the curve structure, justify content of center, and align items of center, some margin horizontal, and a margin vertical of 10. So let's save the file. As you can see, that's looking nice. So the same piece of styling I'm going to give to the second button as well, but this is going to have a different color. So it's going to be FFAC1C. As you can see, add to cart and then buy now. So this is the basic structure and design of the second screen. That is the product info screen. Okay, so the next step that we'll be looking into is we are going to initialize the Redux so that we can manage the cart system efficiently. All right, so let's add the rupee over here that we have forgotten. So let's pretty much copy that and we're gonna paste it over here. Okay, I just forgot to alright, so we need to make the change that is over here. Okay, no, not there. Need the total price. Yep, that's looking fine. Okay, so this is the design of the product info screen. So as I told, the next step is we're gonna initialize Redux into the application, and we're gonna write our reducers and other functions. So firstly, let's install Redux into our system. So now let's head over to Chrome to install the dependencies for Redux. Let us search for Redux toolkit, and let's go to the first link, get started. So we're gonna install this with the help of yarn. So copy this piece of code and we're gonna paste it over here. And after that we need also React Redux. So copy that piece of code and we're gonna paste it right here. So the next step is we're gonna create a folder after this gets installed. Okay, so we're gonna name it as Redux. And here we're going to initialize our first slice, that is the cart slice.js or cart reducer.js. So I'm going to say cart reducer.js. So here firstly I'm going to import my create slice method. So I'm going to say create slice from at Redux tool Redux.js /toolkit. Okay, so here I'm going to say export const cart slice equals to initiate the create slice method, which is going to take in the three things: the name, the initial state, as well as the reducers. Okay, so since we are building a cart system, the name I'm going to give it is cart itself, and after that I'm going to say initial state. So since the cart is going to have n number of items, for the initial state I'm just going to provide an empty array. So I'm going to say cart provide an empty array. So after this we're going to write all of our reducers, which is also an object. So reducers. So the first reducer is the add to cart. Okay, so here I'm going to say add to cart, which in turn is going to take in the state and the action. Okay, so how exactly we can define this function, that is add to cart? So if the user presses on the add to cart button, what exactly we need to do, right? So to understand that, firstly we're going to check if at all any item is already present inside of the cart. Okay, so if at all any item is already present inside the cart and you press on add to cart again, then the quantity should be increased to 2. Okay, and if at all no item is present inside the cart and you're adding the product for the first time, then you are going to simply push that particular product inside of the cart. So the first step here is, firstly we're going to check if at all any item is present inside the cart or not. So I'm going to say const item present equals to state dot cart. With the help of find method in JavaScript, I'm going to say if at all the item dot id equals to the action dot payload dot id. Okay, so if this condition becomes true, that means a particular product is already present inside of the cart. And if it is already present and if you press on the add to cart button for that particular product, then in that case I'm going to say item present dot quantity plus plus. So just increase the quantity by 1. And else, that means if the item is not present inside the cart, then pretty much just push that item into the cart. So I'm going to say state.cart.push whatever is there inside of the action.payload, and also with that include the quantity of that particular product to be 1. All right, so that's it. So that's the basic definition of the add to cart reducer. So the next thing we'll be looking into is remove from cart. So this in turn is going to take in, of course, the state and the action. All right, so firstly, this is going to work based on the filter method. So we're going to basically filter out based on the ID and then remove that particular item from the cart. So firstly, I'm going to say const remove item equals to state dot cart dot filter. So item, so the condition is going to be item.id should not be equal to the action.payload.id. So with the help of this condition, we're just going to filter out the product. So after doing this, I'm going to say state.cart equals to remove item. And just like that, we have removed that particular product from the cart. All right, so the next thing we'll be looking into is the third reducer, that is increment quantity. So I'm going to say increment quantity. This in turn is going to take in the state and action. Okay, so firstly, inside of increment quantity, we're going to check if at all the item is present inside the cart or not. Okay, so to do that, let's pretty much copy this. That's this one. All right, so if at all item is present, then just increase the quantity. So item present dot quantity plus plus. Okay, so that's it about the increment quantity reducer. So the next thing we'll be looking into is decrement quantity. So this in turn is going to take in, of course, the state and the action. So here what we're going to do is, firstly, again, we're going to check if at all the product is present inside of the cart. So if at all the product is present inside the cart, we're going to check the quantity of that particular product. So if at all the quantity of that particular product is 1, and then if you press on the minus button, then in that case we need to delete that product from the cart. And let's say if at all the product of the cart, if at all the quantity of that particular product present is greater than 1, let's say 2, 4, or even 10, and then if you press on the minus button, then you need to decrease the quantity of that particular product by 1. So firstly, I'm going to apply the condition which says like if item present dot quantity equals to 1, then in that case, firstly make the quantity to be 0, item present dot quantity equals to 0, and then just copy whatever is there inside of the remove from cart, because that's what we are performing, right? That means just delete it. So paste it over here. Okay, so this is the condition if at all the quantity of that particular product is equals to 1. Else what we're going to do is it's gonna be item present dot quantity minus minus. So item present dot quantity minus minus. Just like this, we have completed the decrement quantity. So the final one is going to be clean cart. That is when we proceed to the payment button. After doing all the implementation, we're just going to say state.cart equals to an empty array again. So I'm going to say state.cart equals to just an empty array. So that's it. So these are the 5 functions that we'll be using in the app: add to cart, remove from cart, increment quantity, decrement quantity, and then clean cart. So the next step is export all of the required values. So here I'm going to say export const add to cart, okay, remove from cart, and then increment quantity, decrement quantity, and then clean cart equals to cart slice dot actions. All right, so the next thing is we're going to say export default cart sliced reducer. Okay, so the next step we're going to look into is we're going to create a basic store and initialize all of the reducers that we have. So over here, I'm going to say new file store.js. So the first step is import the configure store method. So I'm going to say import configure store, okay, from Redux toolkit, just like this. And firstly, I'm going to say export default configure store. Okay, let's import that out. which is going to take in an object, which is going to take in all of the reducers. So we're going to give the name, let's say cart, and make sure you import the cart reducer from the correct file, from the Redux file, just like this. Okay, so our store has been set up. So the next step we'll be looking into is we're going to make use of the provider in the main app.js, so all of the Redux functionalities work properly within the app. So let's head over to the app.js over here, and we're going to wrap our stack navigator into the provider. So import provider from React Redux, just like this, and the provider is going to take in the store as the property inside this. So I'm going to say store is going to be store itself. So let's import the store from the store file like this. Okay, and we're going to save the file. So hopefully nothing should go wrong, as you can see. Okay, so now Redux has been set up. So let's try and access the cart and check if everything is working fine. Okay, so let's come into the home screen, and to access the cart, we're going to make use of the use selector hook. Okay, and to dispatch events to the store, we'll be making use of the use dispatch hook. So firstly, to access it over here, I'm going to say const cart equals to use selector, import use selector from React Redux, use selector. Okay, it's going to have in the state. So to access, it's going to be state.cart, the reducer name, and the cart that is there inside of your cart reducer file. Firstly, we're going to go into the store, access the reducer name that is cart, and then go into the cart reducer. To access this array inside of an object, we're going to say .cart again, right? So that's why I've written state.cart.cart. So now I'm going to say console.log of the cart. So we're going to just see what exactly is coming. So as you can see, it is an empty array at the initial state because there are no items added into the cart, right? So the next step we'll be looking into is, if at all we press on the add to button over here, or the add to button inside in the next screen over here, we need to add that particular cart into, we need to add that particular item into our cart, right? So to do that, firstly we're going to dispatch some actions. So that's going to happen in the home screen as well as inside the product info screen, where we have the add to cart button, right? So we're going to define some functions over here first. That is basically, firstly we're going to initialize our dispatch so that we can dispatch the events, right? So here I'm going to write const dispatch equals to use dispatch. Okay, and also make sure you import use dispatch from React Redux, just like this. Okay, so now we're going to initialize a on press event on the pressable button, that is basically add to cart. Okay, that is over here. So here I'm going to say on press add item to cart. So here we need access to all of the information, right? That is the description, the price, the color, size, and all of that details. So if you would remember, in the home screen, we pass that information as the entire item, right, to this screen, that is this one. So with the help of this information, we're going to implement this function. So to the parameter over here, I'm going to say root dot params dot the item. Okay, so this contains the information of the entire item. So let's define the function right at the top over here. So here I'm going to say const add item to cart, okay, equals to, it's going to take in the item of cost. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to say dispatch add to cart. We're going to import this from the Redux folder because that's what we have defined, right? And it's going to take in the payload that's going to be item, that's coming from over here from the function itself. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is we're going to say console.log of cart. So we don't have access to cart. Let's copy it from the home screen. So over here, where did that go? Yeah, just copy this out and we're going to paste it over here. and also just say console.log of cart. Make sure you import use selector. Okay, I don't think that got imported. Yeah, it got imported. So save the file and let's press on the add to cart button for this. Okay, so let's say add to cart. So as you can see, this particular item has been added to our cart. Alright, so inside our array we have the first object with all of the information of this particular product, and also you can see the quantity of 1 has been initialized to this. Alright, so that's the way this works. So the next thing we'll be implementing is, if at all I press on add to cart, the UI should change to added to cart. Okay, so for that, firstly I'm going to initialize my state over here. So I'm going to say const added to cart comma set added to cart equals to use state. Alright, so initially it's gonna be false. Okay, so as soon as I press on the add to cart button, I want it to be true. So I'm gonna say set added to cart to be true, just like this. And let's say after a period of 1 minute, again I want it to be false. So even though if you press on that particular add to cart button, the quantity is going to be increased to 2. Okay, so here I'm going to say set timeout. So it's going to take in a function to execute along with the payload. So here I'm going to pass in 60,000. That means 1 minute. Okay, so here I'm gonna say set added to cart to become false. Alright, that's it. So we're gonna change the UI over here at the bottom part. That is basically the text over here. So here I'm gonna say if at all added to cart, that means if it is true, then show me added to cart, else show me add to cart itself. So here I'm going to say view with the text which says added to cart, and over here it's going to be add to cart itself. That means if at all it is false in the initial state, it's going to show add to cart, right? So format once and save the file. Use state does not exist, so let's import use state. So as you can see, we have that one item in the cart. So let's go to the same product again. Okay, and save the file. So if I press on add to cart, you should be seeing the UI changed, and also the quantity should increase to 1, I mean to 2, right? So press on that. So as you can see, added to cart and the quantity is changed to 2. Okay, so that's working absolutely fine. So the next thing we'll be looking into is we're gonna initialize the product info screen for this component as well. So to do that, let's come to the home screen and let's copy this out. That is the on press. So that's gonna happen over here. So on press, here we're gonna say navigation, navigate to the info screen. So this also is going to be the same thing, right? So save the file. So now let's give the try for this product. Let's say I'm going to press on the second product over here and press on add to cart. So again, a new product should be added to the cart with the quantity of 1 for this particular product, right? So let's give that a try. So as you can see, we are coming exactly into the second object of the cart array, right? And as you can see, the quantity is 1 and the product info screen is also looking proper with the same details, right, of this particular product. Okay, so just like this is completed. Okay, so we have initialized the same product screen for both of the products, I mean for both sets of this part as well as this deals, right? So next thing is we're going to initialize on press event on the add to cart over here, right? So to do that, let's firstly come into the product info screen, I mean the product item that is over here, and let's initialize on press event over here. So on press is equals to a function that is add item to cart of the item itself that is coming from the root params over here. So let's say const add item to cart. It's going to take in, of course, the item Okay, so here we are just gonna follow the same thing. Firstly, initialize the dispatch. So const dispatch equals to use dispatch, import use dispatch from React Redux. So here just copy the same thing whatever we did inside of the product info screen. It's pretty much gonna be the same. And over here paste that out. Let's initialize the state for this, that is added to cart and set added to cart. All right, and let's import use state from React. So use state. Okay, so yeah, let's also import add to cart from the Redux cart user file. Okay, so now we're gonna save the file and we're gonna firstly make the UI change at the bottom where we have the button, right? So that also you can just copy it down from the previous screen. So if it's add to cart, it's gonna be added to cart, else it's gonna be add to cart itself. Okay, so format once and save the file. So now if I press on the first item, so this should be added to the cart with a separate quantity of 1. So let's give that a try. So as you can see, quantity of 1 with all of the information of this particular product, and it has been added to the cart. Alright, so this part is completely working fine. That is the Redux part. So the next thing we'll be looking into is, if at all I press on the address, we need to show up a modal, and after that we need to add the address for the first time if the user is ordering a particular item. So to do that, firstly let's install React Native models. So here I'm going to say yarn add React Native models, just like this, and press on enter. So the next thing we'll be looking into is we're going to start designing the model. That's going to happen inside of our home screen. Alright, we can initialize it at the bottom part, I guess, over here. So firstly at the top, I'm going to initialize my fragments over here. That is here after the done block. Okay, so this is going to come at the bottom part. Alright, so after the safe area view, I'm going to initialize my bottom modal over here. So bottom modal, import that from React Native modals. Okay, so firstly we're going to give some options to the bottom modal, right? So before that, let's initialize the state to check if at all the model is open or closed. So here I'm going to say const modal visible comma set modal visible equals to use state, and initially it's gonna be false. Alright, so now we're gonna give some options to our modal over here. So firstly I'm gonna say on backdrop press, it's going to take in a function, and we're going to say set the modal visible to be the opposite of modal visible. Alright, if it's false, make it true. If it's true, make it false. So after that we have swipe direction. It's going to take an array of directions, that is up and then down. Alright, then we have the swipe threshold. We're going to give it as 200. Okay, and we're going to say modal animation. So modal animation is going to be a new slide animation. So import that as well. We're going to say slide from the bottom part. So let's import slide animation from React Native modals. Okay, let's do that manually. Alright, so now after that we're going to say on hardware back press. That means if you press on the back button, it should automatically close. It's going to take in a function, and here I'm going to say set modal visible to be the opposite of modal visible. If it's true, make it false. If it's false, make it true. And the visible is going to be modal visible. So at the initial state we've given it as false, so it is going to show as false, right? So after that we have on touch outside. It's going to take in a function, and here we're going to say set modal visible to be the opposite of modal visible again. So these are some of the options, right? So over here the next step is we're going to start writing our modal content. So firstly, let's import modal content from React Native modals over here. So modal content, right? So let's start writing the modal content. Firstly, we're going to have a view, and let's give a basic text attribute which says choose your address or choose your location. So choose your location. Okay, so we're going to give some basic styling to the modal content so that we can see it on the screen. I'm going to say style, give it a width of 100% and a specific height of 400. All right, so firstly let's check if at all the modal is opening up or not. So to do that, firstly I'm going to initialize the onPress event over here. Okay, so cannot use bottom modal component until modal portal is mounted. So to implement this, firstly, as I told in the previous projects, you need to include the modal portal into the main app.js. So here we're going to say modal portal, import that from React Native modals, and now we should be able to see the app. Okay. All right, so now what we're going to do is, firstly let's head over to the home screen, and here we're going to make the change. That is where we have that address delivered to, yeah, this one. So I think firstly let's make this pressable instead of a normal view. So I'm going to say pressable, here also pressable, just like this, and we're going to initialize onPress event over here. So I'm going to say onPress, taking a function. Here I'm going to say set the modal visible to be the opposite of modal visible. So if it is true, make it false, and if it's false, make it true. So at the initial state it is false because we have initialized it in the state. So if I press on this, it should become true, and we should be hopefully seeing the modal. So let's give it a try. Okay, nothing is seen. So let's see if we have given the correct onPress to the correct view. So firstly let's check something. Console.log pressed. So let's press on this. Oh, okay, it is not working. Okay, it is being pressed. Okay, this part is working but not on the text, is it? Not sure why that's not happening. Okay, here also it's working because it's entire container. Yeah, so let's come back to the previous state and press on that. So as you can see, we are able to see that modal showing up. Okay, so let's start designing the modal. So firstly let's come over here to the modal content. Okay, so firstly after this we're going to have one more piece of text which is going to say select a delivery location to see product availability and delivery options. So we're going to give the style for the view. So style, it's going to have margin bottom of 8. Okay, and after that we're going to give the style for the text, font size of 16 and font weight of 500. Okay, as you can see, that's looking good. So now after that, we're going to give styling for the second piece of text. So we're going to say style, give it some margin top of let's say 5 and a basic font size of 16, and it's going to have a color of gray. Alright, that's looking cool. So now after that, we're going to initialize the scroll view right after the view. Scroll view, import the, okay, it's already imported. So the first part of scroll view is going to have the already added addresses by that particular user, right? So here we're going to say already added addresses. Okay, so if the user is new, of course we need to show a add an address or a pick a point button. So to do that, we're going to say initialize a pressable, and inside the pressable, firstly have a text attribute which is going to say add an address or pick a point. So save the file. So we're going to give the options firstly to the scroll view. So it needs to be horizontal, and we're going to say show horizontal scroll indicator, and we're going to set it to be false. Okay, so firstly we're going to give the style for the outermost pressable. So style, it's going to have a specific width of 140, height of 140. It's going to have a border color, so border color of this color code D0 D0 D0, and it's going to have some margin top as well, margin top of 10, and we're going to have some border width of 1, some internal spacing, that is padding of 10. We're going to give justify content of center and align items of center to align it to the center part. So these are the stylings for the pressable. So let's save the file and let's see how it's looking. So as you can see, that's looking better. So now we're going to give the style for the text over here. So style, it's going to have a text align of center. It's going to have a specific color of this color code, that is 0066B2. Alright, and we're going to have a font weight of 500 for this. Okay, and just like that, it's looking fine. Alright, so yeah, this is the first part of the add an address or pick a point. So if at all the user presses on this, we need to navigate to a separate screen. Okay, so below the scroll view, we're going to have some more content, okay, that is going to contain the UI part. So we're going to say view, which in turn is going to have another set of view. It's going to have basically an icon and a text, icon and a text. So the first one is going to be the location icon. So let's get the location icon. So over here, let us search for location, okay, and let us use the n type of icons, that is this one. Import it from the icon family. N typo is not that, I guess. Yes, and copy the render component code, and we're gonna paste it right at the bottom. All right, and we're gonna have a text attribute which says enter an Indian pin code. Okay, so we're gonna give the style for the first view, that is this one. So style, we're gonna say flex direction of row and align items of center. We're gonna give a gap of 5 between the two. So for the text, it's gonna have the same color as this one, so just copy that color out. So we're gonna say style, color is gonna be that. It's gonna have a font size, a font weight of 400, and save the file. Okay, format once. So we're gonna copy this a couple of times and then make the changes. So copy this view out. No, I think it's this one, right? Okay, so now we're going to give the style for the outermost view, that is over here. So style, firstly we're going to give it a flex direction of column, and we're going to give it a gap of 7, and also a margin bottom of, let's say, 30. Okay, I think that's looking better. So now what we're going to do is, firstly we're going to style out the icons. Okay, so I think let's give it a different color. Let's give the same color as we gave to the text. Okay, so just copy that out and we're gonna paste it over here. Here as well. Okay, so the second one is gonna say use my current location. And here it's gonna say deliver outside of India. Alright, so now the next thing is we need to change the icons. So over here we're gonna make use of another icon, that is locate sharp from iron icon. So just copy that into component code and paste it over here. Okay, so again we need to make change for the color. Yeah, that's looking fine. So the next one we're going to use is the earth icon. That's this one. So just paste it over here, copy the color code, and we can cancel this out. Okay, so as you can see, that is being seen on the screen. Alright, so the next thing we'll be looking into is, I think there is a bit of design issue over here because it's not correctly aligned with this part. So let's see where we can implement that correctly. So now let's decrease the size of the icon to be 22 instead of 24, so it looks even more better. Okay, so as you can see, that's looking fine, I guess. Alright, so the next step we'll be looking into is, if at all we press on this add an address or pick a point button, we need to be navigated to the next screen after closing this modal. Okay, so firstly let's create a new screen. Here we're gonna say add address screen .js. So rnfes to get the shorthand snippet. So let's include the screen firstly into our stack navigator. Here I'm going to say stack.screen. Okay, firstly let's give the name to this. Name is going to be let's say address, and we're going to give it a component as well, that's going to be add address screen. Is that the correct spelling? Yeah, add address screen. Import that from the screens folder, and over here also options is going to be here is shown as false. Alright, so this has been initialized. So if at all we press on that, so let's initialize on press event on this particular button. Okay, so we're gonna do that right over here. So on press, firstly we're gonna say set the modal visible, set the modal visible to be false, and we're gonna say navigation dot navigate to the address screen. Let's format once, and we're gonna press on this button. So as you can see, we are coming exactly to the add address screen. So let's start designing the add address screen. So here we can have a bunch of addresses. So again, we need access to our scroll view. So here I'm going to say scroll view, and make sure you use it instead of the normal view. So scroll view here as well, and here also scroll view. So firstly to the scroll view, we're going to say show vertical scroll indicator. We're going to set it to be false, and we're going to give it some style, basically a margin top, we're going to give a margin top of 50. Okay, and firstly I need access to my header here as well, so just copy down whatever is there inside of my search bar implementations, or you can actually create a component named header and then you can use that. That's the more efficient way. So copy this out and we're gonna paste it over here, and make sure you import pressable text input, and design icon and the feather icon. Okay, so other than that, I think we have imported everything. So save the file. So as you can see, that's looking fine. So now over here, firstly we need a button to add addresses, and also other than that we need to show all of the added addresses in this particular screen as well. Okay, so firstly after the view here, firstly I'm going to say view, one more view. So over here, give the style, give some internal spacing, that is padding of 10, and here I'm going to initialize my text attribute which says your addresses. Save the file. So here I'm going to say style, give it a font size of 20 and a font weight of bold. Alright, that's looking fine. So now we need to initialize a pressable so that we can add addresses. So pressable, we're going to say text, it's going to say add a new address. Alright, so apart from this we need to have a new icon after the text. That's going to be the arrow right icon. So let's search for arrow right. Okay, so let's use this. So import the icon family first. Also, copy the render component code and we're gonna paste it right after the text attribute here. So firstly let's style out the pressable. So style, we're gonna give it a flex direction of row and align items of center, and we're gonna give it a justify content of space between. Alright, and we're going to give it some margin top as well. So margin top of 10, and we're going to give it some border color here. So border color of D0 D0 D0. Okay, so after this we're going to give a border width as well. So here I'm going to say border width of 1, and we need only border to the top part and towards the left part, to the top part and the bottom part. So left and right should be 0. So to make it 0, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say border left width, make it to be 0, and border right width, make it to be 0, and give some padding vertical to the internal container. So padding vertical of 7 and padding horizontal of 5. So let's save the file. So as you can see, that's looking better. We need the border only towards the top part and the bottom part. Okay, so below this, that means below the pressable, we're gonna have all the added addresses. Okay, so this is gonna come once we store all of the address to the backend part. So now we're gonna initialize the onPress event on this pressable. So on press, here I'm going to say, firstly let's create a screen, right? We do not have a screen. So here I'm going to create a new screen saying just the address screen. So address screen.js, rnfes to get the shorthand snippet. Save the file. Let's include the screen inside of our stack navigator. So just copy this out and paste it over here. So over here, instead of address, I'm going to keep it as add. You can give it any name, and instead of the address screen, it's just going to be the address screen, right? So just import the address screen from the screens folder and save the file. Let's come back over here, and here I'm going to say navigation.navigate. Let's firstly initialize our navigation that's not been initialized. So const navigation equals to use navigation. All right, so import use navigation from React navigation / native, and here I'm going to say navigation.navigate to the add screen, just like this. Save the file and let's press on add a new address. So as you can see, we're coming to the address screen. So here we're going to give a bunch of text input options so that we can store whatever the user is writing in that particular field, right? So firstly here I'm going to initialize my scroll view and make sure you import it, use it instead of the normal view. Right, let's give the styling over here a margin top of 50. So firstly we're going to have a view. There is a self-enclosing view. We're going to give it a basic background color. So it's going to have a height of 50 and it's going to have a background color of this color code, that is 00CED1. I think we've already used this previously. Save the file. So as you can see, that's looking fine. So now we're going to initialize our view. Okay, so initialize a text field which says add a new address. So for the view, I'm going to give the style some internal spacing first, that is padding of 10. Okay, so as you can see, that's being seen on the screen. So now for the text style, font size of 17 and a font weight of bold. Okay, that's looking good. So now we're going to start initializing all of our text inputs. So here I'm going to say text input, import that from React Native. Okay, and it's going to have a placeholder. Okay, so this I'm just going to give it a default value as India itself, right? So placeholder text color, I want it to be black. So let's give some styling to this. So I'm going to say style and padding firstly, internal spacing 10, and border color of this color code D0 D0 D0, a border width of 1, and a bit of spacing towards the top, so a margin top, so margin top of 10, and a bit of border radius to give the curve structure of 5. Okay, save the file. So as you can see, that's looking good. So now after that, we're going to start initializing all of our views with the text as well as the text input. So over here, initialize my first view. Okay, so this is going to contain the text which says full name, first and last name. So first and last name. So let's give the style for this first. I'm going to give style, so font size of 15 and a font weight of bold. Alright, so now for the view, let's give some margin vertical so that it's almost touching the top piece of text. So margin vertical of 10. Okay, I think that's looking better. So now after the text, we're going to have, of course, the text input. So here I'm going to say text input. So firstly, it's going to have a placeholder which says enter your name, and we're going to give the style for this as well. So here I'm going to say style. It's going to have a padding of 10 and a border color of this color code and a border width as well. So border width of 1, border width of 1. Okay, and a bit of margin top. Okay, I think let's copy the same piece of styling. It's going to be the same, right? Instead of writing again, just copy that out and format once. So save the file. So as you can see, that's looking better. So the placeholder text color is gonna be black. Okay, that's the first part of the input, that is for the full name. So after that we have the second piece of view that's gonna come after this view. So I'm gonna say view. Okay, so this is gonna have a text field which says mobile number. So I'm going to give the same piece of styling I gave to the first text of the previous view. Alright, so now just copy down the text input and later make the changes. Okay, so placeholder is going to be black itself. So over here, placeholder text color is going to be black. So here we're going to say mobile number. Alright, that's looking fine. So after mobile number, we have the next input field, that is the house number. So firstly, initialize your view over here with a text field which says flat, house number, building, and or the company, something like this. So again, copy the same piece of styling for the text. It's going to be same throughout the screen. Okay, and for this again we're going to give the margin vertical. So style margin vertical of 10. Alright, so again copy the text input and we're going to paste it over here. Format once, save the file. So here it's not going to have any of the placeholder, it's just going to be empty. Okay, so after that let's initialize a second piece of view that's going to have the text which says area, street, sector, and the village. Okay, so again give the same piece of styling for the text, that is font size of 15 and then font weight of bold. Okay, and copy the text input out and we're going to paste it over here. So again we are not going to have any placeholder here as well. Alright, so after the street and area we're going to have the next thing, that is going to be the landmark. So that's going to happen over here. So copy the view and initialize the text input, not the text input, the text attribute. Here we're going to say landmark with the L capital, and again let's give the same piece of styling for the first piece of text. Okay, save the file. So again for this view we're going to give the margin vertical of 10. So style a margin vertical of 10. Okay, not this, I guess this one. Okay, that's looking fine. So over here let's again copy the text input and we're going to paste it over here. So here we're going to say example near Apollo Hospital. So this is going to be the placeholder for this. Save the file. So after the landmark we have the next piece of thing, that is going to be the pin code. So again initialize the view with the text which says pin code. Okay, so let's give the style for the text again. So style is going to be this one. Copy the text input once more, paste it over here. Here it's going to be enter pin code. So enter pin code. Okay, so save the file. So as you can see, that's looking better. So now after that we have completed all of the text inputs. We're going to show the button to add all the addresses. Okay, so here I'm going to say pressable, import that from React Native, and it's going to have a text field which says add address, just like this. And let's give the styling for the auto pressable. We're going to give it a background color of this color code, that is FF C72C. We're going to give it some internal spacing, that is a padding of 10, and we're going to give it a slight border radius of let's say 6, and we're going to give a justify content of center and align items of center as well. And we're going to give it some margin top, that is spacing on the top. Save the file. So as you can see, that's looking better. So now for the text, let's give it a font weight of bold. So style font weight of bold. Okay, I think that's looking fine. So yeah, I think that this part is done. So the next thing we'll be looking into is we're going to initialize the state, and then so that we can store whatever the user is typing inside of each input field. So firstly, I'm just going to copy down all of the states required over here. Okay guys, I've just pasted all of the code that is required. That is firstly the name, mobile number, house number, street, landmark, and then postal code. So the next step is import use state from React. And now with the help of this, firstly let's target the text input. So for the first one, that is over here, we're going to give the value. So it's going to be the name. So it's going to have on change text. Okay, so whatever the text the user is typing, so that we're going to update it. So we have the set name to update it and update it to the text. So that part is done. So the next thing is mobile number. So value is going to be mobile number and on change text, whatever the user is typing over here, just set the text so that it is stored inside of the state. We're going to say set mobile number of that particular text, whatever the user is typing. So that part is done. So the next thing we have is the house number. So here we're going to say value is going to be, let's check the correct spelling, house number, and again it's going to have the on change text, set house number to be that particular text. Okay, so the next thing we have is the street. So over here we're going to say value is going to be street. All right, and then on change text, it's going to have a text field, and we are basically going to set the street. So set streets to be whatever the user is typing, that is basically the text. All right, so the next thing we have is the landmark and the postal code. So for the landmark over here, I'm going to say value is going to be landmark, and the on change text, it's going to take in the text, and here we're going to say set the landmark to be whatever the text is. All right, so the final one is the postal code over here. So value is going to be postal code. Okay, and it's going to have again the on change text. Okay, so set the postal code to be of that particular text. Okay, so we have set up all of the text inputs, all of the state, so we can console.log each one of them and see whatever the user is typing. So save the file. So the next step we'll be looking into is, after all of the details have been filled in this screen, if at all we press on the add address, we need to include this into the backend. So for that, firstly we need to initialize the endpoint, and then we need to initialize on press event on the add address button. So firstly, to initialize the endpoint, let's head over to the index.js, and then we're gonna say over here endpoint to store a new address to the backend. Okay, so here firstly I'm going to make use of the post method. So I'm going to say app.post, and this is going to be the endpoint, that is /addresses. Okay, so it's going to have the async method, which is going to take in, of course, the request as well as the response in the callback. And as usual, firstly let's initialize our try catch block. So I'm going to say try, and then catch of error, firstly result.status of 500.json with this particular message saying error adding address. All right, so inside the try block, firstly we need access to the user ID, because in the user model we have something known as the addresses array. So we're going to push each address into this array. Okay, so to do that, firstly we need access to a particular user ID that is logged in with the app, right? So let's come back over here and firstly get access to the user ID. So I'm going to say const user ID, comma, the address, which is in the form of an object, equals to the request dot body. Okay, so firstly here we are going to say request dot body. Firstly, what we're going to do is find the user by the user ID. So to do that, I'm going to say const user equals to await access the user model user dot find by ID. Alright, and here we are passing the user ID, whatever is obtained. So firstly, we are going to check if at all there is no user, we're going to return a result dot status of 404 dot JSON with this particular message saying user is not found. Alright, so if at all the user is present, then what we need to do is we are going to say add the new address to the users addresses array, right? So we're going to do this if at all the user is found with that particular user ID. So to do this, we're going to say simply access the user dot addresses array, and then with the help of the push method, just push whatever the address is coming from the front end part, that is in the form of an object. So let's check if it is the correct spelling, that is addresses. So it needs to be the same spelling. So copy that out and paste it over here. Alright, so after doing this, we're going to say save the user or save the updated user in the backend. So to do this, it's going to be await user.save. And just like this, the address gets updated for that particular user ID in the addresses array of that user. Alright, so after doing that, I'm going to say result.status of 200.json with a message being address created successfully. Okay, so this is the endpoint to store address into the backend. So save the file. So the next thing we'll be looking into is we need to get all of the addresses of that particular user so that we can show it in the screen as well as in the bottom modal, right? So here I'm going to say endpoint to get all the addresses of a particular user. So here we'll be making use of the get request. So I'm going to say app.get. So it's going to be / addresses and / that particular user ID. So it's going to be an async method. So write async, and it's going to of course have the request and the response in the callback. And firstly, let's initialize our try catch block. So firstly try catch. So catch of error. Here we're going to say result.json. result.status of 500.json with a particular message saying error retrieving the addresses. We're going to say error retrieving the addresses. Alright, so inside the try block, firstly to get the addresses in this particular addresses array over here, we need access to the user ID, right? So to do that, firstly let's get access to user ID. So I'm going to say const user ID equals to request.params.user ID. Alright, so next step is of course we need to find the user in the backend. So I'm going to say const user equals to await access the user model user.find by ID. You're going to use that method. So find by ID of the user ID. Okay, so if at all there is no user, so here I'm going to say if at all there is no user, what we need to do is we need to return the status. So here I'm going to say return result.status of 404.json of this particular message, that is user is not found. So if at all we have the user, then pretty much give me all of the addresses of that particular user. So I'm going to say const addresses equals to user dot addresses. Right, and we're going to send this in the status, that is the addresses. So result dot status of 200 dot json, and we're just going to send the addresses over here, addresses. Okay, so that's pretty much it. So this is the way to get the address, and this is the way to push the address into the backend. So the next step we'll be looking into is we need access to the user ID, let's say in every point of our application. So to do that, firstly I'm going to create my context, user context, where we can initialize a bit of state, and then we're going to access the user ID in any point of our application. Okay, so firstly create a new file, let's name it user context.js. Alright, so here firstly I'm going to import my create context method. So I'm going to say create context comma use state from React. Alright, so here I'm going to say const user type equals to initiate the create context function, just like this, and we're going to define a user context here. So const user context equals to, it's arrow function which is going to take in the children over here. So let's write that out. So this is the basic syntax, and here we're going to return the user type dot provider. So user type dot provider. So here we need to pass all of the children, right? So after this, save the file. So here we can initialize our state and we can access it any point of our application. So here I'm going to say const user ID comma set user ID equals to use state, and here initially I want it to be an empty string. Alright, so for the provider it's going to take in the value prop, where we are going to pass in basically the user ID and the and the set user ID. Alright, save the file. And the next thing is we need to import the required things, that is a user type as well as a user context. So here I'm going to say export user type and the user context, just like this, and save the file. So the next step is to access both of the values. Firstly we need to import the user context into the app.js, right? So we're going to do it right here. So user context, import it from the context.js file, just like this, and put the stack navigator and the model portal into it. So now we can access the user ID as well as the set user ID. Okay, so let's go back to our file, that is basically where we have that add address, the add address button over here. I think we've not created a button, right? No, that's going to happen in the address screen. Okay, so here where we have the add button, we're going to initiate a function on press. Okay, so it's going to say handle add address. Let's define this function right at the top, and firstly let's go into that particular screen over here. All right, so let's define this function over here. So first const, okay, so before this I think we need access to the user ID, right? So if you would remember, in the index.js file, along with the address, we need access to this user ID as well in the post method, this user ID. So currently that's not present. So firstly over here I'm going to say initialize a user fact to get access to the user ID. So I'm going to say user fact. Okay, and make sure you import user fact from React. So let's do that over here. It's already imported. All right, so here I'm going to initialize a function. Let's say const fetch user. It's going to be an async function. So I'm going to say async. All right, so here firstly I need access to the async storage, that is the token with which we set it while logging in, right? So I'm going to say const token equals to wait async storage. Let's import that dot with the help of get item method. We need to pass the key to this. The key previously used was auth token. So we need to pass the same key. Alright, so the next step is we need to install the JWT decode. So let's see if that's installed once in the package.json. It's not, so let's do that. So let's come to the terminal over here, and I'm going to say yarn add JWT decode, just like this, and press on enter. So after this gets installed, here we're going to say const decoded token equals to JWT underscore decode. Let's import this. Okay, let's import it manually, and for it, this is going to take in basically the token, whatever is there inside of the async storage. So let's import JWT underscore decode from JWT decode. All right, the next step is we're gonna say const user ID equals to decoded token dot user ID. So now I'm just going to say, firstly, let's access the user ID and the set user ID with the help of the use context hook. So I'm going to say const user, let's destructure it, const user ID, comma set user ID equals to use context. And here we need to pass the context with which it was created, that is known as user type. Remember, we had exported both of them, right? So it's going to take user type. Let's import user type from the context file, just like this. And let's check the spelling of this is right or not. It should be the same thing. So inside the context file, set user ID. Yeah, that's correct. So let's come back over here. And we are just going to say set the user ID to be whatever the user ID is, just like this. Okay. And after this, we're just going to say call the function over here, fetch user. So I think everything is imported, user fact, and then async storage. All right, so now let's console.log the user ID. So let's go over here, save the file. Okay, use context does not exist, so let's import use context. Okay, so let's again press over here, and then over here add new address. Handle add address does not exist. Okay, my bad. So let's just define it. So const handle add address equal, save the file. So now let's do that again. So add an address, add a new address. So as you can see, this is my user ID. Okay, so this is helpful inside the function. So firstly, inside the handle address function, I need access to my address, right? So I'm going to say const address equals to an object. Here we're going to pass in all of the details that is stored inside of state. That is basically the name, the mobile number, the house number, the street, and then the landmark, and finally the postal code. All right, so after doing this, we're going to send a post request. I'm going to say Axios, import Axios from Axios dot post, and this is going to be the URL, that is http localhost 8000 / addresses. It's going to take in two things, that is the user ID as well as the address. Okay, so user ID is stored inside of state and address is coming from here. Okay, so after doing this, I'm going to apply the .then method, which is going to give us the response. So here, firstly, I'm going to say alert success address added successfully. Okay, so let's import alert from React Native. And after doing this, we are going to set all of the state to be empty. So here I'm going to say set name to be empty. Okay, and then we're going to say set the mobile number to be empty, and set the house number to be empty, set the street to be empty, set the landmark to be empty, and set postal code to be empty. And just like this, we have completed this. Okay, so the next thing we'll be looking into is, after doing that, we have to go to the next screen, I mean the previous screen, to show the addresses. So over here I'm going to say set timeout. Okay, so it's going to take in a function and the time over here. So let's say after 500 milliseconds, that is half a second, I want to navigate to the previous screen. So let's initialize a navigation first over here. So const navigation equals to use navigation. So import use navigation from the React navigation / native. All right, so inside the set timeout, I'm going to say navigation dot go back. Okay, and if at all there is any error, we're going to catch that. So I'm going to say dot catch of error. So firstly, okay, dot catch of error. So here I'm going to say console.log whatever the error is, and also just give me that alert message. So alert.alert error failed to add address, something like this. Okay, so save the file and now let's give this a try. Okay, so firstly let's enter the full name over here. And one more thing is, you can actually check if at all of the fields have been filled or not, and then only enable the address button. Otherwise you can pretty much disable it, or you can add a alert box to do that. I'm not going to do that part. It's pretty simple. Just check if all of the addresses have been filled, I mean if all of the text inputs have been filled, and then only you're gonna execute this post request. Okay, so firstly here I'm going to enter my full name, and I'm going to enter the mobile number, and over here the house number, so just like this, and area we're going to enter, and landmark I'm going to enter the same thing, that is near Apollo Hospital. Okay, and pin code we're going to enter this one. All right, so if at all I press on add address, we should add this address into the backend, that is into the addresses array of that particular user ID, and after that we need to set everything to be empty. So let's give that a try. So as you can see, the address has been added successfully, and we have come back to the previous screen. So once let's go check out our backend if at all the addresses have been added into my addresses array. So over here let's refresh once and let us check out the addresses array. So I think again I need to log in once more. Okay, so now let's check out the addresses array. So as you can see, the first object has been added into my addresses array. So here the name is there, the mobile number, house number, street, landmark, postal code, and this is the object ID. So this way we have completed the first address into the addresses array. Right, so the next step is we're just going to display that in the previous screen as well as in the model, that is in the bottom model. Right, so firstly what we need to do is, let's come back to our code over here into the add address screen. So here we're going to make a get request and then show all of the addresses of that particular user. So firstly let's initialize the state so that it can hold the addresses. So I'm going to say const addresses comma set addresses equals to use state, and initially it's going to have an empty array because there can be many addresses, right? So here I'm going to initialize my use effect. So use effect over here, and here I'm going to define the function to execute. Let's say fetch addresses. All right, so let's define the function that is fetch addresses over here. I'm going to say const fetch addresses equals to a async method. All right, so here firstly let's initialize our try catch block. So for the error, I'm just going to say console.log of error with whatever the error is. So inside the try block, we're going to make a get request to the endpoint that we just initialized. So here I'm going to say const response equals to await Axios, import Axios from Axios dot get, and this is going to be the URL. So I'm going to say http our local host and then 8000 / addresses and then / whatever the user ID is. So firstly let's get access to the user ID. So you can pretty much copy that from the address screen. So let's copy this out and we're gonna paste it over here. Make sure to import user type as well as the use context. So use context from React. Okay, so here we are gonna say user ID just like this. Okay, I think user type is not being initialized, so user type, yep, it has been imported. Okay, so now after doing this, we're gonna say const addresses equals to whatever is there inside of the response.data. Okay, so anyhow we have access to set addresses. We're just going to set the state now. So set addresses to be whatever the addresses is. So we should be getting just one address currently because we have only one address inside of the addresses array. So here I'm going to say console.log addresses and then addresses. So let's see if everything is imported. Use effect, use context, Axios, and then yeah, hopefully let's give this a try. Oh my god, use state does not exist. Again we need to import. So use state. So let's go over here and add an address. Okay, we have an error. So request failed with status 404. Okay, so let's look into where we've gone wrong. Okay, so let's do one thing. Firstly, let's check out if at all the user ID is defined or not, right? Because it is only available in the next screen, I guess. So I'm just going to say console.log user ID. Okay, here also I'm going to say user ID. So save the file. Okay, so as you can see, user ID is currently undefined, right? So what we need to do is firstly let's try and hard code it over here and then later make it dynamic. So let's press on add a new address. So here it is available in the previous screen. So I think if we do that in the home screen, it is available in any point of our application, I guess. So let's come back to over here and let us hard code this value. So over here I'm just going to pass in the hard coded value. So let's come back once and save the file. So as you can see, we are able to get the addresses array. Okay, so since this was undefined because it had no value, we were getting that 404 error, right? So with the help of this, we're gonna design this in just a bit. So before that, we're gonna make use of the same get request, and then we're gonna call this in the home screen as well. So let's head over to the home screen once. So home screen. So let's initialize the state to hold the data over here. So const selected address, or we're just going to copy the same thing, const addresses comma set addresses equals to use state of an empty array. All right, so firstly let's call the function that is to fetch the user ID here. So we have already done that, so let's pretty much copy that out. That is this one. So we're gonna paste it, let's say here. Make sure to import async storage once, and also use effect. Use effect is already imported. Yes, it is imported. And over here we need access to two things, that is user ID and the set user ID, right? So let us copy that also with the help of this code. You're going to paste it somewhere here. Make sure to import two things, the use context and the user type. So use context over here, user type from the context.js file. As you can see, that's being imported. So what we're going to do is, first step is to get access to the user ID. If at all we have the user ID, then only we're going to make the call to fetch the addresses. If you do not do that, then we're going to get an error because user ID would be undefined, because this is the first screen, right? So we will get an error if at all user ID is undefined. So firstly, we're going to check the condition and then only call to fetch the addresses of that particular user. So to check the condition, firstly initialize the user fact over here. All right, so here we're going to provide something in the dependency array, and before that we're going to say if at all we have the user ID, okay, then only call this function, that is fetch addresses. All right, so let us just copy this function from the previous screen, that is this one. Okay, we can pretty much paste it over here. Import Axio is imported, and yeah, here we can make this look dynamic. So instead of this, we can write the user ID. All right, so here let's console.log the addresses. Hopefully we should not see that error. Let's give this a try. So addresses, right? So let's check again if we have done everything correctly. Okay, so if at all we have the user ID, then only we're going to fetch the addresses, because in the home screen, as soon as it loads, this also is going to get executed, right? So if we do not write this condition, then this function is going to get executed, and over here this is not valid, that is user ID is undefined at the initial point. So of course this is going to get error and we will not be able to see anything on the screen, right? So for that reason, we are going to check if at all the user ID is present, then only call the function. So also over here we are going to say user ID, and this also is dependent on the modal visible. All right, so because we can update it in real time, that is if at all an address is updated, this also will get updated in real time, that is the address in the modal. So that reason I've given here it as modal visible as well as the user ID. So let's give this a try. Let's save the file once. Okay, and let's come back to the previous screen in the home screen and then save the file. Okay, so here also it's working fine. As you can see, we are able to see the addresses array with the object. So the same address is being seen in the next screen as well. So let's give that a try, add address. So as you can see, now we are able to see the addresses array. So here let's make it look dynamic. So instead of the hard-coded value, here I'm going to pass in the user ID. Okay, so as you can see, now it's working fine because we have the user ID being set. Correct. So with the help of this information, we're going to style out this particular screen as well as this bottom modal. All right, so if at all we have any address, it's going to come to the leftmost part, and if you want to add any address, we're going to press on this, and then we're going to press on this button to add address. So first step is we're going to style out this particular screen, that is the add address screen. So firstly we're going to map over all of the addresses and then implement the design styles. So here firstly let's access the addresses that is stored. So we're going to say addresses.map. So for every item and index, just return a pressable. Okay, so firstly inside the pressable we're going to have a view. Okay, here I'm going to say view. So inside the view, firstly we're going to have the text. To access the name, it's going to be item.name. So I'm going to say item.name. So as you can see, that's being applied over here. So firstly let's give the style for the pressable over here. So style, it's going to have a border width of 1 and it's going to have a border color. So border color of this color code D0 D0 D0, and it's going to have a padding of 10. Okay, that is internal spacing. It's going to have a flex direction of row, align items of center, it's going to have a flex direction of column. It's going to have a gap of 5, and it's going to have a bit of margin vertical of 10. Okay, save the file. As you can see, the border is being applied. So now we're going to give the style to the view. So here it's going to be style. It's going to have a flex direction of row. All right, align items of center and a gap of 3. So after the text, we're going to have the location icon. So let's get the location icon. So we're going to use, let's say, location, this one. So import the icon family first, and we're going to copy the render component code, and we're going to paste it right here. Okay, save the file. So this is going to have a red color. Okay, so for the text, we're going to give the styling. It's going to have a font size of 15, and it's going to have a font weight of bold. Okay, I think that's looking fine. So after that, we're going to have the text. We're going to say one more text attribute. Here it's going to say item dot house number, comma, item dot landmark. Just like this, and we're going to save the file. So let's give the style for this. So I'm going to say style. It's going to have a font size of 15, and it's going to have a color of this color code, that is 1818 and then 18. Okay, so after that, we're going to have the next piece of text, which is going to say item dot street. So here let's give the piece of styling. It's going to have a font size of 15, and it's pretty much going to have the same color, that is 181818. Okay, I think I've given the wrong spelling, right? So never mind. So after that, let's give one more piece of text. So this I'm just going to hard code it. So I'm going to say India and then the city name. Save the file. All right, so same piece of styling once more. After that, I'm going to initialize my one more piece of text, which is going to contain the phone number. So I'm going to say phone number. So to access that, it's going to be item dot phone number, or it's going to be mobile number. So let's copy the same piece of styling and paste it over here. All right, and one more piece of text. Here it's going to say the pin code, right? So I'm going to say pin code. So to access the pin code, it's going to be item dot postal code, right? So I'm going to say item dot postal code. Save the file, and again the same piece of styling. Okay, so as you can see, we have designed the first piece of addresses, right? So the next thing is we're going to have a set of buttons for the UI purpose. So after the text, we're going to say view. So this is going to have basically a pressable, which is going to contain a text which says edit. All right, so firstly we're going to give the style for the pressable. It's going to be like a form of a button. So firstly, background color of this color code, that is F5, F5, F5. It's gonna have some padding horizontal of 10. It's gonna have some padding vertical of 5 or 6, and it's gonna have a slight border radius, so border radius of 5. It's gonna have a border width of 0.9 and a border color. So border color is gonna be the same thing, that is D0, D0, D0. All right, so format 1. So this is the styling for the outermost pressable. So save the file. So as you can see, that's looking better. So now along with this, we're gonna have one more pressable, which is gonna say remove. All right, so save the file. Okay, so now let's go to the view and give the styling. So I'm gonna say style, flex direction of row, and align items of center, and we're gonna give it a gap of 10 over here, and we're gonna give it some margin top as well, so margin top of 10 also, and save the file. So as you can see, now that's looking better. Let's keep the margin top to be 7. All right, so now after the edit remove, we have one more thing that is going to be set as default. All right, so let's do that also. So pressable, this is going to say set as default. Okay, so as you can see, this is the basic design in this screen for the address. So the next step we'll be looking into is we're going to start designing the model screen, the model, right? So if you press on the bottom part over here, let's go into the home screen, and we had commented previously. For there, we need to show the addresses. That is over here. All right, so here we have access to the addresses. So I'm going to say addresses dot map. So for each and every item and the index, we're going to say return a pressable. So over here inside the pressable, firstly we're going to have the view. All right, so firstly inside the view we're going to show the name. So to access that, I'm going to say text. So it's going to be item dot name. So again, here also we'll be making use of the location icon. So let's just copy that out. So add address screen. We can actually pretty much copy the entire view itself, that is this one, and we can paste it over here. Right, so let's import ntypo. Ntypo is already imported. Okay, so over here, yeah, let us give the style for the outermost pressable, that is it should be in the form of a box, right? So style, firstly a width of 140 and a height of 140. It's also going to have a border color of this color code D0, 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 and a border width of 1, and it's going to have some internal spacing, that is padding of 10, and it's going to have justify content of center and align items of center. All right, and along with it we're going to give it a gap of 3 and a bit of margin right, because it could touch this particular thing, right? So margin right of 15. Okay, and save the file. So let's give this a try once more. So as you can see, we have the first address. Okay, so currently it is not, I guess, currently aligned to it. So let's look into where we've gone wrong, because this is a bit top and this is coming at the bottom. So over here, let's remove the margin top for this and save the file. Yeah, so now it's looking better. All right, or let's give the margin top for this, and for this also let's give the margin top. Okay, my bad. So margin top of 10, I guess. Yeah, I think now it's looking fine. All right, so now after we design the After we have given the name, let's keep the font size to be 13 to make it look small. And yeah, after the name, we're gonna have the next piece of styling, that is basically the house number as well as the landmark. So that's gonna happen after the view. So text, it's gonna be item dot house number, comma, item dot landmark. So we're going to give the style for the text over here because it might overflow because the width is less. So we're going to give a width of 130, all right, and a font size of 13, and it's going to have a text align of center. And also to the text, I'm going to say number of lines should be only 1. It should not exceed that. So number of lines is 1, and save the file. So as you can see, that's looking nice. So now after this, we're going to show the street. So text, I'm going to say item dot street. So let's copy this piece of styling and give it over here with the same thing, that is number of lines should be 1. All right, that is looking fine. So the next thing we're looking into is basically the final piece of text that I'm just going to hard code it with the city name. So feel free to copy the same piece of styling as well as the number of lines should be equal to 1. Yep, I think that's looking fine. All right, so we have designed both of the screens, that is the add address screen as well as the model. Okay, we are showing the addresses here as well and over here also. Okay, so I think that's it. So the next step is whatever address the user selects over here, the same thing should be reflected at the top, that is in the UI. So if the user visits the app for the first time, then it should be add address instead of showing any address over here, right? So to implement that, firstly we're going to access the state, right? So here I'm going to say we can do that right here. So I'm going to say const selected address, comma set selected address equals to use state, and initially I'm just going to pass in a empty string. So firstly we're going to initialize onPress event on the addresses present inside the model, and then we're going to implement this. Okay, so let's come down and initialize onPress event on the address that is there inside of the bottom model, that is over here. So here I'm going to say onPress equals to set selected address to be of whatever the item is. All right, so let's give this a try. So here I'm going to say console.log of the selected address. Okay, so we can remove the other remaining console.logs. That's this one. So now let's open up the model, and I'm going to press on the first address. Okay, set selected address does not exist. All right, set selected address, I think the spelling is wrong. Okay, single D. Save the file. So now let's give this one more try. So the first address, so as you can see over here, this is getting currently selected. Okay, so if any of the address is getting selected, we need to give it a different background color. So let's do that. So we're going to apply the condition in the styling part, that is over here. I'm going to say background color if the selected address equals to the item. Now the selected address, okay, is it the selected address, or yeah, selected address equals to item, then it's going to have a different background color, else it's going to be white itself. So here I'm going to paste this color code. So save the file. So as you can see, currently this is selected, so for that reason this is being, given this background color. So the next step is, if I even close the model, the same thing should appear over here as well. So for that, let's give the condition. Let's do conditional rendering over here in the top portion of the styling, that is, just after the text. Okay, so just remove this out, and I'm gonna paste this piece of code over here. Alright, so first of all, if it is a selected address, that means it needs to be delivered to this particular name and this particular street, else it's gonna be add a address. Okay, so save the file. So as you can see, currently this is being selected, so for that reason you're able to see that over there. Alright, so that's working absolutely fine. Okay, so the next step is we're gonna go into the card system, the card screen, and we're gonna start designing the card screen. Okay, so currently for the card screen also we've given the same screen as rendering. So to make that change, let's come into the stack navigator over here, and let's check for the card screen in the bottom tab navigator. So it's currently home screen, right? So let's remove that out, and here we're going to say card screen. Do we have a card screen? We do not have it. So let's create the card screen first. So over here I'm going to say card screen.js, and simultaneously let's also create our profile screen as well. So profile screen.js rnfes, save the file, same thing over here as well, rnfes, save the file. So over here for the component, it's gonna be card screen, imported from the screens folder, and over here it's gonna be profile screen. So this also we're going to import it from the screens folder. Alright, so as you can see, both of them have been imported. So let's save the file. So here you should be able to see that change. So currently we are able to see the card screen. Alright, so firstly for the card screen, we're going to import our scroll view over here. I'm going to say scroll view. Let's make use of the scroll view instead of the normal view, and for the scroll view let's give some styling, basically a margin top of, let's say, 55, and a basic flex of 1, and a background color of white. So as you can see, that's being applied on the screen. So firstly I need my header over here as well. So firstly let's go into the home screen and just copy the top part of this. Alright, so over here in the card screen, just paste it out over here. Make sure you import the required things, that is basically the pressable and then the text input. We also need access to two things, that is and design and feather, right? So you can copy that from any screens, just copy the icon and then change the icon name. So we need access to feather, and the second one is and design. Okay, save the file. As you can see, that's looking fine. So firstly, after the header, we're going to show the subtotal of the cart. All right, so let's firstly get access to the cart in the login screen or in the home screen. Yeah, this one, just copy this out and we're going to paste it over here. Import the use selector from React Redux, and let's see if there are any items in the cart. So console.log of cart. Okay, so basically there are some items in the cart. Okay, so we can make use of this and then we can design the cart screen. So after initializing this, after the view, I'm going to say one more view. This is going to contain two texts. So text is going to say, first text is going to say it's subtotal, and the second piece of text is going to say basically the total price. So to calculate the total, firstly we're going to map over the cart. All right, so let's say we have two items in the cart. Firstly we need to multiply the price with the quantity of that particular product. So this is only the price for a single product. So if at all there are more items, we need to add that up, right? So that's the way we're going to implement this. So I'm going to say const total equals to firstly cart dot map. So for every item in the cart, give me this sum, that is multiply the item dot price of a particular product into its item dot quantity. So this will give me the total for one product that is present inside of the cart. So let's say if there are more products present inside of the cart, after doing this, I'm just going to apply the reduce method, which is going to take in the current and the previous value, and here it's just gonna sum up these two. So current, so here we're gonna say current plus the previous. We need to provide an initial value which is going to be 0 at the initial state. So format once and let's console.log the total if it's showing correctly. So console.log of total. So save the file. As you can see, this is the total price of this particular cart. So firstly, let's display that over here, that is total. So now let's give the styling for the view. Firstly, we're going to give it some internal spacing, that is padding of 10. So here I'm going to say padding of 10 and a flex direction of row. We're going to give it align items of center as well, align items of center, and save the file. So now for the first text, I'm going to say style. It's going to have a font size of 18. It's going to have a font weight of let's say 400. All right, and over here we're going to say style, a font size of 20 and a font weight of bold. All right, okay, that's looking fine. So make sure you add that rupee symbol. Okay, and after that we're going to initialize one more piece of text over here, which is going to be EMI details available, something like this. So this is going to have basically a margin horizontal of 10. All right, so that's looking fine. So after that, I'm going to initialize a pressable so that we can proceed to the next screen. So here I'm going to say text proceed to buy. Here we need to show how many number of items are present inside of the cart. So it's going to be cart.length items. Okay, save the file. So proceed to buy 3 items. So now let's give the styling for the outermost pressable. So we're going to give a background color firstly with this color code, that is FFC72C. We're going to give it some internal spacing, that is padding of 10, and we're going to give it a slight border radius of let's say 5, and we're going to give justify content of center and align items of center, line items of center. We're also going to give a margin horizontal of 10 and a bit of spacing towards the top, since it's almost touching the top text. So margin top of 10. Okay, so this is the styling for the pressable. So save the file. As you can see, that's looking fine. So now after this, we want a divider kind of styling. Okay, so for that, I'm just going to initialize my empty text with a self-enclosing tag. So we're going to give the style to this. So it's going to have a height of 1, border color of this color code, that is D0, 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 and it's going to have a border width as well. Let's say border width of 1 and a bit of margin top of 15 or 16. Okay, so that's looking fine. So the next step is we're going to map over the cart items and then we're going to display them on the screen. Right, so view, this is going to have the basic styling, that is a margin horizontal of 10, and here let's access our cart and map over this. So cart dot map for every item and then index, I want you to return a view. So over here in the view, this is the outermost view, right? So Yeah, firstly inside the view I'm going to access my pressable. Alright, so firstly inside the pressable I need access to my image, which is going to be inside of the view. So make sure you import image from React Native. So image is going to take in the source, which in turn is going to take in the URI. So to access the image is going to be item.image. You can pretty much check out the cart over here. So as you can see, to access the image, it's going to be item.image. So let's give the styling for the image so that we can see it on the screen. So I'm going to give a width of 140 and a height of 140 as well. And I'm going to give it a resize mode of contain. So image is imported, I guess. Yes. So we can save the file. Okay, so as you can see, we have 3 items present inside of the cart. So now for this one, let's give the key as the index. Alright, that's looking fine. So now we're going to give the style for the outermost view, that is this view. So I'm going to say style. It's going to have a background color of white. Okay, and it's going to have a margin vertical of 10 to give it some spacing. It's going to have a border bottom color. So border bottom color of this color code F0 F0 F0, a slide border width of 2, and the border left width and the right width is going to be 0. So border left width is going to be 0, and the border top width, not the right, top width is going to be 0. So yeah, save the file. So format once, and I guess we forgot one more thing, border right width as well is gonna be 0. All right. Okay, so the next thing we'll be looking into is we're gonna style out the view over here, I mean the pressable. So style, it's gonna have a margin vertical of 10 and a flex direction of row and align items of center. Okay, and save the file. So as you can see, that's looking fine. So the next thing after that is after the image, we're gonna initialize one more view, which is gonna contain 2 pieces of text. So the first text is gonna say item.title and save the file. So as you can see, that's looking fine. So we're going to give the style for this. So here it's going to be style. It's going to have a specific width. So we're going to say width of, let's say 150, and we're going to give it some margin top of 10. Okay, save the file. So let's remove align items of center over here from the top view, where we've given align items of center. Yeah, I guess this one. No, not that one, not that one. Yeah, this one. Let's remove that out and save the file. And we're gonna give attribute that is number of lines. It's gonna be 2. Okay, because we need to add even the remaining details as well, right? So the next detail is going to be the price tag. So it's going to be text with the item dot price. So we're going to give the styling for the price over here. So style, it's going to have a font size of 20 and a font weight of bold. Okay, that's looking fine. And we can give it a margin top because it's almost touching the top text. So margin top of 6. Okay, so after the price, we're going to show basically the image. So let me just get the code for the image. Okay guys, I've just pasted the code for the image, and along with it I've just pasted 2 more pieces of text which says in stock, and finally I'm showing the ratings. Okay, so this is only going to work for the product that came from the API, because I guess this doesn't have the ratings, right? So if you do not want to show that, you can pretty much comment it out, or you can add the ratings into these 2 products as well in the array. So format once, image is already imported, and save the file. Okay, so I think that's looking fine. So the next thing we'll be looking into is, or if you want to make this equal with the image, you can actually add number of lines to be 3 over here. Okay. All right, so the next thing we'll be looking into is we're going to style out the remaining part. That's going to happen after the pressable. So here I'm going to initialize my second pressable, and actually it's better if we give a space between over here, right? So for the outermost view, that is, I guess, this one. So let's give justify content of space between. Okay, actually it's consuming a lot of space, I guess, right? So let's give justify content of space around and check how it's looking. So space around, yep, I think this is also looking good, not bad. Okay, let's go with this itself. If you're interested in space between, you can feel free to use that. Okay, so now after this, yeah, I think if we use this, I think then the design of the buttons would be disturbed. Okay, so yeah, let's keep it space between for now, and then let's see how exactly it'll look after designing the rest of the buttons. So firstly over here, I'm going to initialize my view. So this view is going to contain basically the pressable. So this pressable is going to contain the delete icon. So now let's get the delete icons from the expo icon over here. So let's head over here and search for delete. Okay, from and design. So firstly import the icon family, and we are gonna copy this render component code, and let's paste it over here. All right, so we're going to give this styling for this pressable firstly. So I'm going to say style. It's going to have basically a background color of this color code, that is D8 D8 D8, and it's going to have a bit of padding, and it's going to have a border top left radius of 6, and it's going to have a border bottom left radius of 6 as well. So now we're going to give this styling for the outermost view. So I'm going to say style. It's going to have a flex direction of row. All right, align items of center, and it's going to have basically a padding horizontal. So padding horizontal of 10, and it's going to have a padding vertical as well of 5, and along with it, it's going to have a slight border radius of 7. So yeah, we can save the file, and design has already been declared, is it? Okay, so let's remove that out. Okay, so as you can see, we are able to see the delete button. All right, so after the delete button, we're going to show the next icon, next thing, that is going to be the quantity. So to display that, we're going to initialize one more piece of pressable after this one. So firstly pressable. So this is going to have a text attribute which is going to show the quantity of that particular product. So item dot quantity. So it's going to have a different color. So I'm going to say background color of white, and it's going to have some padding horizontal of 18, and it's going to have a padding vertical of 6. Okay, save the file. So as you can see, the quantity of this is 2, 1, and then 1. So now after that, we're going to show the final one, that is the plus button to increase the quantity. All right, so again, let's just copy this out and paste it over here. So this is going to have a different button, that is the plus button. So let's get that. So over here, make sure you search for plus. So we're going to use that from, let's say, this one. All right, so import the feather icon. It's already imported, so copy the render component code, and we're gonna paste it over here. So I think we can give the same piece of styling that we gave to the delete button, that is this one. So just copy that out and we're going to give the same piece of styling over here instead of this style. So paste it over here, format it once. So basically we have the first button as a delete button and the second button as the quantity, and the third button is going to be the plus button. So save the file. So as you can see, that's looking nice, right? So let's give some spacing towards the top. So I'm going to say style, margin top of 15. Okay, so yeah, that's looking fine. And let's also give some margin bottom over here itself, margin bottom of 20. So after this, we're going to have one more piece of button towards the right. That's going to be the delete button, right? So we can delete everything manually. So over here, we're going to have pressable, and this is going to contain the text which says delete, right? So delete. I think this is going to come over here, I guess, after the view. So let's give the style for the delete button. So it's going to have a background color of white. Okay, and it's going to have a padding horizontal and padding vertical. So padding horizontal of 8 and padding vertical of 10, and it's going to have a border radius of 5, and it's going to have a border color of this color code C0 C0 C0, and it's going to have a very slight border width of 0.6. Okay, so let's save the file. So now let's give the styling for this particular pressable. So here I'm going to say a flex direction of row, align items of center, and give it a gap of, let's say, 10, gap of 10, and save the file. As you can see, that's looking good. So now after the pressable, we're going to have another pressable to show two more buttons, right? So that's going to happen over here, that is after the pressable. Okay, so over here it's going to have again the pressable with the text which says save for later, and we're going to have one more piece of pressable with the text, and this is going to be see more like this. See more like this. Okay, so firstly let's give the styling for this one. So I think it's going to have the same piece of styling that we gave to the delete button. So just copy that out and paste it over here as well, and over here as well, and over here we're going to give the style that is basically flex direction of row and align items of center, and justify, not justify, a gap of 10, and save the file. So as you can see, that's looking better. All right, so let's give the margin bottom to this instead of giving margin bottom over here. So here let's keep the margin bottom to be 10, and here let's keep it to be 15 or 20, right? Here 15. Okay, yep, I think that's looking good. So over here, if you give justify content of space around, as I told, this buttons will not look good, right? Where did that go? I guess so. Yeah, here. So instead of space between, if I write around, okay, so as you can see, the buttons design is not looking that good. So let's keep it to be space between itself, and then let's continue. Okay, so now the next step is, if at all I press on the plus button, we need to increase the quantity. All right, and if at all I press on the delete button, we need to delete this. And one more thing is, if at all the quantity of the product is greater than 1, this should be the minus button. Okay, so I think let's also change the icon color. I think it should be a blue color if I'm not wrong. So I think even this is actually looking good. You can actually choose a blue color over here. So yeah, firstly let's initialize the onPress event on the plus button. So over here I'm going to say onPress, I'm going to say increase quantity, and let's firstly take in a function So quantity of that particular item. All right, so firstly let's define this function right at the top. Before that, let's get access to our dispatch. So I'm going to say const dispatch equals to use dispatch. All right, import use dispatch from React Redux, and here let's define the function that is const increment quantity or increase quantity equals to, it's going to take in the item whatever we have selected, okay, whatever we have pressed on. And over here, firstly I'm going to say dispatch increment quantity, import this from the Redux folder, that is from the carted user file, right? So increment quantity of the item. So make sure you import this. Okay, no suggestions. Let's see if that's the correct spelling into the Redux folder. It's going to be this one, increment quantity. So okay, you can pretty much copy this out. Right? So let's save the file and let's see if at all the quantity is increasing or not. So let's press on this one. So as you can see, the quantity is getting increased to 2. All right, so now we're going to apply the condition in the delete button, right? So if at all the quantity is greater than 1, we're going to show the minus button. So that's going to happen over here after the pressable. No, not over there. That is, yep, it's going to happen after the view. So here I'm going to say if at all the item dot quantity is greater than 1, then that means give me a minus button, else show me the delete button itself. So currently I'm just going to paste the same thing for both of them and then later make the changes, right? So instead of delete, I want access to the minus button. So let us search for minus. Okay, let's use it from &design. I think &design is already imported, so just copy the render component code and paste it over here. So as you can see, the quantity of this is greater than 1, so we are seeing the minus button, and the quantity of this is 1, so we are just seeing the delete button. So format it once. So the next thing is we're gonna initialize the onPress event on the minus button, that is over here. So onPress equals to take in a function and give the name of the function, that is decrease quantity of that particular item. So let's define this function right at the top, decrease quantity over here. So I'm going to say const decrease quantity. It's going to take in the item, and here I'm going to say dispatch decrement quantity, import that from the carted user file, just like this, of the item. All right, so it's firstly going to check if all the item is present inside of the cart, and if it is present, it's just going to decrease the quantity by 1. And if at all the quantity is 1 of that particular item, then we are pretty much going to remove that item from the cart. So save the file. So I'm going to press on this minus button. It should automatically turn to the delete button, right? So as you can see, it is working correctly. So now the quantity of this particular product is 1. So for that reason, we are seeing the delete button. So now let's initialize the onPress event on the delete button, that is over here, where we have the delete button, this one, right? So I'm going to say onPress. It's going to take in a function, and I'm going to say delete item of whatever item you're deleting on, right? So let's define this function right at the top. So here I'm going to say const delete item. So this in turn is going to take in the item. All right, so here I'm going to say dispatch. This time we are going to say remove item from that particular cart. So remove item from cart, I think that's the name. I'm not sure what was the exact name, so it's going to be remove from cart, my bad. So copy this out and we're going to paste it over here. So remove item from cart, import this from the cart reducer file, and we're going to write the payload, that's item. So dispatch spelling is wrong, right? Dispatch. All right, so save the file. So as soon as I press on delete button for this thing, this product should be removed from the cart, correct? So let's give that a try. So this is working based on the filter function that we have written. So let's press on delete. So as you can see, that item is completely removed out of the cart. So now even this is working fine. Okay, as you can see, we can increment quantity, we can decrement quantity, and we can remove the item from the cart. Okay, so next we're going to initialize on press event on this delete button, so that if we press on it, we can directly delete that particular item, right? So we just need to copy the same piece of delete function. So let's copy this function and give it over here, that is, yeah, right here. Okay, so it's going to work the same, and save the file. So yes, we have implemented basically the cart system properly, that is by increment function, decrement function, add to cart function, and remove from the cart function. So the next step we'll be looking into is, if at all I press on proceed to buy 2 items, we need to go into the final screen where we need to perform different steps to reach the final step, whether we need to choose a cash payment or a online payment, right? So firstly, we're going to create a new screen in our file tree and then proceed. So I'm going to open up my file tree and then go into the screens folder and create a new screen. Let's name it as confirmation screen, confirmation screen.js. Okay, and RNFES to get the shorthand snippet. So let's include the screen into our stack navigator, right? So let's just copy this out and paste it over here. So this is going to be let's say confirm, and for the component we're going to give it as confirmation screen, imported from the screens folder. Okay, just like this, and save the file. So let's come to the cart screen, and where we have the proceed to buy items. So here, that is cart screen. So we're going to initialize on press event on the proceed to buy items, that is over here. So here I'm going to say on press. Here we're going to write navigation dot navigate to the name of the screen we want to navigate to, that is the confirm. Okay, and also make sure that if at all there are no items in the cart, do not show anything over here, right? I'm not going to do that part, and only enable this button if at all there is at least one item present inside of the cart, right? So format once, make sure you include those use cases. So let's press on proceed to buy. Okay, navigation does not exist, so const navigation equals to use navigation, import use navigation from React navigation /native. So let's press on proceed to buy. As you can see, we are coming correctly to the confirmation screen. All right, so next step is, firstly let's add some more addresses into the addresses array of this particular user. All right, so let's press on over here, and let's press on add an address or pick a point, and here you're going to press on add a new address. So here I'm going to write a different name this time. Okay, so let's write any name and the mobile number, and let's say house number is going to be this, area or street, right? We're going to give it a different name, and we're going to give the landmark, let's say near supermarket, and for pin code like this. Okay, let's press on add address. As you can see, address added successfully, but when I come to the previous screen, we are not able to see that, right? So let's go into the add address screen over here. I suppose this is the screen. So if I save the file, then only it's appearing, right? But I do not want that to happen. So as soon as I add the address and come back to the previous screen, I should see this screen being updated, right? So to do that, firstly here I'm going to make use of the use focus effect. So we're going to refetch the addresses, that is fetch this function whenever the component comes into the focus, right? So we have that hook from the use navigation, from the navigation of React Native. So here I'm going to say use focus effect, import that from React navigation /native. So here I'm going to say initialize the use callback hook. So make sure you import that from React use callback. Okay, so firstly here I'm going to say call the fetch addresses component. So here I'm going to say refresh the addresses when the component comes into the focus. So that is basically when we navigate back. Okay, so make sure use focus effect is imported and even use callback as well. All right, I think the spelling is wrong. It should be small u. Okay, small u. Okay, so over here I'm going to provide an empty dependency array and save the file. Okay, so this is going to run for the first time when this screen loads. Okay, this use effect, and when we go into the next screen, that is add address screen, and then we add any particular address and come back to this screen, this is going to get triggered off, and again this function is executed and you would see the updated changes over here. So let's give this a try. So save the file once and let's press on add a new address. This time let's add a different name over here. Okay, and the mobile number, and we're gonna give the flat a house number. So we're gonna say any random place or road. And here I'm gonna say near the green trends, and for the pin code you can give anything. Okay, so let's press on add address over here, and automatically in this screen we should be seeing the address being updated without saving the file, right? So add address. So as you can see, without saving the file, we are able to see that address being added. Okay, so that part is working absolutely fine. So now let's go into the cart over here and let's press on proceed to buy 2 items. And inside the confirmation screen, so the first thing we'll be looking into is we're going to design the 4 portions that we have in the confirmation screen. That is basically the first 4 steps. Okay, so to do that, firstly I'm going to get some data over here. Okay guys, I've just pasted the code for the data. So basically it is a steps array which contains an array of objects with the title and the content, right? So firstly the title is going to be address, second is going to be delivery, third is going to be payment, and fourth is going to be place order. So firstly here inside the confirmation screen I need access to my scroll view. So I'm going to make use of that over here. So just copy this out and we're going to make use of instead of the view. So for the scroll view we are going to give it some margin top. So I'm going to say margin top of 55. All right, and for the text, let's remove this, that's not required. We're going to initialize the view over here. So firstly this view is going to have a flex of 1. All right, so inside this view we're going to have one more view. So here we're going to map over the steps and render the steps correctly. So here I'm going to say steps dot map for every step and the index, just return a view. All right, so inside the view, first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna check the condition if at all the index is greater than 0, right? So here I'm gonna say if my index, okay, index is greater than 0 and I want you to return this particular view. All right, that is self-enclosing, which is going to have an array of styles. So we're going to say style equals to an array of styles. So firstly we're going to give a flex of 1 for this and a height of 2. Okay, and it's going to have a background color of green. Okay, so let's add that curly braces or it's going to give that error because it is in an array of styles, right? So format once, So now along with this piece of styling, we're going to give one more piece of styling. So I'm going to say if index is less than or equal to the state, that is the current step. So firstly, let's initialize the current step. So here I'm going to say const current step comma set current step equals to use state. So initially we are at step 0, so I'm just going to provide an empty state, the initial state of 0. So here I'm going to say use state. All right, so here I'm going to apply the condition such that the index is less than or equal to the current step. I wanted to have a background color of green. Okay, so background color is going to be green. So format once. All right, so now after this part, we're going to initialize our second view over here. So view. So this view also is going to take in a condition such that we're going to say if at all the index is greater than the current step. All right, what we're going to do is we're going to show the text attribute over here. So here we're going to say text. All right, so this is going to contain basically, so this is basically the tick mark, right? So you can pretty much copy that out. Else it's going to have a text over here which is going to give the index plus 1. All right, so let's save the file. As you can see, we have 1, 2, 3 and then 4. Okay, so let's make this even more proper by giving some styles over here. Firstly, let's give the style to the outermost view right here. So here I'm going to say style. This also is going to have an array of styles. So the first one is going to be the width is going to have 30, the height is going to be 30, and we're going to give it a border radius of 15 to make it look exactly circular. And after this we're going to give a background color of this color code. All right, and after this we're going to give justify content of center and align items of center as well. So align items of center. All right, so the next thing we'll be looking into is the text over here. So here we're going to give the styling for the text. So style, font size is going to be 16, the font weight is going to be bold, and it's going to have a color of white. So color of white, and the same piece of styling we are going to give it to the second piece of text as well. So just copy that out and paste it over here. All right, and then the next thing is we're going to give the second piece of styling to the view. Okay, just now we gave the first piece of styling. Okay, so since it has an array of styles, we're going to check if the index is less than the current step, then give it a background color of green. Okay, then that means the step is completed. So background color of green, and save the file. Okay, as you can see, we're able to see 1, 2, 3, 4. So the next thing we'll be looking into is we're going to give the style for the outermost view, that is this one. Okay, where we're doing steps.map. So here I'm going to say style. Firstly, we're going to give it a flex direction of row. So flex direction of row, align items of center, and then a margin bottom of let's say 20, and we're going to give justify content of space between. So format once, and let's save the file. All right, so I'm not sure why the line is going towards the top part. Okay, so let's look into that. So firstly, we're going to give the style for this particular view, which has a flex of 1. So we're going to give it some padding horizontal, so it comes to the almost center part of the screen, so 20, and a bit of padding top of let's say 40. All right, that's looking okay. So I'm not sure why the line is not coming. It should come like towards this part. So never mind, even if that is looking fine, that's good. Okay, so after this we're going to look into the step dot title, right? So to do that, after this view, I'm going to say initialize the text, which is going to give the step dot title. So here let's give it the style for this. So style, firstly I'm going to say a text align of center, and I'm going to give it a margin top. So margin top of 8. Okay, so as you can see, that's looking better. And now, so this part is not aligned with this right correctly, so let's look into where we have gone wrong. So over here currently the line is on, okay, not coming exactly where we want, and even this particular circle is not aligned correctly with the text, right? It's coming towards the leftmost part. So over here, so that is present inside this view, I guess, right? That's the view for this. So here let's give some style, let's give a justify content of center and align items of center. So hopefully it should be aligned with the text. Okay, there you go, that's looking fine, but the lines have been gone, but never mind, I think this also is looking good. All right, so the next step we'll be looking into is, based on whatever the current step is, we're going to show that particular UI over here. Okay, so as soon as this particular step completes, we're going to go into the step 1. So currently it's step 0, we go into the 1, 2 and then 3, and then that's the final step. Okay, so we're going to apply the condition over here, that is after the view. Here let's give a text and say hi. Yeah, so here we're going to check the condition, that is if the current step equals to 0, and here we're going to show the UI when the step is equals to 0, right? So firstly we're going to return something. So here we're going to say view, and we're going to have a text attribute which says select a delivery address. Okay, just like this. So let's give the style for the view. It's going to have some margin horizontal. So style margin horizontal of 20, and over here I'm going to give the style. It's going to have a font size of 16 and a font weight of bold. Save the file. As you can see, that's looking better. So now we need access to the addresses, right? So the next step is we're going to initialize the state to hold the addresses, and then we're just going to copy the function that we have already initialized in the previous screens to get the address. So here I'm going to say const addresses comma set addresses equals to use state. Initially we're going to provide an empty array. All right, so the next step is let's just copy the fetch address function, that is this one, and we're just going to paste it in the confirmation screen. So let's do that over here or at the bottom. Okay, not this side. I don't think I copied that correctly. Paste it over here and make sure you import use effect. Also import Axios, and we also need access to the user ID, right? So copy this piece of code and into the screen, paste it over here, and make sure you import use context as well as the user type from the context.js file. And apart from that, yeah, I think everything is set up, right? So let's console.log the addresses, save the file, and as you can see, we are able to see the 3 addresses stored inside of my addresses array. Okay, so with the help of this, we are going to just design the first part of the step, that is inside of the confirmation screen. So let's scroll over here. All right, so after the view, after the text, I'm going to initialize my pressable, right? So here I'm going to say addresses dot map. So for every item and the index, all right, I want you to return a new pressable. Just like this. And inside the pressable, firstly we're gonna initialize the dot icon so that we can choose it, right? So that's going to be the first icon. So let's select that over here from the expo icons. So let us search for circle. So initially it's going to be circle, and if you press on that, it's going to become the dot. So yeah, this one. So firstly, copy the icon family, and we are gonna copy the render component code, and we're gonna paste it right here. All right, so this is the first thing, and apart from this, we are gonna have the details towards the left. So let's look into that. So here we're gonna have the view, and I'm just gonna pretty much copy the same details that we gave to the previous screen, that is add address screen, right? So over here, yeah, so just copy out this particular view and pretty much almost everything. And let's make the changes whatever is required. Okay, so here. All right, so currently we have just copied out everything almost from that screen. So we have the item.name, we need item.house number. Okay, that's correct. And yeah, so pressable is already imported. Yep, I think we can save the file. Okay, so as you can see, that's looking better. So now we're gonna give the style for this pressable, right? So this contains the icon as well as the view, as you can see. This one, yeah, this is the first children, this is the second one, right? So we just copied this entire thing from the previous screen. So for this pressable, I'm gonna give the style. So it's of course gonna have a border width of 1, a border color of this color code, and it's going to have a padding, some internal spacing, and it's going to have a flex direction of column, and it's going to have a gap of 5, gap is already given. We're going to give some padding, a bottom, right? Padding bottom of 17, and we're going to save the file. All right, so let's give it some margin vertical over here. So let's say margin vertical of 6 or 5. Already that's looking better. Let's give it 7. Okay, so instead of flex direction of column, we're going to make it as row. So this come towards the leftmost part, that is the icon, and we're also going to give align items of center. So align items of center and save the file. All right, so to this view, we're going to give it some margin left because it's almost touching the left part of the icon. So margin left of 6. Okay, yep, I think that's looking fine. So let's give it a slight border radius so it looks better. So border radius of 6. Okay, that's looking fine. So the next step we're going to look into is, if at all we press on this particular icon, we need to show up a button saying deliver to this address. All right, so firstly, let's initialize the state to hold the address. So here I'm going to say const selected address comma set selected address equals to use state, and initially it's going to be empty. So let's come down, and on the icon that is over here, yeah, this one, we're going to initialize on press event. I'm going to say on press. Firstly, I'm going to write set the selected address to be whatever that particular item is. All right, so over here we're going to apply the condition, that is if the selected address is selected and okay, not there, and selected address dot underscore id. We do have an underscore id, you can check that out in the backend or here also. As you can see, this underscore id equals to the item._id that we are mapping, which would of course be equal if we have pressed on it. Then in that case, we need to show a different icon, right? So if at all that's not selected, we're going to show this icon itself, that is the circle icon. So if at all any address is selected and the selected address._id equals to the item._id, then we need to show a different icon, that is the dot circle icon. So search for dot circle. We're going to make use of this one. So firstly, import the icon family. We're going to paste it over here and copy the render component code, and we are going to paste it right over here. All right, and format once. So this is going to be a gray color, and this is going to have a different color code, that is if it is selected, that is 008E97. okay, yep, that's looking better. So yeah, let's press on the first icon, the first address. This is the address I want to deliver to. So this is going to get executed on press, and we are going to set the selected address to that particular item. And this also is going to get checked after we press on it, and this icon should be changed to this color. So let's press on it. Okay, as you can see, there is a kind of delay that's happening. Okay, now it's looking fine. Okay, so we are able to select any one of the address, as you can see. Okay, so now at the bottom of that particular view, we're gonna check the condition and give a button, right, saying that deliver to this particular address. So to do that, let's scroll down, and just after the pressable or just after the view, here I'm gonna say firstly one more view. Okay, I don't think that's the correct one. So let's initialize the text once and see where exactly it's coming. Okay, so it's coming out of the box, so that's not right. Okay, nope. Yeah, so we can right here and check it once. Yep. So here I'm gonna initialize my view firstly, and I'm gonna check if the selected address, is there, and so I'm just gonna apply the same piece of condition I applied for the icon. So just copy this out and paste it over here. Alright, so if this is the case, I want you to render a view, or basically a pressable is NF, which is going to have a text, okay, which says deliver to this address. So let's give the styling for the pressable over here. It's going to have a specific background color. Let's say 008E97. So the same color that we gave to the icon, and it's going to have some internal spacing, that is padding of 10 and a border radius of 20. All right, and we're going to give justify content of center, and along with it I'm going to say align items of center. Let's also give the margin top of 10. Okay, so this is the style for the deliver to this address button. So save the file. So as you can see, currently this is selected, so we are showing the button for this. So over here we're going to give style text align of center, and I'm going to give it a color of white, and save the file. So if I press on this button, this address, as you can see, deliver to this address. Okay, so that's working absolutely fine. So the next thing we'll be looking into is, if at all the user presses on this particular deliver to address, we need to set the current step to be 1. So this goes off, and then we need to show the different UI on the same screen. So here I'm going to say on press. So on press equals to taking a function, and here we're going to say set current step to be 1. Okay, so as soon as we do that, this should become, this should have a background color of green because this step is completed based on the condition whatever we have given over here. All right, so yep, let's give that a try. Let's press on deliver to this address. So as you can see, this particular step is completed, and the tick mark is basically this particular value. Okay, because the index is less than the current step, right? So for that reason, we are able to see the tick mark button with the background color. So the next step is we're gonna give the styling for if the current step equals to 1. So you can minimize this, and we're gonna write the code over here. All right, so here we're gonna say if the current step equals to 1 and we're going to say view. So here we're going to give the condition, not the condition, the text field which says choose your delivery options. All right, so for the text we're going to give the styling, that is font size of 20 and a font weight of bold. And here we're going to give again the margin horizontal of 20. So margin horizontal of 20. Save the file. As you can see, that's looking better. So now after the text, we're going to initialize the view, okay, which is going to have, of course, the icon again, that is the circle icon. So let's copy the same thing from the previous one, I guess. So circle icon, that is this one. And paste it over here. All right, and after this, so now after the icon, you can pretty much copy this text. Okay, so this is going to have a text inside a text, just like this. So format once and save the file. As you can see, so the first part of the text is going to have a green color, and the next part of the text is going to have the normal black color itself. All right, so just copy that out, and after that we're going to show the remaining thing, right? That's after the view. We're going to initialize pressable over here, which is going to say text and then continue. So for the pressable, let's give the style. It's going to have a background color of this color code, that is FF C2 C7 to C. It's going to have a bit of internal spacing, that is padding of 10, a border radius of 20, and I'm going to give justify content of center and align items of center as well. Also a bit of margin top, so margin top of 15, and save the file. As you can see, that's looking nice. Okay, so now we're going to give the style for basically the outermost view, that is this one. So here I'm going to give style, firstly flex direction of row, and then align items of center. It's going to have a background color of white over here with some internal spacing, that is a padding of 8, and we're going to give it some gap between the two children, and along with it we're going to give it a border color and a border width. So border color of this color code D0 D0 D0, and a border width of 1, just like this. And let's save the file once. Okay, so as you can see, that's looking nice. So let's also give it some margin top because it's almost touching the top text. So margin top of 10. Okay, that's looking fine. So again, we're gonna check if at all something is selected or not, right? So firstly, let's initialize the state for this. So let's go at the top and then initialize the state. So I'm just gonna say option comma set option equals to false. So initially it's going to be false, and if at all I press on this icon, that is over here, no, not that one. Okay, so this is from the previous one, right? So here I'm going to say on press equals to a function. Here I'm going to say set option to be the opposite of whatever the option is. So if it is false, make it true. If it is true, make it false, right? So here I'm going to apply the condition, that is, if at all the option is true, that means if that is checked, then show me the dot circle icon, else just show me this icon itself. So just copy this out and paste it over here, else it's going to be this icon itself. So just copy that icon from the top one, that is this one, font awesome 5, and we're gonna paste it right here. So yep, so let's save the file once. Okay, let's do it from the first, deliver to this address, and as you can see, that's looking better. So now as soon as I press on the continue button, we need to set the current step to be 2. So let's do that. So over here I'm going to say on press, so taking a function, and here I'm going to say set the current step to be 2. So format once and save the file. So let's press on continue now. So as you can see, the second step is also being completed, and as you can see, the background color is green, and we are seeing that tick mark button, right? So the next step is we're going to write the code for current step equals to 2. So let's do that. That's going to happen over here. All right, so we're going to say if at all the current step equals to 2, and we're going to return a view. So this is related to the payment stuff, right? So firstly, we're going to have a text attribute which says select your payment method. So payment method, and we're going to give the style for this. I'm going to say style. It's going to have a font size of 20 and a font weight of bold. And over here for the view, I'm going to give style. It's going to have basically a margin horizontal of 20. All right, so that's just like this. It's looking good. So after the text, we're going to initialize one more view. All right, which is going to contain, of course, again the circle icon and the other icon, if at all that is selected. So firstly, copy this out. That is from an typo. Paste it over here. Okay, and along with this, firstly format once. So here it's going to have the second piece of thing, that is the text attribute which says cash on delivery. All right, so format once, and let's give the style for the view. So I'm going to give style. It's going to have a background color of white, and it's going to be a padding of 8, border color of this color code, and it's going to have a border width of 1 and a flex direction of row, align items of center, and it's going to have a gap of 7, also a slight margin top of 12. Okay, so format once. As you can see, that's looking good. So let's decrease the size of the icon to be 20. I think that's looking huge. Yep, 20 looks better. So the same thing we're going to do for the remaining ones as well. So 20 here, also 20 here, and over here as well, let's keep it to be 20. So 20 and then 20. Save the file. And now, so after this, we're going to initialize the same piece of view one more time. That's going to be for the online or debit card, something like that, right? So just copy that once, and here it's going to be a different piece of text. Okay, so UPI or credit or debit card, and save the file. All right, that's looking good. So now we are gonna check which option is selected. So firstly, initialize the state for that. So here I'm going to say const selected option, comma set selected option equals to use state initially it's going to be empty. All right. Okay, so if at all we press on the first icon, that is, let's say, the cache, firstly we're going to set it, right? So that's going to happen over here. Here I'm going to say on press, taking a function, and here we're going to say set the selected option to be cache. Let's remove this. And for the next one, here we're going to say set the selected option, or not this one, selected option to be card. So now we're going to apply the condition and then render the icons properly. So here I'm going to say if the selected option equals to cache, then show the dot circle icon, else just show this end typo icon itself. So just paste it over here, and let's get this icon as well, and we're going to paste it over here. So the same piece of condition we're going to apply for the card as well, that is over here. That is, if the selected option, so selected option equals to card, we're going to show the dot circle icon, else we're just going to show the normal circle icon itself. So just copy that out and paste it here. Okay, else it's going to be this itself. So that's it. So save the file. So let's check it out from the first. Deliver to this address. Okay, continue. Let's press on cache and delivery. As you can see, that's working fine because currently cache is selected. So now if I press on this one, card is going to get selected, and again this is going to get triggered off, and we're going to show this dot circle icon, right? So as you can see, that's looking better. So now after that, we're going to show the continue button. So we can just copy that from the previous one, that is this one. Okay, so over here, that's going to happen just below the view. All right, so here we're going to say set the current step to be 3. Format once. Okay, so if at all you press on the UPI or card button, that is the second one, automatically we will show the modal. That will be done in the later part of the video. So now we're just going to focus on the first option, and if we press on continue, what we need to do, right? So firstly, let's press on continue. So as you can see, the third part also has been completed since it's the cache option. Okay, so here we're going to show the different kinds of details about the products that are there in the cart. That is the total price, the discount, and all the other things. And then we're going to place the order, right? So that's going to happen when we start initializing the step 3. That's going to happen over here. So here I'm going to say if at all the current step equals to 3 and the selected option equals to cache, then only we're going to show this particular design. So here I'm going to say initialize a view, and firstly inside the view we're going to give a text which says order now. Alright, so over here for the view I'm going to give style. It's going to have basically a margin horizontal of 20, and over here I'm going to say a font size of 20 and a font weight of bold. Okay, so after this, I'm just going to paste the design over here. So this is basically the UI code. You can just copy it out. So which has a view, and we're given the style for the view, and which has one more view inside that view, which has 2 texts inside of it with the respective styles, and it has the material icons. So material icon, let's import it over here. Okay, and save the file. All right, so you can just pretty much copy that code out once again. That is Yeah, this entire view. All right, so after that, we're gonna come over here and initialize our view one more time. So here it's gonna say text. We're gonna give shipping to the selected address dot name. Okay, we have done this step in the first step itself. So of course this is stored, that is selected address is stored inside of state. So to access the name, it's going to be selected address dot name. As you can see, this is the address I selected, right? So now let's give the style for the view over here. That is, it should have so background color of white and some internal spacing, that is padding of 8, and it's going to have a border color as well of this color code, that is D0 D0 D0, and it's going to have a border width of, let's say, 1, and it's going to have a margin top of 10. All right, save the file. So as you can see, you are able to see that white background color being applied. Okay, that's looking good. So now after the text, we're going to initialize our one more view, okay, which contains two pieces of text. Here I'm going to say text. So this is going to give items, and the second part of the text is going to say whatever the total price is. I'm just going to say total. So total, I guess it has already been calculated over here. Let's see at the top, it's not calculated. So let's go into the cart screen and then just copy the total. So access the cart as well as the total price, and we're gonna paste it, let's say, over here. All right, and make sure you import use selector from React Redux, and apart from that, yep, that's it. So let's come over here. So now let's save the file. So let's again do this process. All right, so this is our total price. So now let's give the style for this particular view that contains the item. So here I'm going to say style. We're going to give it a flex direction of row and align items of center and justify content of space between. So for this particular text, I'm going to say style. It's going to have a font size of 16 and a font weight of 500, and it's going to have a color of gray. All right, and for the next piece of text, it's going to have the style. Here we're going to say a color of gray, and it's going to have a font size of 16. Okay, so come on, save the file. Alright, that's looking better. So now let's include the rupee symbol once more over here. Okay, that's looking fine. So let's give this a margin top because it's almost touching the top text. So margin top of, let's say, 8. All right, so after that, we're going to have the next piece of information, that is delivery. So just copy this out and we're going to paste it over here. So here we're going to say delivery. And here by default, we're just going to hard code the value and say it as 0. All right, so after that, we're going to have again the same piece of view, that is with which contains two texts inside of it. So the first one is going to say order total. So I'm going to say order total, and over here I'm going to display the total price. So again, once more, it's going to be total. So this is going to have a font weight of bold. So here let's increase the font size to be 17 and font weight of bold, and it's going to have a different color actually with this color code, that is C60 C30. All right, and for this one we're going to give a different styling. So font size of 20 and then font weight of bold. Okay, so that's looking better. So now after that, we're going to initialize one more piece of view that is going to come after the white background. So here I'm going to say view. So this is going to have two texts again. Here we're going to say pay with. All right, and here I'm going to say one more piece of text which says pay on delivery. That is cash. All right, so now let's give the styling for this view over here. So I'm going to say style. So here we're going to say background color of white and a bit of padding 8. We're going to give it a border color. So border color of this color code D0 D0 D0, and then a border width of 1, and we're going to give it a bit of margin top. So margin top of 10. All right, so format it once and we're going to save the file. Okay, that's looking fine. So the next thing we'll be looking into is we're going to style out the text over here. So I'm going to say style. It's going to have basically a font size of 16 and it's going to have a color of gray. So color of gray. And for the bottom part, we're going to give style. It's going to have a font size of 16 and a font weight of 600, just like this. So save the file and let's give a bit of margin top to this one. So margin top of 7. Yep, that's looking better. So now after this is going to have a button which says place order. So pressable, which is going to have a text field which says place your order. So place your order. So give the style for this, that is the background color of this color code, that is FFC72C. we've already used this previously. Give it some internal spacing, that is padding of 10, and we're going to give it some border radius of 20. Justify content of center, and then align items of center. All right, and we're going to give it a margin top of 20. Save the file. As you can see, that's looking good. So the next step is we're going to initialize the endpoint to store the orders inside of the backend, right? We have created our orders, order model over here. So we're going to initialize this, and over here also we're going to include the order ID inside the user array, right? So inside the user information, we're going to have that order IDs. So here, as you can see, orders is an array. So here it contains all of the order IDs by this particular user, right? So let's come back over here to the index.js file. So here I'm going to say endpoint to store all the orders. So here I'm going to say app.post. So it's going to be /orders. All right, it's going to be an async method, which is going to take in, of course, the request and the response. So the first step is we're going to initialize our try catch block. So I'm going to say try, and then we're going to initialize the catch of error. So catch of error, firstly I'm going to say console.log error creating orders, and just give me whatever that error is. And after that, we're going to send result.status of 500.json with the message saying error creating orders. Okay, and just like this, the catch block is finished. Okay, so over here inside the try block, we're going to firstly get access to 5 things. That is the user ID, the cart items, the total price, the shipping address, and the payment method, right? So here I'm going to say const user ID, we need access to the product, so cart items. We need access to the total price of that particular order, so total price. We need access to the shipping address that is selected at the first step, so I'm going to say shipping address. All right, and we need access to the payment method also. So here I'm going to say payment method equals to request.body. Okay, so over here firstly I'm going to say if at all the user is present, we're going to check that. So here I'm going to say const user equals to await access the user model dot find by ID of the user ID. All right, so if at all there is no user found, we're going to return it as the status. So here I'm going to say return result.status of 404 with the message being user not found. All right, so if at all the user is present, what we need to do is firstly we need to create an array of product objects from the cart items. Okay, so of course the cart can contain more than one item, right? So for each item we're going to create this product object. So if you check out our order.js file over here, as you can see, products is an array, and each of so each of the product contains basically all of this properties, that is a name, quantity, price, and then image. So with the help of this, we're going to create an array of product objects that is present inside of the cart item while ordering the carts, right? So here we are going to say const products equals to, we have access to the cart items, right? That is coming from request.body. So we are going to map over it for every item. Here we are going to say basically name is going to be item.name, and quantity is going to be item.quantity, and the price is going to be item.price, and the image is going to be item.image. Okay, so we just want all of this four items, this four properties of a product that is present inside of the cart. All right, so after doing this, we're going to create a new order in the backend. So make sure you import the order model as well. So currently, I guess just user is initialized. Nope, we have not imported, I guess. Let's import both of them. Yeah, so both of them have already been imported over here, as you can see. Okay, so firstly, let's create a new order after initializing this. Here I'm going to say create a new order. All right, so here I'm going to say const order equals to new order, access the model new order, and here just pass in the required values. So the user is going to be user ID. All right, products is going to be the cart items, and the total price is going to be the total price itself, and shipping address is going to be shipping address, and the payment method is going to be payment method. All right, as I guess the product is going to be products, right, not the cart items, because we have defined it over here. So let's write that over here, products. All right, so after doing this, we are just going to say await order.save, so that we can save this particular order in the backend. All right, and then we're going to say result.status of 200.json with a message being order created successfully. Just like this. Okay, so I think that's it. So let's also define the remaining two endpoints. One is for the profile, that will be accessed in the profile screen, that we're going to define in the later part of the video. So let's do that also. So here I'm going to say get the user profile. So to get it, we're going to make use of the app.get method firstly. So it's going to be /profile and /user ID. So it's going to be an async method with the request and the response. So firstly, let's initialize our try catch block. Okay, so firstly inside the catch block, I'm going to say result.status 500.json with the message being error retrieving the user profile, something like this. So inside the try block, of course, we need access to the user ID, right? So I'm going to say const user ID equals to request.params.user ID, and next is we need to find that user ID in the user model, that is basically in the backend. So the next step is we have to find that particular user ID in the backend and then return that to the front end part. So here I'm going to say const user equals to await user dot find by ID. So find by ID of the user ID that we have obtained. All right, so if at all there is no user, then send a result dot status of 404 dot JSON with the message being okay, user not found. All right, so if at all the user is present, then just send the user in the response. So I'm going to say result dot status of 200 dot JSON of the user. All right, so this is completed. Okay, that is to fetch the user profile in the profile screen. So the next and final thing is we need to get the orders for that particular user, which will be showing in the profile screen as well. So for that, again, we're going to make use of the get method. So I'm going to say app.get. So it's going to be /orders and then /user ID. So it's going to be an async method. Firstly, we're going to initialize our request and response. So firstly, we're going to initialize our try catch block. So inside the catch block, firstly, I'm going to say result.status of 500.json with the message being error. You can pretty much give any message over here. All right, and just say error. Okay, so inside the try block, firstly, we need access to the user ID. So I'm going to say const user ID equals to request.params.user ID. Okay, so the next thing is we need to find the order where the user ID matches and populates the user field, right? So to do that, I'm going to say const orders equals to await order access order model dot find. We're going to find based on the user. So we are passing the user ID over here. So user ID. Okay, and we're going to populate based on the user itself. So here I'm going to say dot populate based on the user, just like this. So here we're going to check the condition that if at all there are no orders present, or if the orders dot length equals to 0, then that means there are no orders placed for that particular user, right? So here we are going to send the response. Here we're going to say return result dot status of 404 dot JSON with the message being no orders found for this user. All right, so you can just look into that. Okay, save the file, and after that we're going to send result.status of 200.json with the orders if at all orders are present. Okay, save the file. That's it. So the next step is firstly let's create our order screen such that if I press on the place order, that's the next screen we'll be navigating to. So open up the file tree. So here I'm going to say order screen.js rnfes together shorthand snippet, and let's include the screen inside of the stack navigator. Okay, so just copy this out and paste it over here. So the name is going to be order. All right, and of course the component is going to be order screen. So I'm going to say order screen, and make sure you import the order screen from the screens folder just like this. All right, so format once and save the file. So now let's come back to the front end part and then initialize a function on this button, that is place your order button. So firstly come to the confirmation screen, and over here I'm going to say on press handle place order. So let's define this function right at the top over here. So we can do that over here. So I'm going to say const handle place order equals to a async function Alright, so here firstly we need access to 5 things as I told, that is the user ID, the cart items, the total price, the shipping address, and the payment method. So firstly let's initialize our try catch block over here as well. So catch of error, I'm gonna say console.log error and just show that error. So inside the try block, firstly I'm going to initialize my order data. So const order data equals to an object. So user ID is going to be user ID. Okay, and then of course cart items is going to be the cart itself. Total price is going to be total, which has already been calculated. And the next thing is shipping address is gonna be selected address, that is stored inside of state as well. And the payment method is gonna be payment method I guess it's gonna be small p, so payment method, that's gonna be selected option. Alright, so after this I'm going to initialize my response. So const response equals to await Axios, import Axios from Axios. I'm going to make this with the post method, of course. So post, and this is going to be the URL, that is http localhost 8000/orders. Okay, so this is going to take in the order data. So order data, and then over here we're going to check the condition that if at all the response dot status equals to 200, and that means we have created an order for this particular user. So here I'm going to say navigation dot navigate to the name of the screen we want to navigate to, that is the order screen. All right, and after this firstly we need to dispatch the cart, right? We need to clear the cart out. So here I'm going to say dispatch. Let's firstly initialize the dispatch if it's not initialized. So here I'm going to say const dispatch equals to use dispatch. So make sure you import use dispatch from React Redux, just like this. Okay, so scroll down, I mean not over here. Yeah, here I'm going to say dispatch. We have the clean cart method in the cart user file, so import that and just initialize it like this. Import clean cart like this. Okay, and here I'm going to say console.log order created successfully, and to see that data it's going to be response.data.order. So response.data.order. All right, so else there might be some error, so just console.log whatever data it's giving. Okay, we're gonna give error creating order and just show the response.data. Okay, so that's it. So let's give this a try, save the file, and this same spelling should be whatever is there in the backend as well, that is in the index.js file. Okay, so let's do this from the start. So let's select address over here. Okay, cash on delivery, continue, and let's press on place your order. Okay, we have an error which says request failed with status code 500. So let's check in over here. Okay, we have an error. Okay, so path name is required. Okay, so there is some error related to this part, so let's look into where we've gone wrong. Okay, so here I guess instead of name we need to write item.title, because that's what we have given in the front end code, right, while designing it. So let's change that to be item.title, and we're going to save the file. Okay, so now let's give this a try once. So let's press on place order one more time. Okay, navigation does not exist, that's good. So this part is working fine. So the next thing is let's come over to the confirmation screen and initialize our navigation first. So here I'm going to say const navigation equals to use navigation, and import use navigation like this. So hopefully now we should be able to create the order, and then we need to navigate to the order screen. So let's press on place your order. Okay, navigation does not exist. Why is that happening? Property navigation. Okay, I don't think there's any error over here. Okay, save the file. I've not saved it, I guess. So let's do this from the first. So all right, so let's press on place your order. So as you can see, we are coming correctly to the order screen, but over here we are not able to see any data, right? Currently it is giving undefined. So let's see where we have gone wrong. So we have provided all the correct details, that is cart item, total price, shipping address. Let's check out the backend ones. So let's go check out the orders. Okay, so as you can see, the order has been created over here, right? So products, okay, we have the products over here. Okay, we have the shipping address and we have the payment method as cash as well. All right, that's good. So this is working fine. I think it's showing 3 times because 2 times we made the mistake of the navigation thing, right? That did not work properly. So even though that did not work, the order has been placed and the cart was not cleared, right? Because the navigation step was over here, right? So it didn't execute this cart. It didn't execute this piece of code. So for that reason, the cart was there itself. It did not get cleared. So the order got created a couple of times again. So as you can see over here, we are able to see the orders present, right? Alright, so the next thing we'll be looking into is we're just gonna initialize the design for the order screen in just a bit. Okay, so we'll be making use of some animation that we've done previously, that is with the help of Lottie React Native. So let's open up a new terminal and initialize this dependency. So here I'm going to say yarn add Lottie React Native. So let's press on enter and let's head over to the order screen firstly over here. Alright, so also I have imported 2 files inside of my assets.json inside my assets folder. So that is going to be the sparkle.json and thumbs.json. Okay, I'll be sending both of the files in the description. You can pretty much copy that and include it inside your assets folder. So this is required for the animation part that is going to come inside the address screen. Okay, so I'm just going to copy the code for the order screen. Okay guys, I've just pasted the code for the order screen. Alright, so basically we have the safe area view that is at the top most part, and apart from that we have the Lottie view being initialized. Okay, so the first one is going to take the thumbs as the source, and the second Lottie view is going to take the sparkle as a source, and this is the style for both of them. Okay, this is for the second one, and this is for the first one. We have given the autoplay option, and loop is false, and this is the speed we have given. And apart from that, we have a text which says your order has been received. Just like this, you can feel free to copy this out. So this is the first one, the text is the second one, and the third one is again the sparkle.json. That's the animation for this. So apart from this, as soon as you come to this screen, we need to navigate back to the main screen, right? So I'm just gonna use the use effect and implement that. All right, so let's initialize our navigation. So const navigation equals to use navigation. All right, let's import use navigation from React Native, from React Navigation. All right, so we've imported safe area view as well as Lottie view, and let's also import use effect so we can save the file. All right, so after coming to this particular screen, after 1.3 seconds, we're going to go back to the main screen. So save the file. As you can see, that's the animation, and we're going to come to the main screen over here. All right, so the next thing we'll be looking into is we're going to show all of the orders in the profile screen, and we're going to show how to log out also to the login screen. Okay, so if at all the user logouts, they'll be navigated to the login screen so that they can log in again. And inside the cart over here, As you can see, now the card has been cleared, right? So the next step is we're going to initialize the payment processing part. That is, if the user presses on the second button, we're going to initiate the Razor payment gateway. Okay, and then we're going to process that particular payment. So let's look into that. So again, we need to initialize the dependency to include this, right? So firstly, let's say yarn add React Native Razor Pay. Okay, let's press on enter. So now after installing this, the next step is let's head over to the confirmation screen, and where we have the on press of the dot circle icon that is there in the confirmation screen in the step number 3, I guess. I mean in step number 2. Okay, that is in the second view, most probably over here. Yeah, this one. Okay, so over here, after setting this selected option to be a card, I want to perform the remaining steps. So this is going to be the first execution, that is set the selected option to be card, and after that I'm going to say alert UPI or debit card, and here it's going to be pay online. All right, so after this we have, of course, the buttons. Here it's going to be text which says cancel. On press is going to take in a function, and we're going to say console.log cancel is pressed, and the second button is going to be this one. Text is going to say okay, and on press we're going to initialize a function over here. So if you press on this okay, automatically the Razor payment gateway page opens up. So we're going to say pay over here. All right, and yeah, pretty much that's it. So format once, and let's define the pay function right at the top. So if it is cash on delivery, it's going to be this function, that is handle place order. All right, and if it is the payment one, that is Razor Pay gateway, it's going to be this one. So const pay equals to async function. All right, over here, firstly let's initialize the try catch block. Okay, so for the error I'm just going to say console.log of whatever that particular error is. Alright, so the next step is we need a key while initializing this. So firstly, let me show you how to get the key. So let's head over to Chrome, and we're going to go into this particular URL. That is dashboard.razorpay.com/app/dashboard. I'll be sending this link in the description, so you can directly visit this website. And after coming to this, as you can see, we are currently in test mode. Okay, and to get the key, let's press on payment gateway, and this is my key. I've generated it. Okay, you need to generate your key and then pretty much copy this, and while we write the options that are required to pay, we're gonna use this key. Okay, so for now everything to work, that is basically the payments to work, we need to convert this into a separate app. So let's do that. So let's come into the terminal, and we're gonna say npx expo run iOS. So for Android users, you need to run npx expo run Android. Okay, so this is going to take in a couple of minutes, so wait for that to happen. So in my case, I'm going to say npx expo run iOS. So this should create as a separate app with this project name, that is that is a e-commerce project, and there we'll be implementing the remaining payment processing part. So let's press on enter. Okay, so what would you like your iOS bundle identifier to be? Here I'm going to say host.exp.exponent. Okay, and press on enter. So let's press on enter. So now it should have created iOS folder inside my file tree, as you can see. So this is going to take in a couple of minutes, so let's wait for that to happen. So for me, the app has been opened. So if you go over here, So as you can see, with the e-commerce project, a new app has been opened. Okay, so now we'll be looking into the app over here and not into Expo Go. So let's press over here. So the next step is we're going to initialize the pay function. So firstly, we're going to initialize some options over here. So I'm just going to paste that over here. So you can just copy the options which has the description, the currency, the name, and copy the key that I showed you previously. And the amount is going to be total into 100. And these are the pre-fill options. So this is the theme I've chosen. And apart from this, the next step is I'm going to say const data equals to await eraser pay checkout eraser pay checkout dot open. It's going to take in all of the options. So let's import razor pay checkout from React Native razor pay. All right, just like this. And let's come back over here. And after this, firstly, of course, we're just going to initialize the order data. It's going to be the same thing for that particular order. So we're going to paste it over here. And after that, we're going to initialize the same set of response that we have done previously. All right, so yeah, save the file. If you want, you can console.log the data over here. Okay, so now let's add just a single product, and then we are going to place the order with the help of the online payment button. So let's press on add to cart. So let's come back over here and let's go to the cart. As you can see, one item is present over here. So let's press on proceed to buy one items over here, and let's select the address to be delivered to. So I'm just going to select the second address this time. So deliver to this address. So continue over here. So as soon as I press on this button, I need to be seeing the alert box. So as you can see, if I press on OK, this pay button should this pay function should get triggered off, and then we should see the eraser payment gateway opening up. So let's press on OK. So as you can see, we are able to see that correctly opening, and this is the total price, and we can pay with card, UPI, or net banking, or pretty much these two options. So I'm going to press on UPI over here and enter the code over here. All right, and press on pay now. And after this gets processed, we're gonna place the order in the backend, and we're gonna go into the order screen. So let's wait for that. Okay, so there is error with status code 500. So let's look into that. So it says payment method is required. Okay, my bad over here. Instead of giving it as card, we're just passing it from the previous one because we just copied this code, right? So you can just hard code the value over here and make the payment method as card. So now let's give it a try. So again, let's press on this one. Okay. And after selecting over here, we're gonna say, all right, so now pay now. And after this gets processed, hopefully we should be able to save the order in the backend. So as you can see, this particular order has been saved in our backend. So let's look into that firstly over here. Let's refresh once, and hopefully we should be seeing two orders this time. All right, so as you can see, this is the recently placed order. So this is the total price, and payment method is card, right? And this is the product, that is a single product that we placed. Okay, so I think that's it about this part. So the next thing we'll be looking into is the profile screen, the designing of the profile screen. So we have implemented the payments based on both the methods, that is cash on delivery as well as the online payment, that is with the help of Razor Payment Gateway. So the next step is, as I told, let's start designing the profile screen. So firstly here, I want to style the header. So for that reason, I'm just making use of the use layout effect. All right, so let's import this from React. So the use layout effect. All right, so here firstly let's initialize our navigation. Okay, so there's something wrong. So here let's initialize our navigation. So const navigation equals to use navigation. All right, import use navigation from React navigation, and here I'm going to say a navigation dot set options. Firstly, header title, I want it to be empty, so I'm just going to provide empty string over here. And header style, so header style is going to be this background color. So background color of this color code, that is 00CED1, and along with this we're going to have a header left where we are going to show the image. So you can pretty much copy the header left with this image, that is Amazon image. All right, and over here for the header right, firstly I'm going to initialize the function with the view. So this view is going to have two icons. So firstly let's give the style for the view. So I'm going to say style, it's going to have a flex direction of row and align items of center, and it's going to have basically a gap of 6 and a margin right of 12. Okay, so let's just get the icons over here. So you can pretty much copy these two icons, that is the notification icon and the search icon. So let's import them at the top over here. All right, so the first one is going to be ion icons and then and design. So save the file. Okay, nothing is being seen. Let's see why that's happening. So let's refresh the app once and then check it out. And as you can see, there is a problem in the login screen. The image is almost touching the top part. So let's head over to the login screen once. And let's give a margin top of 50 over here. Margin top of 50. All right, if you want, you can give the same thing for the register screen as well. All right, so let's see why exactly this is not working in the profile screen. Okay, so we have initialized the use layout effect, imported from React. Okay, so let's look into the stack navigator once. I think there we have made a mistake, I guess. So over here, let's head over to the stack navigator.js file, and where we have the profile screen over here. Okay, let's remove the header shown to be false because we want the header. So as you can see, now that's looking better. So that's the mistake we had made. Okay, just remove the header shown as false. So this should work properly. So let's come back to the profile screen, and over here, firstly, let's get access to the user. We have already defined the endpoint as you remember in the previous part of the video. So let's initialize a user fact. That's going to run once. Let's import user fact from React. All right, so inside the user fact, I'm going to initialize a function. Let's say const fetch user profile equals to async. So here I'm going to initialize my try catch block. So catch of error, firstly I'm going to say console.log of error, whatever the error is, and inside the try block, firstly let's initialize the response. So const response equals to wait Axios. Let's import Axios from Axios with the help of get method. We're going to write in the URL, that's going to be http localhost 8000 /profile / the user ID. So firstly let's make use of backticks over here. because we need to access the user ID. So here with the help of dollar symbol, write in the user ID. So let's get user ID from any one of the screens. So copy this out and we're gonna paste it right here. Make sure to import use context and the user type. Alright, so now we're gonna call the function after we are gonna set the data, right? Firstly, let's initialize the state to hold the user. So const user comma set user equals to use state, and initially it's gonna have an empty string. Alright, or just empty, we can leave it as empty. So here, as soon as we get the data, I'm just gonna say const restructure the user equals to the response dot data. So response dot data, and finally we're going to say set the user to be the user. So let's call the function right over here. I'm going to say fetch user profile, and let's console.log if at all we are getting the correct user. Save the file. Use state is not defined, so use state. Alright, so as you can see, now the image is looking perfectly fine. So let's go over here, profile. So as you can see, this is my user profile, I guess, hopefully, because we have the addresses, we have my name, we have the ID, we have all the other things as well, the email, name. Okay, so this is my user profile. So with the help of this information, we're just gonna style the initial part of our screen. So let's come over here and make use of the scroll view. So I'm gonna say scroll view. Let's make use of the scroll view right here. Scroll view, scroll view. So the first text is going to say welcome the username. So over here, I'm going to say welcome with the username. So let's say user dot name. As you can see, that's looking better. Let's remove the texts. So let's give the style for this. So I'm going to say style, font size of 16 and a font weight of bold. Alright, that's looking fine. So for the scroll view, we're going to give style, a bit of padding, internal spacing of 10 and a flex of 1. And we're going to give it a background color of white. Okay, so after this we are going to have the 4 buttons that I showed you in the starting part of the video. So pressable, this is going to have a text which says your orders. Alright, so similarly we're going to have one more pressable which says your account. So the style for the pressable, it's going to have a padding of 10, it's going to have a background color of this color code, and it's going to have a border radius of 25, and it's going to have a flex of 1. So the same piece of styling for the second pressable as well over here. Alright, and after that we're going to give the styling for the view. So I'm going to say style. So firstly flex direction of row, and I'm going to say align items of center, and give it a gap of 10 and some spacing on the top, let's say margin top of 12. So save the file. As you can see, that's looking better. So now for each of the text I'm going to give the style. So style, I'm going to say text align of center, and the same thing is going to happen over here as well. Save the file. Yes, that's looking good. So copy the view one more time. Okay, so here we are going to say buy again and log out. So buy again, and then we're going to say log out. Alright, so now we're going to initialize the function to store the address and also to log out. So here I'm going to say on press equals to logout. Let's define this function at the top. So const logout this one equals to a normal arrow function. Here we're going to say clear auth token. So let's define this function over here. So const clear auth token equals to a async function. Alright, so here what we need to do is firstly get access to the token that is previously stored inside of async storage. So I'm going to say await, or we can directly clear the token. Async storage, import that one, dot remove item, and we need to provide the same token with which we set it. That's going to be auth token, and we're going to say console.log auth token cleared. Alright, and after doing this, I'm going to say navigation dot replace to the login screen. That's it. So format once. So we're going to look into this part at the last, because after logging out again we have to log in, right? So the next step is we're going to fetch the orders and then display them below this design. So again, use effect to fetch the orders. We have already defined the endpoint to this in the index.js file, right, in the video. So here I'm going to say const fetch orders equals to async function. So firstly, let's initialize our try catch block. So firstly, catch of error. So here I'm going to say console.log of whatever the error message is. And inside the try block, firstly, let's initialize our response to the correct endpoint. So const response equals to await axios.get. Okay, so the endpoint is going to be /orders /user ID. Just like this, make use of the backtick over here. Okay, so after doing this, I'm going to say const orders equals to response.data.orders. So firstly, let's initialize the state to hold the orders right over here. So I'm going to say const orders comma set orders equals to use state. It's gonna be an empty array at the initial state. Let's import use state. Is already imported. So here I'm gonna say set the orders to be whatever the orders is. Okay, so the next thing is we're also going to initialize the loading state and the set loading state. So const loading comma set loading equals to use state. Initially it's going to be false. Initially it's going to be true. Okay, and after we fetch it, we're going to make it to be false, right? So I think there is a spelling error, I guess. Set orders. Okay, set orders, correct spelling. Okay, so yeah, initially it's going to be true while fetching it, and after fetching it, it's going to become false. So here I'm going to say set loading to be false. Okay, so let's call the function at the bottom. So fetch orders. So let's console.log the correct orders if we are getting. Hopefully we should get the correct result. So orders is gonna be the orders itself. So let's call that and let's save the file once. Hopefully everything is imported, right? So save the file. So as you can see, this is my orders. So with the help of this, we are gonna design over here. So currently I'm just going to show the image. You can feel free to create a new screen for the orders and then display each detail about the order, right? So currently I'm just going to copy the code at the bottom part over here. Okay guys, I've just pasted the code over here. So as you can see, I've initialized my scroll view, okay, which is horizontal. So if it is loading, so initially it should be showing loading because it is true. Okay, if at all it's not loading, and if at all I'm checking if at all the orders.length is greater than 0, then map over the orders. And remember, inside the orders there is the products array, right? So inside the products array itself, you're gonna fetch all of the product. So here I'm gonna say order.products.map. For each product, just show me the image. So the URI is gonna be product.image, and basically this is my image, and this is the design for the orders, right? So import scrollable and pressable, it's imported, and apart from that, import image as well. All right, and yep, that's it. And if there is nothing, we're just gonna say no orders found, right? So you can just copy this out, and scroll view is gonna be horizontal, and we're gonna say show horizontal scroll indicator to be false. And for the outer pressable, it's going to contain a border color and a border width, and it's going to have a specific internal spacing of padding, and justify and align items of center. So save the file. Image has already been declared, so let's remove that out. Okay, so as you can see, this is a single order, right? And this is the so this is single order which contains 2 products, and this is again the order that we have done it in a single time. So that's looking better. So I think let's give a spacing over here, otherwise it's not looking that good. So to do that, we can give some space over here. Let's say margin of 10, or we can give a margin vertical of 10. Okay, so if you do not want to see 2 products, you can show a single product. So to do that, we can actually do order.products of 0.map. Okay, hopefully this should do it. Let's save the file. Okay, undefined is not a function. So let's do one thing. We're gonna say order.products.slice of 0,1. Yes, I think we can do this. So let's come over here, profile screen. As you can see, this is a better way of showing all of the orders, right? So even though we have 2 orders, I'm just going to show the latest place order, or the single order from that particular order list, as you can see over here. All right, so that's looking better. So yep, I think that's it about this project. So one more thing which you can implement is, so as you can see, if I refresh the app and open up the app again, you're able to see the login screen, right? So instead of that, you can actually create a loading state in the login screen over here. All right, let's say you create any random login state, the loading state. So I'm going to say const loading comma set loading equals to use state. So initially it's going to be false. All right, so here in the else condition, we're going to make it to be true. Okay, and here we're going to check if at all is login. That means if at all we have the loading, we're going to say return the splash screen. All right, so if at all it's loading, I'm just going to return the splash screen. So inside the splash screen, you can just copy the Amazon logo and then put it towards the center of the screen, and then just display it. Okay, so as soon as the loading goes off, automatically we'll be able to see the login screen or the home screen. So you can implement this one. I'm not going to do this. It's pretty easy to implement this. Okay, so let's go back. So we've implemented a lot of things in this project, that is including the front-end design as well as the back-end part. All right, so if you find this interesting, please smash the like button. Okay, so I think that's it about this project. So let's see you in the next one, and then thank you for watching.